GAM wins, they go up against SHG. But let's also look at the player of the match standings here as well, Logan, because we have some very clear winners right now. It is Eddie and Haki sitting on 2 apiece for player of the series.
Yeah, I'm really liking that we're starting to see those 2-timers, the double ups of these player of the matches. It's speaking to me of their consistency, their constant ability to perform even when the odds are stacked against them. Haki, a shining example coming out of that academy team for MVK already. But I mean, it is a stat a minute here because we are past the player of the match and we are looking at today's matches. We find MVK, who has won 3 and only lost 1 series, versus GZ, who have flipped the script and they've won 1 and they've lost 3. Then we go into GAM and it's much the same. It's 3 wins to 1 loss versus 1 win to 3 losses, correction, in this week 5 matchup.
But let's look at the Vikings as well, because this team has been looking really good. The new roster that they decided to bring out has started to pop off, Logan. Stella, Guri, Chica, Haki, and Sulong. These guys honestly have been so aggressive in what they've been wanting to play, and they almost go in with a keen insight as, this is the objective, this is how we do it, let's get it done. So this is a team that everyone should be keeping their eyes on moving forward as we start to enter into playoffs.
And being a new team, they need to be adapted to, and people haven't managed to do that yet. Other teams are still trying to find the secret sauce that they need to cook up against MVK. But one thing of note so far, that even this academy roster has still kept, I want to say, that core identity of MVK esports. They're still cooking drafts and comps that are not traditional. They throw in that 5th draft pick that is just so interesting and different, that throws a spanner in the works of any other team's plans, right? They'll draft multiple flex picks, but the team that has to come up with an answer is Ground Zero Gaming, Pike.
Absolutely. Ejung, Husha, Jimian, Shun, and Orca. This team, look, we had really high hopes for them through this split. Like, they got a bit of a roster chase shake-up too at the very start. Now they're coming in and they haven't looked great. But in saying that, they've gone up against some of the bigger teams right off the bat. So it's always hard, and it can shatter your confidence just a little bit. So let's see if today's game up against Vikings will be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, and that's that strength of schedule that we've talked about before as well. But before we can even get into that sort of conversation, Pike, the head-to-heads here, and we're going to take a look at the jungle. We've got Guri from MVK versus Husha. I dare I say, one of the stars of Ground Zero Gaming as well. And that gold per minute, it's nearly neck and neck.
Look, the crazy thing here is Husha's not really doing anything too crazy. He's actually just proactive, and I think you can tell by the champions that he's picking, they're more about those early fighting. You got like the Neferi on there, Wukong, but Husha is all about the team. The damage per minute is high because he's in team fights. It's also the kill participation. He's always there. 73% kill participation is pretty insane. So Husha's all about being there for his team, whereas if we look at the other side, look, Guri is just there to win, and big props, because sometimes you don't have to be as effective to gank all the time. Maybe it's all about just having good control and trusting your team.
And that's the thing about League of Legends that so many of us enjoy and love, right, Pike, is that not every game is 1 through 5v5 back-to-front team fighting. Some games are literally won in the side lanes. Some games are literally won because a jungler got a fantastic pick and forced the 4v5 team fight. So it's that kind of diversity, that kind of energy that we do love here. And even the champion pools on those head-to-heads we were looking at, right? Guri has played 14 unique champions, but Husha has, by comparison, played 11. So it's that depth, that range that allows MVK to cook up those different drafts that we were talking about.
And the best thing about that as well, Logan, and you kind of touched on it, it's about throwing a spanner in the works. And this is what this academy sort of roster now in the Pro Leagues is doing, is they've got all the tools from the shed. Now they're just seeing what's going to stick and make it work for them. Because that is the best thing about all these teams, is they've all got very unique individual playstyle. But for the conglomerate of the LCP, that playstyle is, let's kill everyone, because these games are dirty, they're bloody, they're wanting to get their hands as dirty as possible and make things work on the map. So this is what we expect to see, at least from the GZ roster too. I know that they love to get into these fights and they love to move things around the map. We just need to see them close out the games. This is what Vikings have done, maybe just a little bit better.
Yeah, GZ have found themselves in winning positions a couple of times in the early to mid game, but they always let it slip through their fingers. And one thing that I'm hoping that we get to see GZ do here is maybe pick blue side, because blue side here in the LCP has a 54 and a bit win rate, 54 and a bit % win rate here, Pike. So if the stats are in your favor, then surely you're going to feel a little more confident, a little more comfortable when you do pick those drafts.
Oh, look, I totally agree. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be picking at. Again, we're maybe expecting something like the Aatrox as well for Guri. Like, we've seen this very, very prominent. Loves to play these sort of off-meta junglers that can be high impact. But it comes down to, can we get maybe those good Lee Sin ganks out there against Fusha? It really comes down to what these teams are going to be aiming to achieve, or well, obviously the end goal is to win 2 games back-to-back and just absolutely demoralize your opponent. But we need to see smarter gameplay, a bit more movement out of GZ, and making sure that they're able to progress a little bit faster and start showing the skills that they've been building on this whole split. But Vikings, I think they got a pretty good odds for tonight, if I'm being honest.
I agree with you. I definitely think Vikings have the ability to take the night against Ground Zero Gaming. I would love to see a 2-1 because this is our 3rd seed versus our equal 5th seed here in the LCP, Pike. But we can get straight to these games right after the Riot Fist Bump coming up in just a moment, my friends.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第5周第1天的赛程，今天将会是 VCS 赛区与 PCS 赛区的全面开战。率先要进场的队伍，在前面的赛季当中呢，已经先后的逮捕了 CFO， 逮捕了 DCG， 今天磨刀霍霍走向他们的对手，高贵的维京人 MVK。上路 Stellar， 打野 Guri， 中路 Chica， 下路 Harky， 辅助 Silong， 教练 Big Coral。而今天向 MVK 发起挑战，已经退无可退 PCS 赛区，今天的先锋第1号种子来自的是 GZ。上路一剑，打野护下，中路 Jimmy N， 下路顺，辅助 Orca， 教练 Skywalk。好的，那么重铸 PCS 赛区的荣光 GZ 义不容辞，今天将会倒在 VCS 的大刀之下，还是 PCS 赛区要从此谷底反弹？比赛马上开始。
And we see Guri and Chica Pike have been picked for the 2v2 first selection matchup. This is one of my favorite things that we do here in the LCP, is this like silly little 2v2 to decide first selection. But the jungler and the mid, I think this is a good pick.
Oh, a silly little thing that we do. No, this is critical. If every league did this, the entertainment would be off the chains and everyone would be excited by it. I feel like people undervalue this as well because we've got Shun and Orca. We got the bot lane duo feeling good for GZ. We could be seeing the Draven maybe potentially coming out finally, but it might be banned out because honestly, you got to be so careful. Bot lane duo is always a hard one to go up against because they should have the synergy to work in any capacity here, Logan. But yes, the 2v2 out on the bridge. We're getting out into the frozen wasteland, exploring new horizons outside of Summoner's Rift. Yes, chat, it's okay. There are other game modes you're welcome to try. Solo queue's not the only thing. I'm just playing. But no, I love this because I think this sort of shows just like, it's all the fun side of LCP. Like this is them actually enjoying the 2v2. It's like, it's semi-serious, but at the same time, it's not.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen the player cams cut to them and they've been like upset or overly serious in these 2v2s. They've always been laughing, smiling, having a good time. And I really do think that sets the sort of pace and the tone for the rest of the night too, right? If they start off in a good mood, happy and fresh, then they take that mentals with them into that more serious BO3 situation. One thing that we were talking about before we got to that right fist bump though, Pike, that I want to touch on is we both think MVK is going to take it tonight, but how do we think they're going to take it? I personally think it's going to be a 2-1. I'm going to give GZ the credit. I think they can take a game. But what about you?
I'm going to give it the old 2-0. It's not that I don't have faith in GZ, it's that I just have not as much faith as you. I think Vikings have been playing really well. I think they've been quite exceptional in what they've been able to do. That's why they're third on the ladder. It's a tall order to go up against the Whales right now, but to still be near the top is important. So I think Vikings have a really strong chance in this series, and I think GZ, if we're going off this current split alone, they haven't been able to match some of these top teams. So it's not that I don't trust them, it's just that I think Vikings just got a little bit of a hand stiff. But we're seeing first champions being picked up, Darius and Anivia, Logan. Not too bad for MVK.
Anivia has definitely risen in priority of late. Oh my goodness, as they slammed Cassante and Brand. Oh, damn. But before I can get excited about that again, though. Anivia has definitely risen, girl, in priority a lot. That people are becoming... remembering the utility that Anivia wall has, the stuns and slows. There's not a skill that Anivia has, except I think the targeted one, that doesn't provide utility. There's stun, there's slow, there's walls, and then obviously the passive, the egg, is just a phenomenal lifesaver, especially in this 2v2, where to get first selection, you are the first side to get 2 kills, or you are the first side to get that turret. And if you can't kill Anivia through the passive, it's like a free death. So a lot of advantage can be gained from that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you can't deny there is a 5,000-year champion on the map right now. And also, we got the new items too. So it looks like they are playing on the current patch, Logan, which we will have to talk about because there's a lot of things. The big noteworthy change that we need to look at is actually Static Shiv update. And now I'm pretty sure Kais is going to be pickle ban.
Yeah, there's actually several significant changes to items here as well. Dusk and Dawn, Static Shiv, as you said, and I do believe there was a third one. I think it was the Cyclo Sword has been changed significantly. There's new boots, which provide Omnivamp, and if they're tier 3. But enough about the items, the fighting's happening.
Yeah, Orca already taken over, getting hit with those procs. Guri is 2 auto attacks away. Now they'll get Nivea, but there's the first kill already heading over. Now it's on Shun to see if they can get just that little bit of extra damage off, but they just couldn't finish off the bird. Unfortunately, it's not great when you like deep fry a Nivea with like zombie residue. Tried it in like Fallout, it's not worth it. But now they're still looking for something, but they're going to be probably looking for a reset.
Yeah, they're going to reset, heal up, and they have the advantage. MVK do get the first kill, so now they're in their position where they only need to get one more. Shun looking to get on the board.
Oh, there's a lot of damage going out, but Guri is getting it done, getting almost to the final proc, and Guri's about to be taken incredibly low. A flash forward might secure it. It's just one more pop by the brand. It's a 1-1 here, Logan. It's looking feisty.
As soon as I'm talking about the advantage, GZ go, nah, not tonight, and Shuni's able to take Guri out, even the board. It is 1 apiece here, Pike, as this 2v2 first select matchup heats up.
You are the sassiest caster tonight, and I am here for it. It's just like, you go, girl! That's all I want you to do. Mid-cast, you just surprise us with one of those, because that would just be perfect. But you're like, ooh, I'm here for it. I'm loving it. Guys, this is peak League of Legends content right here. Like, we're just having fun with it. But still, so are these guys, and they're taking it seriously now, Logan. We're back on the Rift. We see a couple more items being picked up, but nothing too crazy. I'm surprisingly not seeing any AP picked up for the Anivia. It's just those Dorian rings. What do you think about that? They're just going tanky.
Yeah, they're just going tanky build to survive the fight because they still have that passive. So if they make GZ work all that much harder to get through that health, then they're going to be able to apply damage. As a great stun comes down, but Orca buffers it with that shield. And we do see Dorian's helmet on Cassante, a new item that has come through in patch 26.9.
Cool. It's not the greatest looking headwear, but it's all right. I'll give it like a solid A. That's my input.
I mean,
for
if you're just starting out, if you're just starting out, Dorian's helm, it's basically 110 health, 10 armor, and 10 magic resistance. So it's like a great little tanky starter item, and it has this unique passive where basic attacks deal 5 bonus physical damage on hit to minions. And that's about it. So it's just like a nice little tanky item to get started. And we might also see Dorian's bow be played today.
Oh, is they looking for another big fight? Brand getting those Pillar of Fire's damage. Guri's low, and it is just picked up. GZ taking the 2v2 win. A little overstep there from Darius. Was not the right call, but great pickup here from GZ. Let's see what they're deciding to go with. Do they want that first pick? They're going second pick, which means Vikings are picking up their red side. That's their preferred side, Logan. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, MVK getting first pick and their preferred red side. I feel like GZ have, from statistical data from previous matchups, it feels like GZ has just handed every advantage over to MVK. So they absolutely know something we don't here, Pike. They have had to be cooking in the kitchen and getting a few reps in with some drafts that they really want to run here on tonight's, best of 3 matchup. But I mean, we don't need to remind everybody, we're past the halfway mark, right? GZ, they're tied second last in 5th place. They need to start winning to at least end in the middle of the group and secure that playoff spot for themselves. And I don't know, it's a bold call, and we got to see if it pays off here, Pike.
You were so close yet so far to the most glorious quote known to mankind there, Logan. It's a bold strategy card. Let's see if it pays off for him. But now we'll have to see. And now you've ticked it over. We're doing dodgeball all night. It's confirmed. We're just going to go with it. But now, okay, these two teams. You talked about how GZ are really, so they need this win. I think this is one of the rougher series for them. This is where all this work has come to a bit more of an end point. It's, can GZ come clutch? Has GZ been putting in the hours, putting in the reps right here, right now, and are ready for these stage matches? Because yes, it's still best of 3s tonight, Logan. It's still going to be very interesting matches. I think the picks need to be really spicy in order for these two teams to maybe sort of take that early advantage. I don't think we can run back with the staple sort of picks, like just you can pick your strong champions, but pick them a little bit smarter.
One thing though that we haven't even mentioned though is that obviously this is VCS versus PCS, and we know that the VCS MVK love an excellent scrap. They will fight at a moment's notice. They will even take unfair, unadvantaged fights, right? They're happy to do it while they're down, and I would expect to see early jungle invades, because since patch 26.1 this year, jungle invades are so much more punishing. So if you can pull them off, it sets up that early game so well for your team. But enough about the game plan and the strategy, Pike. We're seeing these bans come through, and these are familiar bans, though I do love Bard being taken away immediately.
Yeah, you can't give Orca Bard. Orca is a little bit more known, especially with like Sulongs of being these like hard engaged champions. So the Bard, I think, is just like a good way to take a lot of other 80 carries off the board too. But Pantheon as well, now you're taken off the board. I think there's a lot to say about the pathings, the actual Pantheon and like the drafting here. It's all very stock standard. It's all champions we've seen before, all high impact. And you're right, you talked about the jungle. There's that Nocturne, Pantheon. I think these are really smart picks to get off the board. You don't want Husha or Guri on either of those. And there's the Ezreal band out too. I don't mind it. I think Ezreal definitely got a big buff in the latest patch as well.
Yeah, so let's talk about that for a little bit. It was some AP scaling. So a lot of people are talking about running Ezreal in the mid lane now as kind of like a poke AP, but in that mid lane matchup, which a lot of mid laners aren't used to. So it could, you know, be that little element of chaos that one side or the other needs to get across that line. And I have to imagine that GZ would be the ones that would look for this if they're down. But MVK, they're the cookers of the LCP. I really feel like they're the ones who'd be more willing to pull the trigger first to secure that Ezreal and try AP. But whether it's up to snuff for the pro leagues yet or not, we can't quite tell. But that is a change. In 26.9, AP Ezreal got a buff. However, Ryze locked in for GZ along with Xin Zhao. That is a dynamic duo if ever I've seen one, Pike.
Oh, but you can't ignore what the other side, GZ Vikings, are cooking up. Ashe, Seraphine, locked in first game. You are not allowed to move, and this is going to be so hard to deal with. But okay, the meld is the right answer. If you want to negate a Crystal Enchanted Arrow or an Encore, that's the champion to do it. It will be put in the AP carry slot, though, so they have to put it down bot side because they've already locked in Ryze. But Ambessa, also another fantastic option, because what better way to get to the backline than having this top laner?
Yeah, and one thing I do like is that they hovered the Medada duo, right? Obviously, Mel and Ambessa are from the Medada family, both from Noxus, and whomsoever picked that one up, Jimmy was like, oh, do we go Mel? Do we go Ambessa? But they've opted for that priority around the backline access because Ashe and Seraphine are such an oppressive combination when they come online with all of that slow, those roots with the Seraphine E's as well. Even Jarvan, which we haven't even addressed yet, he's able to get that Cataclysm down, and Besser is able to ult into that Cataclysm if needs be to protect whoever has been Cataclysm. So I really do like the Ambessa pick. It's going to be able to follow Ryze when he realm warps too. Like, you just drop an Ambessa anywhere on the Rift.
And that's scary. That's not what you want to be seeing, especially popping up in front of you. But still, I think you touched on the J4. I want to talk about that a little bit more, mostly because you talked at the very start, we need aggressive junglers that will be willing to invade. J4 and Xin Zhao are exactly that. They've been staples in the LCP for quite a while now too. Staples across the world, in fact. But now that I'm seeing what GZ is sort of cooking up a little bit more, I feel like they're going to have a pretty good time. They need a good support that's going to be able to soak up a lot of this engage. I'm thinking Alistair could be a really big pickup here for GZ. But Bairn's on the board now as well. Renekton, Annie being taken off, and Mel too spells that they're looking at these mid lane top sides.
Yeah, look, that Mel ban, obviously because GZ telegraphed that she was a potential consideration, I think is a smart move from MVK. They go, you gave us free information, we're going to take advantage of that, thank you very much. And I have to believe that GZ's support that they pick will need to be ranged. It could potentially be an enchanted support as well. As we see Lucian being hovered here, it could be that classic Lucian Nami, which is another classic pairing. It would just be bot lane duos that everybody knows and loves. I would love to see an engaged support, but they are going to have a hard time in that bot lane in the early to mid game, Pike. It feels like a rough pick.
It could just be the Milio being picked up here or the Nami, like you mentioned. Like, I think you do have a bit of tankiness with the Ambessa and the Xin that are going to be able to go in for GZ, but the poke and the lockdown that's coming out of Vikings right here, and now with a Yorick who's going to love sitting in these side lanes. Dude, it's going to four out of 5 games it's won, which is crazy. And the Anivia coming in as well really rounds out this Viking comp because J4 can come in with the Cataclysm. Anivia's just going to throw up all of that snowstorm, and it's just going to do so much damage while locking them down. And with an egg too, what can Ambessa do trying to get onto the backside? But no, okay, don't even worry about all that. It's a Cassiopeia instead, which hasn't had the best success rate, but is a really good pickup here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Anivia mid lane is a choice. We have seen it perform in the LCK in the hands of the absolute best players in the world, and I would love to see it here, but I just didn't think it fit the draft identity for MVK. It just didn't have enough damage, I want to say. It brought a lot of utility, so I really do like the Cassiopeia pick. It does bring a little bit of utility, but it brings a lot more damage, and that ult is so powerful. It can make or break team fights, and when you pair it with the Seraphine Encore, good night, sweet prince, whoever MVK is targeting.
Absolutely, but like I'm looking at a couple smaller things, right? Lucian coming into this game into an Ashe Seraphine, you might say, do they take cleanse? This is like a big question. Do they take cleanse? You have the Breath of Life with Milio, so you don't necessarily have to be forced to take cleanse. You can take a barrier to sort of negate a little bit more, because Breath of Life is going to be acting as your sort of cleanse. So there's a lot of moves and counter moves that GC have sort of picked in with this draft that they've locked in, but at the same time, you can't ignore Ashe Seraphine is one of the strongest bot lane duos in the game right now, because it's so hard to just get away from the slows.
Yeah, the slows can definitely do a lot of work. And one of my favorite matchups that we see into that is the Yuumi Zeri, but they obviously have not opted into that pick here tonight. It's that Ashe Seraphine into that Lucian Milio combo. And, you know, people say Lucian Nami is such a classic duo. Lucian Milio is almost equally as classic of a matchup here, Pike. So I am glad we do get to see it. And one thing I'm surprised about, though, is that Ashe did make it through the ban phase. She is literally the 5th most banned champion here in the LCP, so clearly they have a plan, Pike. But enough talking about what might be. We are on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between Ground Zero Gaming and MVK Esports.
It is time to shine. It is what we've been waiting for all week long. We've been seeing the amazing show socials that the LCP has been putting out. But here we are, Game 1, Series 1 of Week 5. The skins, oh, Trials by Twilight, Xin Zhao, not bad. Pirate Rise, another Blue Smurf. Oh, Project Lucian, great skin. But High Noon Ashe is so hard to deal with. It's so clean. Winter Wonderman, Milio as well. And KDA All-Out Seraphine, Rising Star. We got some good skins on the Rift here tonight, Logan.
Look, as a support main, I rock KDA on Seraphine all the time. As we do get a quick heads up here, Gragas, Tahm, Kench, Talia, and Warwick got some buffs, and Bessa and Briar did get a couple of little nerfs here and there. But I love a good skin on Summoner's Rift, Pike. I feel like I play better, but there's some adjustments too, Pike.
Yeah, look, these adjustments were pretty big, and I think they sort of were targeting the high-impact champions. Zeri's been hit pretty, not necessarily hard, but I think there needed to be adjustments there. Ezreal too, yes, it's so strong in Plope, it can do a lot with how much poke it does, but I think they needed to balance it out with the new items and all the champion adjustments coming out. Obviously looking at different metas, so I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Ashe looking to go for like the static shiv too, but again, we'll have to see what it is. I haven't delved too deep into this whole static shiv update, but I know it was definitely the biggest one. There's a lot of chatter about it on Reddit.
Yeah, Static Shiv for 26.9 did undergo some serious and significant changes, so we will take a look at that after this fight. Chica. Woo-wee.
Damn. Do you think...
Putting in some big work in the mid.
Do you think blue Smurfs are scared of snakes?
I mean, especially a snake that can equip boots, right? Like, what kind of mind game is that? Where do the boots even go?
We will never know. Well, we might. It depends if they're like mittens, maybe. Maybe they're like they wear them on their hands because. So they need to change the name. Well, there technically is a mitten item, but let's not worry about that because we're still on the Rift. Nothing too crazy to note. It is looking a little bit more Vikings favored right now, as Stella is just getting a lot of damage down onto Ejung. But let's look at these lanes real quick, Logan. Let's just do like a quick breakdown. Is the Mbessa into the Yorick? What's your take on that?
Yorik's going to be able to sustain the trading from Mbessa until Mbessa hits the item power spike, the one that gives the shields when you hit with, I think it's 2 or 3 attacks and or abilities chained together. Getting that extra shield will be really, really nice. Obviously, Yorick does have really great sustain. They both have Grasp of the Undying, so I don't think it's going to be overly explosive in this top side, but Yorick does have that sort of split push power. Yeah, well verbalized there, Pike. The damage coming out of Chica already onto Husha sends Husha packing.
Yeah, no, not the fun kind of packing, not going on the trip that you were really hoping for. It's actually a business trip, unfortunately. But no, okay. So at the same time, you're right. I think what I'm looking at both these team comps is you cannot let Stella sit in these side lanes for too long. Someone will have to answer that because Yorick will just perma-take these towers, use the Maiden to be able to get out of dodge, and then follow it up with the rest of the team looking for a big fight. But I'm excited to see how Haki as well is going to have a bit more of an impact with those Crystal Arrows, starting these fights, followed up with the Encore too. Now that Husha's been sort of pushed off the Scuttle Crab top side, there's maybe a little bit of an invade coming in because Guri's starting to lose his Raptors, might be walking down into a little bit of a fight, but smited away and Husha's just walking out a smooth criminal.
Yeah, just gets that camp tidily and gets out of dodge before the fight. Looking mid though, potential, and they're just going to walk it off. Husha shows up and MVK back away. Guri though clearing some of that ward control, and as we were talking about a little earlier, if we expect to see Static Shiv come out at all, because they have changed its build path, and quote unquote, the new version of Shiv allows on-hit builds to apply their effects to multiple enemies at once. So that lightning that dances between potential multiple champions is also going to apply on-hit effects. Think, you know, like Kraken Slayer, think Bork, that sort of thing. So could have some really interesting situations come out of this one.
And Dusk and Dawn could be quite good too. Oh, Chica could be taken quite low. Has to flash. Not much matters. The Ghost is procced. Flashes go forward, and it is Jimmy with the kill. Do the minions finish him off? No, he gets away, and a solo bolo in the mid lane.
I love that Jimmy got this solo because a lot of people have been doubting Jimmy. Well, I mean, I think I even was saying last week that he's been very quiet. He hasn't been that superstar that he's needed to be in the mid lane. So this is such a strong, confident start. He had that level 6 advantage and ran Chica down. He knew he had the damage and the health to be able to take that fight, and he won convincingly. As we see here, Chica's the one advancing onto Jimmy, and Jimmy just turns it back around. 2 abilities hit and Chica's less than 20%. So it's just that aggressiveness, the flash forward. He knew he could take that play, Pike.
The downside was, as well, Chica just overstepped a little bit too far and got caught out, had no mana, no health, and yeah, really great read from Jimmy to make a proactive play. But now, Gold has ever so swung in Jimmy's lead with that first blood, but Sulog's in a bit of a spicy spot. Could be a little bit too far up sitting on wards, but Haki's looking to chase them down. Cozy Campfire just to give a little bit of that extra range and healings. Not going to end the world, but Dragon already picked up for Vikings. This is what we like to talk about with the Vikings. Whenever they pick red side, they will always be at these Dragons, basically at spawn. So already seeing this early objective advantage is fantastic out of this team.
Yeah, consistency is key to success, and MVK are doing that well, as you say, picking up that Drake, advancing forward onto Shun here, though, Pike.
Oh. Crystal Arrow just going to get dodged out by the flash, but oof, that was close as. Oh, Stella could be in a bit of a bad spot. Has to be careful. Guri is up here too. It's the bait and switch. Looking for the flag and drag. Husha straight back into it. Where becomes Lightning. He's going to be doing the damage. Stella heals up so much. Jimmy and T-Juggy's just low enough. Guri flashes forward. Can he hold on? He able to throw out one flag. And the drag follow-up gets it done. But a 1-for-1 trade up on this top side.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on the top laners, but it was the junglers who got the kills. So the junglers are evenly matched and the top laners are evenly matched. So that's not really going to change the game state overly much in that sort of top half of the map, Pike. So it was a lot of ults and a lot of flashes burned for ultimately, dare I say, not much return, as the gold is relatively even. And we take a look at this. Guri juggling on that vision control perfectly. Clearly was tracking Husha, suspected him, and they all in here. But Ejiang's ult dodged tidily, which is interesting too, because Ambessa's ult actually did get a little bit of, I want to say, an adjustment. It's easier to hit if you're the Ambessa, slightly harder to dodge if you're Ambessa's opponents. It doesn't have as much of a wind-up as it used to. I think it was a 0.1, a 0.2 second sort of change up on that. So the hands to be able to dodge that updated ult, phenomenal performance.
I love it. I do love a good patch where a lot happens. So trying to see, as they're planning out, clearing out some good wards. Next Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes, but Void Grubs are up and online. And Husha's down bot side, so maybe we'll be seeing a little bit more of a scuffle. Guri saying, please get off my blue buff. This is mine.
Yeah, I love a good blue buff. Yeah, it looks to be giving because he probably suspected they noticed someone was missing in that mid lane. I don't think he wants to take a 1v2 into Husha and Jimmian. But one thing that I would love to see Jimmian pick up, if it's applicable for him, is those new Gluttonous Greaves. And if he doesn't pick it up tonight, I hope someone does, because that's a brand new item that has hit the Rift here in 26.9, as Guri just rotates through that mid lane and is on those objectives. The Grubs are up. Husha, though, gonna get the Scuttle Crab for the vision at the very least, just to know what Guri's up to.
Yeah, no, as well. You can see they have actually started them up. They've lost the Scuttle, but maybe they said we can just brute force this, as they do have the early prio in mid and top. So we do see Stella is already making their way down. Chica's now backing off because they know something's awry. Where is Husha? Why are they not showing on the map? Now they're looking to come back, as it could be the 50-50 smite off for one of these Grubs. One already secured for Vikings. Maybe that's all they really wanted. But now Husha's actually going for it. Flag and drag over the wall just to avoid. When it becomes lightning, he's going to get that damage off, and I think it's just giving over the two. Vikings, they're pretty happy just to take away the full objective.
I did love what we saw there, though. Guri was in the back of the pit doing the wiggle, doing the jiggle, and
flash misses Logan. They're so low, Haki has to flash too. Stun's going out, and they're trying to walk away. Sulong is very low, being chased down. Slows are good, and Shun, dangerous position, but is able to walk out. Wait. No way, here comes Chica. Might be able to flash in, has the flash, has air petrifying gaze, it's huge, the double! They didn't see it coming, and a big pickup for Chica.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. A flash ult over the wall secures Chica a double kill and finalizes the Rod of Ages, getting that item advantage over Jimmian in that mid lane. I know if I was in solo queue, I'd be like, where were the pings? Where was people telling me mid lane was missing? But it was just such a heads up roam there, Pike, on that bot side. Haki and Sulong did so well to get Shun and Orca low. Shun and Orca did well to win this 2v2, though no one died. They definitely drove Haki and Sulong away. And as you say, the flash encore missed. And so Shun and Orca, they're like, well, Sulong and Haki, they're gone. There's nothing they can do, and they're advancing. But meanwhile, this whole time, Chica, just such an excellent roam. Great use of that, you know, explosive pot blossom there to just get over the wall. Flash ult, dead. Bing, bang, boom.
It's a little bit too easy. The Vikings made that look. Chica in particular making a great heads-up play. Second Dragon's on the board now, Logan. This is the big one. Mountain is locking in, but it's not Soul just yet. So we still have to decide which one's going to be able to lock it in. But Vikings are looking like the front runners. They're going in to clear out the vision. Can already see that they're starting to get those early rotations down, and great map awareness from Guri to be here, already proactively thinking, do we just get the pick, then rotate up?
Yeah, and I mean, not only are they being proactive and first, as this is a great ward that Orca is recalling on, so MVK, they're going to get that information. They're going to know that the support of GZ is no longer around.
Crystal Arrow does hit. Now it's all on Chica doing the damage. Realm Warp, maybe just to get out of dodge. Oh, it's too much, and Chica still picks up the kill. The Crystal Arrow got it done, and that's another ultimate down, so the Realm Warp's gone, and the Dragon's just going to be an easy pickup for Vikings.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Jimmian to try and Realm Warp to save Husha, but Husha just got absolutely decimated by Haki's arrow there. That Ash ult, if it lands, is the single longest stun in the game. And now Chica with 3 kills and Haki roaming, supporting, takes the gold lead as we're talking. MVK, they're well positioned. They have a 2.8 thousand gold lead, 2 Drakes, and Pike. We go back to this, and there's the arrow to start it all. Husha even moved, but still in the straight line of the arrow, and there was nothing he could do. So MVK just secure that kill, take out the jungler, get the free Drake.
Yeah, and Shelly coming up in 2 minutes as well. That 2.8k gold lead's now sort of receded back into a 2k gold lead, but is still so good at 13 minutes of the game. We're seeing the lane swaps now coming into effect too, as we are entering out of laning phase. We'll have to see where the priority is going to be going, because yes, we've seen so much on these dragons. Now that there's more across the board, we'll have to see if Stella's going to be able to make use of this map pressure being the tanky one that can just push towers. But honestly, Ejung's doing a great job just sort of stifling that, saying, no, we need to keep Stella here. But it's sort of at the cost of the team, where you do need Ejung to be moving and getting these big ultimates off and getting the public execution on the backline. Crystal, oh my lord, these Crystal arrows are actually insane, but just missed ever so slightly.
Yeah, if that had connected, that would almost have certainly been a kill onto Jimmy, and he has gone for those Merc treads as a fight also breaks out in the mid, but it will just be a little trade of a health bar and nothing more here, Pike. But if we do take a quick little breather and have a look at the wards around the Rift, MVK, they've got some in that sort of top half and bottom half of their jungle, so they've got their jungle pretty well covered with 1 or 2 deep into GZ, whereas GZ, they don't have anywhere near as many wards. They've probably got half the wards and only in their bot side jungle too. So MVK are really prioritizing this vision control so that they can send those arrows across the map and ensure they land. I really think they're playing nicely around Haki, who's also eked out a 20 CS advantage for themselves.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff, and this is also just the power of the Ashe Seraphine. You do have that early control, you're able to get the damage off, the slows are even better. They haven't even got kills to their name just yet, they've just got assists, and it's so handy. Even just that little bit of gold added in helps a lot. But now you can see they're starting to pick up this top side. Shelly is up on the board. Chica still down on the bot side, taking the first tower of the game, and the tier 1 bot side for blue. But Rift Herald's been started up, Husha's already here.
Yeah, having this priority on the Rift Herald is good. They need to get these jungle objectives, but obviously MVK, they're committing a TP to this mid as well. They're going to push the mid in and then try and rotate as a counter TP comes in. Pike.
Straight in. Husha's getting caught out as the Cataclysm's good. Let's see if the wind come lightning is going to be enough damage as Haki's trying to get the damage off with the Crystal Arrow. Another TP. There's the public execution. It's what we were looking for all along from GZ. Here's now Stella though. Maiden in effect. Shun has to flash out of that cage, but it's going to be enough as Ejung is still straightening out. Haki getting the damage off, but now they're starting to look low. The Cozy Campfire is good, but now they jump back in. Stella's taken so low, and he has to be very careful, but still a great fight and some signs of life out of GZ.
Husha tanked it all. The fight might continue. Orca getting a little cheeky. GZ have rotated to the Rift Herald, thinking they've got the priority. MVK don't want to let them get away with it, as Guri has hit the Rift again. He's now respawned, and they are back to 5v5 strength. So that was a really good, protracted fight there. I really liked what I saw out of there. Husha's Crescent Guard basically got a bajillion% value. As we see it here again, you know, Guri goes in, the Cataclysm. Here's the Crescent Guard, which also protects him through the Encore that Shulong lands onto Husha. So they're not able to take the jungler out early. And then because one of them dies, we see Stella forced to TP down. He enters the fight, and they're able to sort of frontline and kite him away. So his impact is merely to save MVK rather than to take over and win the fight for GZ, as this Rift Herald fight is breaking out again, Pike.
Yeah, look, both teams really want this. Look to pick it up as soon as you can. It's already been set. Fights because there is a lot of damage, but Coach Comms, the double up from both sides, Logan. Sugar and Skywalk already talking to their teams, trying to get a little bit more info into their pockets, but it looks like Vikings have just sort of muscled their way onto this Rift Herald.
Yeah, MVK did really well there. They obviously kind of prevented in that first fight GZ winning hard enough to take that Rift Herald straight away. And then they were able to delay it and come back out, push GZ away, and then take the Rift Herald for themselves. And this is what we've talked about a million times. If we've said it here once in the LCP, we've said it a million times, is MVK Esports prioritizes jungle objectives. And they're doing it here tonight. They're prioritizing it to the point where they will fight until the death for it, Pike. As the Rift Herald, it's going down. There's going to be another fight.
Yeah, well, this is it. MVK, they are just that little bit stronger. Dragons up too, so starting off the Rift Herald to just crack open that mid base, it's going to be so good. But Guri's here. They're waiting in the wings. They're going to be able to just make their move as soon as they can. But Stella being caught out. Cage is good, but is it going to be enough? As Jimmy's on this backside, getting a lot of damage off, but Maiden's starting to drain. 2.5k health on the Dragon. Neither team wants to finally hit it. Petrified Gaze misses. The Flash Forward's not good enough, but now the Green Gage coming back in. Ejung is here. Encore hits double. Is it Jimmy? It already gets taken out. Haki's already so low. It's the shutdown as well. Ejung back into the backline, but Chica is locking out these junglers. And look how low the roster of GZ is. The Realm Orb just to avoid disaster, but a huge play. And it is the Vikings who come out on top.
Yeah, I almost have to feel like it's prioritization of targets, right? MVK, they know what they're doing when it comes to these jungle objectives. They know that if they kill the enemy jungler, it damn near guarantees the jungle objective for themselves. And that's why they take Husha out first. Any damage dealt to anyone else is nice. It's a cherry on top as we see that whiff ult one more time. But Husha is their target. Obviously, Jimmy is forced away because he's so low here. Husha goes in to do something, and MVK, they sort of break apart, if you will. They parted by Husha's Crescent Guard, but it almost works in their favor. They're then able to turn around and go, well, none of us are in combat with you now, so we can push the rest of your team away and turn on you when we're good and ready. So they kill Husha, they get the jungle objective, and they win the fight tidily through that early poke damage onto Jimmy, who wasn't able to step in and help.
It's going to take a second here, Logan. It's 4 to 5 kills so far. 2k gold lead still for Vikings. Crystal Arrow's good, but no, they couldn't get the Breath of Life up just in time. Now they have to be backing out a little bit more. Husha is in the area. But now, 3, gotta be careful. Pink Ward's going out, volleys 2. But here's the Baron. It is up on the Rift. Have to see which team wants to get that early priority. Most likely it's Vikings going to try to muscle them out too, but still, I'm looking at these big combos that are coming in. Haki is waiting for that Crystal Arrow. It's just close to about halfway off cooldown. So now it's all about how do they do a little bit extra and get these really good lockdowns. Because you're right, they're looking at Husha. That's their target. If you kill Husha, jungle objective is free. Doesn't really matter if Haki's down, because right now that's what everyone seems to be scared of. Is they're worried about Haki and this Ashe and how much damage they're putting out. Items don't tell me the damage is going to be all that big.
Yeah, I don't think this is a damage Ashe for sure. That Hextech Optics as well as the Phantom Dancer there, just providing a lot of move speed, attack speed, getting that crit rolling, which increases her passive, but it's not a damage Ashe build that we're seeing here. But I do want to point out that the LCP is the first major region on patch 26.9. So when you take a look at Shun on the Lucian with the Gluttonous Greaves, he is the first pro player in the world to have the new item Gluttonous Greaves.
Get out of town. I like it. Yep. LCP, you're rocking the boat, and I'm here for it.
We are trendsetters. Everyone else follows the LCP. You heard it here first, Pike.
Yeah. Get better time zones, everyone else. Haha.
I mean, we are blessed. What else can we say?
Look, it's when you get the pro games early on before everyone else, this is where everyone can figure out what's going on. But at the same time, it's game one. We've got plenty more items to build across the Logan. But still, Vikings slowly the soul point is not to rub your nose at. This team is looking for that Dragon Soul, especially an Infernal. It's going to do a lot of extra damage for this team. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so I really like the damage that an Infernal can bring, right? In a minute and a half, that's going to be the 4th Drake that we see in the game. And it procs just a little bit more damage on top of what you're already doing. So what it's going to do for Ashe at the very least is it's going to elevate her from a low damage to sort of like a medium damage. She's actually going to become more of a threat than the utility build that she's gone for here. But, you know, Chica, already crazy amounts of damage, is going to become an almost overbearing threat if they are allowed to get this Infernal Soul here as a fight breaks out.
Yeah, culling already used just to sort of get them off a ward. I don't know if that's the right trade you'd be looking for, because pink ones only cost 75 gold. A culling has a pretty standardly long cooldown, especially in a team fight, but Husha might be looking, but does not make the mark.
Yeah, and I mean, if looks, oh, good hit there. Oh,
Crystal Arrow, it hits! No way! The miasma does go down to flag and drag. There's the petrifying gaze. Where did they go? The CC was just too much for Izhang.
And the timing of it, Pike, 30 seconds before the Soul Drake. So they're not going to have Izhang. It's going to be a 4v5 for GZ. MVK, they've really set themselves up. They've got the vision, they've got the numbers advantage. If they secure this Infernal Soul, their abilities and basic attacks will create explosions, dealing 22.5% bonus attack damage around that target. So it's like an extra target damage as well as AoE.
Encore does go out. Let's see if the Breath of Life's going to do it. Cataclysm is good, but now here comes Husha into the back line. Smites go down, but Haki's trying to hold on a little bit longer. Chica picks up the kill. There's the TP in now from Stella trying to join this fight. Let's see if they can do anything with the Maiden. It's currently not available. TP as well. Now coming out for Izhang. It looks like MVK are just backing off. Prioritize the dragon because Xin Zhao's already dead.
Yeah, look, and Stella landed, copped a whole arrow.
Public execution misses anywhere, and Chica has gone godlike. Easy pickups, and where did that Lucian go? Izhang needs to be so careful. Guri as well is dangerously low, but what we saw before is there's no public execution for this Mbessa. Izhang has no way to really do anything, and now Haki's all alone in the mid, trying to take on Jimmy, and just gets blown up.
I think MVK are happy with that. I really think Haki was doing his job, keeping GZ around in the mid lane, preventing them from even getting close to the Drake. And if Haki dies after the soul is taken, honestly, pat Haki on the back. He did his job. You know, you went down for the team soldier, get back in the fight. Has that infinity edge now, is starting to bring that damage online. Plus that infernal soul, I mean, look out. Chica, 3 items, has that actualizer, the Rod of Ages there too. As we go back to this setup before the 4th Drake, and the arrow lands so clean, Pike. Chica just able to layer so much damage as Guri goes over the top just to finish them off.
There was just nothing you could really do there. This encore was looking really good, but it's the follow-up play afterwards where you can see it is Husha trying to get onto this backline, but just didn't have the damage or the agency, Logan. And then it returns back down. They're looking for a little bit more of a fight. Stella jumps in. And then it flips again, and Vikings make a bigger move.
Yeah, one thing I did notice, though, is Husha, he really did try to make the best of it. He did get that backline access, and obviously with that Sundered Sky, gets a lot of sustain and healing, but it still wasn't enough. That hero play, unfortunately, not panning out. And MVK just getting kills elsewhere, getting it onto the likes of Shun, too, shutting him down, and finding that 4v5.
Is the Maiden actually just gonna wait? Oh, that Crystal Arrow was close again. Wow, I love it. I love these across the map ultis, but now it is just Vikings. They had such a strong play. They sent 2 down here to deal with Stella. They're just looking at the Baron. It's 2 members on it. The vision's just perfect, and it should just be going down easily, but Husha's in the wings. There could be a 50-50 smite off. You've got to be careful. Culling does come out. It's trying to keep Sealog at bay, but the Baron is about to go down. Easy pickups. Now it's about Wind Becomes Lightning. Encore does go down. Cataclysm 2, and where did Husha go? Now Jimmy is joining the fight. Nice volley goes out. Is Guri able to hold on a little bit more damage? Just going to get everything off. It's too much. Jimmy, and he's going to get it down, but no, it is still Haki picking up Izhang, and look at where Stella is. They're dead. They weren't even at that fight, Logan. That's how crazy this is. Stella's just pushing in side lanes with a double kill for Haki. Finally on the board. This could be the victory march for Vikings right here, right now.
And so suddenly as well, they just absolutely take that Baron fight. This is going to be, if they go for the win right here, right now, Pike, which I don't think they can. I think they're going to get this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor, and then they're going to back away because the rest of GZ, they're back up in 20. Oh no!
Oh, Orca had to burn Flash to get out of dodge, but if they can pick up that second inhib, but they might not need to even worry about it. It's all about playing around topside now, but let's watch this play again, Logan. It was a bloody good one.
Yeah, GZ basically went in blind. Chica, unfortunately, gets the half ult, not the full stun that he wanted onto Husha, but it buys them enough time. Husha cannot get into the pit to secure that Baron. Sulong had the backup ready. Encore's over the back of the pit, locks Husha down, so he never stood a chance, unfortunately. And it feels brutal to watch Ejung going in. He's not... I feel like MVK, they have all the answers to a diving Ambessa. They know what they're doing, and we were talking about a low damage Ashe, but that is not a low damage Ashe, Pike.
Yes, no, definitely not, especially with that IE on board. They've just picked up the Guardian Angel too, so this is a 4-item Ashe. You got to be so careful because these volleys hurt, and if they're not careful, they will just get blown back up. But still, now, like I said, they're looking at topside. They've still got the Baron buff in play. They're just about to clock over to that 5k gold lead just off the Baron play alone, because this Soul just shreds through these minions. The empowered damage of this Infernal is pretty insane. But now it's about how can they re-engage? How can they just take this tower quick and easy, lemon squeezy, but a culling out from Shin2 just says back on off. But Stella again too, like this is just Vikings playing the map so well.
This is Vikings using that Yorick so effectively. We know him as that split pusher. As we see a realm, they were thinking about that realm warp. It does go wide. They whiff it. But Stella is using that Yorick exactly how it's supposed to be used. It's a 1v4 split, but they have to send multiple to Stella, and they just can't do it. The Baron buff for another 20 seconds here, Pike, as it's a 5v5 siege. They have every inhibitor turret. They have every inhibitor. It could end here and now.
10 seconds on the Baron to note, but still it might not be enough. They just need to hit these towers a little bit longer. 3 seconds is going to clock it down, and the minions are going to subside, but they're able to walk up. The damage is really good. The volleys, they're in effect. There's the Cataclysm going forward. Who's just going back in, trying to get that Crescent Guard off. Now Jimmy is trying to take on Haki, but it's not going to be able to do it. Petrifying Gaze is not good. Ejung gets hit with the public execution. Is getting caught back out, and is now trying to slash. They're trying to dash. They're trying to move, but they're getting hit with the flags left, right, and center. It is Chica, the snake, getting it done, and it is Haki now walking up saying, let's just kill them in their fountain. Haki is going to go into that GA, is going to get the double kill too. They've gone positive, and it is going to be the Vikings taking game at number 1 here tonight because they are looking very good. Triple kill confirmed. 13.5k gold lead for the team. They are feeling hot tonight.
And that was a faster than average game time too, closing that one out in 30 minutes. So MVK, they saw their win con and they absolutely went for it. As you say, 13,500 gold there at the end, a triple kill going over to Haki. I'm sure they wanted to try and get more, but I'm certain that the win is that much sweeter. So MVK take game 1 and GZ are left to rethink their game plan, try and come up with a strategy of how they can come back in game 2, because GZ, they did get stomped there by the end of that game, but they had, like we've said before, a good start to the game, Pike.
Look, and that's the thing we didn't really get to touch on at the start of the game is Vikings had drafted a very mid-late game-centric team. It was all about getting those 2-3 item power spikes and then running away with it. It was their game to dominate. But GZ, like you said, they had a relatively decent early game. They were making things work. They were getting it to the objectives as roughly on time. I think those 2 early dragons they weren't able to get, and they sort of just messed up one positioning here or there to give it over, really did sort of suffer for them. But the game plan was still there from GZ. They still had some signs of life, but you can't just deny it was just really well drafted. This Ashe Seraphine combo is so difficult to deal with.
And even then, I really think those encores could have been better. There was at least 3 that I can recall that missed. So it's like, if MVK won this hard with those encores missing or getting such low value, imagine if they'd consistently hit. Imagine if they'd got 3 or more members. It would have just been absolute shellacking across the board here. But it's done. It's dusted. MVK won. The encores did their job when and where they were needed. And I almost think it came down to like a serious jungle diff here too, Pike. Husha tried his best, but MVK, they put all the priority on those jungle objectives. They had the team members there before GZ could even think about bringing members there. And they would always target Husha. They never stood a chance.
No, and I think that's the thing we have to talk of note, right? Is you talked about how Vikings were moving as a unit, where GZ sort of felt like they were just a little bit behind on the 8 ball. They weren't moving as a succinct team going forward. Whereas if every time you look at these fights, it is Vikings actually quite close together. They know who they're playing around. You know who's shot calling, and you can actually see in all these comms that the vocals are good. Even from GZ, the vocals are really strong. It's more just I think they're not getting those hands to match up with what they're trying to achieve, or at least Vikings are just running the ship a little bit faster than they can keep up with.
Yeah, look, they've had a game now though, so the hands, they are warmed up. I expect the hand differential to be a little less, because this was that level 6 mid-fight that I really think Jimmy, as soon as he saw it, went, I can take this fight. And this was a good start. It was a strong start coming out of Jimmy and able to solo bolo Chica. But then, unfortunately, that was kind of the highlight, if you will, of that mid lane fight there before MVK went, right, we're not leaving the 1v1s. We're now always fighting at least 2, 3, 4 members strong. And GZ just weren't able to find a way through that team situation.
And that was that one encore blunder that we were sort of like, does this really define the fight? But it was Chica, the big snake that actually made this play still work. The recovery was good. I love these ones. Let's watch the whole thing.
I'm watching. I love that it's in slow-mo.
Too good. Easy. Whew. Man, imagine playing League in that view all the time.
I don't know if I could do that. That actually kind of cool.
I couldn't either. It'd be too much.
Yeah. But one thing that I did see a lot of as Guri goes in with his Cataclysm is the layering of the ultimates. So the Cataclysm went in and Sulong encored because the targets are stuck. They're locked down. And we did see that time and time again. We also saw Stella use his TPs very aggressively, right? Because since patch 26.1 in top lane, you complete that quest, you can get that massive shield when you TP. What's the point of having a big shield if you're not going to use it? And that's exactly what he did. I just think MVK, they had like a stronger frontline, if that makes sense. Husha could only really frontline when he had Crescent Guard up. Outside of that, he melted. And Bessa, not the true definition of a tank. Has high mobility, has some decent shielding, but can't tank, dare I say, like a Yorick can with that built-in sustain in his kit.
Yeah, no, that's 100% correct. I think this was just a bit of a draft diff where Vikings had the stronger comp. They knew that as the game went on, they were going to be able to use it to its advantage and actually take over the game further. So it was all just a stall for them. All they had to do was really wait. And it was eventually they were going to be strong enough to be able to take any fight. You can see here, Haki is just tanking these towers, just doing so much damage. And it was Vikings again, who just absolutely controlled the state of this game. The triple kill to end off game 1. Not a bad way to go there for Haki, really trying to pad those stats. So, again, we can't discount how well Vikings will play in these fights because they know when they're leading and they can run away with it. So, I'm excited to see what game 2 is going to hold and whether GC's going to have a slightly different game plan going into this second game. But now that it's Fearless still, these champions are off the board. We'll have to see what they're going to pick up.
Frankly, Fearless Ban has to be one of the best changes that's come to League of Legends pro scene in years. We get so many different champions and we just never know what they're going to pick in the next game. So one of my favorite changes. But enough about game 1. We're going to look forward to game 2, which will happen straight after this break, Pike, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Shulong. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino.
Even with eyes shut.
Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. Ang. Udi. Kino. Ang.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Feels like a riot. Go back to that place where we can always be defiant. I got no mistakes, nothing to write home about yet. I don't wanna rush now, let's take it slow. Don't care about the time, I got no place to go. Keep singing your songs.
And welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves getting ready for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between MVK Esports and Ground Zero Gaming. It is the VCS representatives versus the PCS representatives, and if GZ can find a win here tonight, they will put themselves up and above the rest of their PCS compatriots, because right now, Pike, the PCS, they're not even in the top 4. They make up 3 out of the 4 of our bottom 8, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, it is crazy, Logan. I think it's a team that hasn't had their time to shine, and we were expecting them to do exactly that tonight. But after that Game 1, Vikings have come out of the gate, and their fisticuffs are looking good. They are fighting fit, and they're really trying to solidify their top for positioning in the best way possible. Sadly, it is game 2 though. You know what? That's not even sad. That's a good thing because yes, we're on to the drafting phase, Logan, and let's crack on in as Karma being banned out once more just makes sense. Get that champion off the Rift.
You know what, as a support main, I don't like seeing supports banned, but I love seeing them banned with such high priority. It makes me kind of proud. It's like a bittersweet thing. I'm like, yeah, be scared of the supports. They will get you. Because with Bard being banned away as well, it's that play-making ability, that mobility that Bard has. He can surprise even the best players, as showcased here by, you know, the likes of Orca, as showcased internationally by the likes of Carrier, if I invoke, you know, the name of a prodigy. However, Nocturne also banned away here because they know MVK from the VCS. They do love a good Nocturne, and it just shuts down a really powerful global.
Yeah, look, Pantheon being left open, though, is going to be an interesting one. I think they will look to ban it out here, getting off that last global sort of jungle presence you can get. It leaves us open to quite a few things, but Cassante being taken off tells me they could be looking to pick up a Rumble nice and early, as Cassante is the main counter to it.
Yeah, the Rumble Cassante matchup is definitely one that during Split 1 was dominant, if you will. It had definitely had a high representation in matches, but here in Split 2, teams seem more willing to break up that dynamic duo. One will get banned, the other will get picked, and the other won't. And so I like that we're actually seeing a bit more diversity in that top lane. But Pike, you said Pantheon not banned away has been now. So that double global ban and Rumble picked up. 6 wins, 5 losses though, not the highest win percentage.
Yeah, look, it's not just about that at the end of the day, though, still, Logan. It's about impact in the game. And Rumble has shown time and time again they can have the biggest impact in a game with one good equalizer. You can pair it with some other nice champions. Usually you'd put it with the J4, but it is already being banned out after that first game. Varus is of note that we have to talk about as this hyper AD carry that can do so much damage, depending if they go on hit or if they go the lethality is the big question here. But the Varus, I like this pickup.
Varus is just so strong, and the thing that is kind of wild is we're seeing it in the LPL even right now. We in the LPL, they're running Varus in that top lane, so it could technically be a flex pick, and MVK, if they're thinking that, if they perceive that it could go top, I mean, Rumble can't really match up into Varus very nicely. Yes, he has a little bit of range, but it's not big range. But all that aside, and okay, all right, this is a scary Pike, because Neferi is literally what has been picked in the top against Varus. So it's like, are we watching LPL live and then picking this in our next game? But I have to imagine we're going fairly normal picks here, Pike.
Oh, look, the Hui's not a normal pick. This is the second time it's going to be played here in the LCP. Chica is obviously going to be locking that one in. The range this champion does, the way that it can literally clasp you down, especially with an Neferi too, it's just going to be a lot of damage early. There's really not a huge amount you can do into a Hui, depending on the champion you lock down, but it's already up against an Orianna, which means they're both going to be clearing probably just about as fast as each other. It now comes down to who's going to have the bigger impact, but Orianna Shockwave, that's a big one of note, and the Sion being locked in tells me that it is not a Varus top.
Oh no, we've seen MVK put Sion in the mid lane. You know, Cardi, I think it was, put it in the middle or bot lane. So it could very well still flex Pike.
No,
but in all seriousness, Sion. Yes, it is. In all seriousness, GZ have picked up that Sion for their top laner Izhang, and that Varus will go bot for Shun, and Orianna will go mid for Jimmy. Hui, a great pickup. I really do like this long-range artillery mage. Siva banned away. An excellent response to Varus because of that spell shield as well. Really mitigates a lot of that Q poke. But Shyvana banned away. Now, this is interesting because prior to Draktar's 1v9 performance on Shyvana, she hadn't been played in the LCP, nor had she been banned. So MVK just getting a read of a little something here for GZ.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think that the Shyvana did get a slight rework in the big patch as well, so we might have to look into that a little bit more and see what that really was, because that might be why Big Korra is thinking about why this is such a permanent ban, especially when you do have some really strong supports you can pair with the Varus here as well. Thinking you don't really need a huge amount of frontline potentially with this Varus because you've got a Scion, but an Alistar wouldn't go astray because you want a good ball delivery system too. I'm also thinking Vi. How did we forget this champion because they banned out the Lee Sin? Vi Orianna is a big combo.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times you will draft around that Orianna because she is so powerful, because that shockwave is so powerful, and it's how do you answer it? And frankly, Nefiri going invincible, that makes it pretty good. You know, you literally can't get damaged by the shockwave when you become untargetable and invincible there. Hui stays at range. And speaking of range, Jin, when the curtains are called, he is one of the longest range champions. However, with a win-loss rate of 1 win, 4 losses, Pike. I don't know about his value. Oh, is that a Pike?
It is. I love what MVK is doing. It is full aggression. They are here to full send this game no matter what, because their front line in this game, Logan, is Rumble. That's not really a front line in my opinion. It's all damage. And the Nautilus actually made it through a draft. We've seen it banned so much. It's had such priority on it. It has most likely going to get picked up because that is so big of a front line to deal with, especially for a Jin of all champions.
Yeah, I don't see a Jin getting through a Nautilus and a Scion when Vi is like ulting on you, locks you down. Pike is fantastic roaming though. Pike's going to be able to turn these lane fights around very quickly. Whilst he's not a global sort of ultimate champion, the speed that he's able to get around, similar to Bard, could turn the tides in a fight, could surprise you very quick. So MVK, if GZ find a way in, MVK will crumble like paper. They just don't have big, healthy units. But I just don't think that they have the damage either to take down GZ. I like GZ's draft.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, sometimes the best defense is offense. And I think that's what Vikings are really going to be putting to the test in this game here, Logan. Because yes, you're right. They are all damaged. There's no real front line. But one thing of note that I think we have to talk about from the Vikings' point of view is they can punish mispositioning so hard. And that is one thing that GZ have really struggled with throughout these games is they do tend to overstep a little bit. Husha likes to go forward into this fight thinking the team's going to follow him up. No one's really there at the right time, and then they just get punished for it. So this is Vikings saying, if you guys are going to make a small mistake, we will absolutely roll it and see what it turns into, because that is how Vikings are winning all of these games. They find the misstep and then take objectives off the back of it. So we have to be very careful. Yes, I like GZ's sort of picks that they've locked in. Their champion pools are nice, but is it going to be enough up against a team that is showing so much dominance here in the LCP?
Husha already chunked out before we could even get to the rift here. Chica's mana bar a little bit low, so I potentially think Chica just landed one of those long-range bombardments that Hui is so known for. Guri already going so deep though, because they know Husha was chunked down, so gets that ward, gets that vision, and is looking to invade and steal away this bot side jungle of Husha. This is a great start for MVK here, Pike. It's all action, no kills, but as a hook lands,
nothing too crazy, unfortunately. But again, I'm still thinking Orca, the subterranean menace, is going to be able to do it quite a lot. As a good hook actually onto Shun. Fourth shot is not enough, and the flashes aren't being used just yet. But a ghost and a heal burned for the side of GZ does not bode well.
I really want to see this replay as Shun cancels his recall. Oh, gets the ward down, sees Guri. Guri could be going for a dive here. Level 1 dive.
Fourth shot is still good, and it is going to be first blood over to Haki Sulong, able to hold out just a little bit more, and a great dive out of the Viking roster. The dominance that they are putting forward is for... They're looking for a second gank.
Again.
No way they're looking for more. Orca, it is going to give the damage. The barrier keeps them alive, and Sulong picks up a kill for themselves, and they all get out alive. It's just looking too clinical for this Viking roster.
Pike, they dove MVK on their level 1s. That's absolutely monstrous. Like, shouldn't stop the recall. He could have got away and it would have just been Orca. But he must have sensed something was up, goes to get that ward down and is targeted, taken out cleanly. Haki trying to get a little chip damage. They clearly make the call that, yes, we can do this. Haki waits for the aggro to go over. Unfortunately, his shot goes first, so he has to barrier, but really well played by MVK there. Such a critical advantage. Their bot lane have pocketed both the kills. They now have that item and gold diff in their favor, Pike. Disaster of a start for GZ.
Look, and this is what I talked about. It's not even about playing around the mispositioning. How do you misposition when you are underneath your own tower? This is just Vikings saying, we are here to absolutely dominate this game, and you need to be watching yourselves, GZ. So we need to see GZ really step up in this time of despair, you might even say, because all the GZ fans out there are hoping and living on a prayer that they can make their way up into the higher end of the bracket. But I don't think Vikings are really giving them the shot because they're looking so good. Already a 1k gold lead at 3.5 minutes. The Jin that we questioned early on, with a kill on the board and an assist, this bot lane is definitely fierce. Oh, good little hooks there. Sulong, so aggressive again.
Yeah, Sulong was running forward as we cut away into 2, and they all knew each other was there. So just fascinating that Sulong gets away unpunished in that situation too, in that 2v1. We do see Husha going into that bot side jungle camp as the root lands from Haki, so just a nice little combination. But I mean, we couldn't even talk about how accurate Sulong's hooks were before the fight broke out. The fact that he landed the hook onto Shun around Orca. I know it wasn't around, but it felt like he Matrix bent that as a little jungle invade here. Husha knows Guri's here. Has a level advantage too.
Yeah, the level 4, they've been farming up a storm. They're only one sort of camp up, but Guri might still want to just try and take this, and goes over the wall, flashes to follow it up. Husha cancels out and says, you are not allowed back in my jungle. The dogs need to be put away.
Now, that was a really fantastic fight there from Husha. Just a great punish on Guri. I'm not sure why Guri stayed around as long as he did, though. I almost feel like that was a little bit of disrespect. Then, obviously, gets over the wall, forces Husha to flash away, and that could prove critical in about 10 seconds, if not a little longer, because the Drake is up, the first Drake of the game, and we know MVK love a good jungle objective here, Pike. Sulong looking to harass.
Yeah, gets a nice little hook off, but the Bone Skewer really is hard when you're trying to hook into, hopefully Shun and lock down this Varus. But let's look at this replay topside, because Stella got a little bit caught out. Decimating Smash was pretty good.
Yeah, we come back to it, and Stella is already less than 50% health here. Izhang getting the better there, able to hit that stun, that slow. Stella forced into a fight with Izhang. Oh, the flash saves Stella. That was one auto. If Izhang had followed immediately, he probably could have got that.
But we're coming back to people on almost negative HP. It is Chica, who's very low right now. Jimmy, hopefully we see a replay of that too, because that was a very close kill. It must have been double-digit health.
I'm loving the form that we're seeing Jimmy in, though. Jimmy's really feeling himself. There's been a lot of pressure on Jimmy to perform lately. Like we touched on in Game 1, he just hasn't really been up to par, but he's come out tonight absolutely kicking. He's said, no, I am good. As we get a picture-in-picture replay, Jimmy just dodging everything that Chica has to offer and getting those stacks of the passive, flashing forward. Oh, must have been single digits, as you said, Pike.
It's very, very dangerous stuff, but it is nice to see the Orianna pick that we've been watching in so many games, so many series as well, still putting on a powerhouse performance, especially in the hands of Jimian, who is one of these star-studded players that we have a lot of faith in to be able to carry games. But now it comes down to, can you get Husha inside the mixes? It is GZ first up on this Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon priority this time does go over to Ground Zero Gaming. They saw what MVK were doing last game and went, nope, this is for us now. Shulong gets a little look-see, knows they're on it. However, Guri, not even close, was never going to contest it, is busy stealing away Husha's camps. But for Guri's aggression, for Guri's invades, he's still down 15 CS on Husha, which it feels weird. Husha's up 500 gold because Guri died, so didn't have as much time in the jungle. Husha, though, knows what's up, is coming to punish Guri.
Yeah, look, and it is a bit of the Guri just trying to get a little bit back. Has been perma invading a little bit too much. Has fallen quite far behind, about 10 CS as well. So it's all about Guri trying to just be a little bit more of a menace to try and stall out this Vi, stall out Husha, as Void Grubs are up in 25 seconds, so maybe just trying to get a little bit of that vision control too. Oh, nice little hook. Going to be able to follow it up with the Deadly Flourish, but not too much as they are quite healthy, and good false shot.
Yeah, I always love that Deadly Flourish connecting off these skills, these abilities, because obviously part of its condition is if it hits you and you have no skills or abilities that have hit you. Oh,
great flash, as it was the Chains of Corruption used to try and get Haki, but beautifully dodged.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Shun, you'll take that any day of the week.
Chica, cease and desist is good. The fear goes out,
great
and it is
fear.
Chica able to walk away, losing any balls at all.
Pops that.
But now, Deadly Flourish, there's the Bone Skewer too. There's the Flash Stuns. It's Orca trying to hold on a little bit longer, but it's going to get taken out by Haki. Let's see if they have the damage. Haki's so low, and it's a 1-for-2 trade, and it does go over to Vikings.
Yeah, really just a great sequence of plays coming out there from everybody as Ijang looks to be getting dived under this tower.
It's not too much, and it is going to be picked up. Guri on the board now properly, locking down Ijang, and great plays from all over the map for the Vikings here.
I'm so grateful we get these replays and our production team is quick with it, because walks on that trap, Deadly Flourish, hooked, and then just left for dead. Tries to get something back there, but they know that Shun doesn't have an ultimate. Despite that, Shun is still able to get that one back onto Haki, so a great outcome prevents it being an absolute disaster there. But I mean, we didn't even get to talk about the Chica, Jimmy, and Husha in the mid, right? Husha got that ult onto Chica. Chica didn't fear Husha. Chica feared Jimmy because he knows Jimmy is the one with the damage to kill him, not Husha. So that was a great heads-up play. Then we go to the bot side.
Wow, Stella has to bird flash again, and he's going to get out with 1 HP once again. Oh my lord, can we not kill this Rumble? Ijang's just having the roughest time up this top side.
Ijang might be having a rough time in cleaning up these kills, but he is having a great time taking out these waves, pushing, getting his priority. He's giving GZ all the access they need into this top side as Stella does TP back to the top and Guri is pushing Husha away. But if we go back to that bot, oh my god, Stella is going Ijang.
Stella out for blood, but Ijang is going to be able to walk away. It's a very tanky Scion, but the damage is starting to come on board for Stella. Getting the Haunting Guys means they're going to get a little bit more of that burn damage into effect. Once the Leandres is picked up, it should be a little bit smoother for Stella moving forward.
Yeah, but counter to that, we do see Ijang building a lot of MR as well, so it's going to ultimately level out for these two in the top lane. It's when we see that Rumble leave the lane that damage will hit the rest of GZ, who are much squishier, who are yet to build any MR. Interestingly, we do see Shun, he's really willing to go for these new items. He's picked up that brand new item, Dorian's Bow, as well. So they've definitely seen the new items, they've run the numbers and decided, yeah, these are worth playing in pro play. And Shun just going for all of them here tonight, Pike.
It's a 3v3 down in this bot side too. Orca walking up, trying to get that early vision, but is being looked at because Dragon is up in 45 seconds, so both these teams looking for it. Husha now looking top in the mid lane as Chica is low once again. Jimmy has to be careful. They still don't have the shockwave just yet, but Fear's going out. But a mid laner out of this Dragon fight could be disastrous as a good little Bone Skewer is going to hit. Let's see if more damage is going to come out as Guri, wrong side of the wall, does get the misposition out of Orca. But Sulong, no one really there to follow it up because Haki had to back. So does Chica as well. So they might be looking to give this drag over.
Yeah, Shun left alone on the bot side though, able to get some plates, get some gold in the pocket. Sulong in pursuit. Haki pops Kova's call.
Is it going to be enough? As the third shot, fourth shot does not hit, but they were just trying to slow out Shun. And now they have to reset. So it's turned again. The tempo's moved. It's now in Vikings' favor. The 2K gold lead is helping them look around these dragons.
Yeah, and they even got Ghost out of Shun, who did pop that in order to avoid that ultimate. He is caught up in CS, but MVK by themselves, priority. They're going for these jungle objectives like we expect them to do. This will be their first Drake because we do not see Husha in the area. He's actually looking topside, potentially even for a gank. So this is what you like to see, right? If you're going to give something on one side of the map, do that cross-map play, do that macro heads-up play and get something on the other side. Stella certainly suspects something up, is refusing to push forward.
Big charges there, decimating smash, equalizer goes down, but okay, that's a lot of CC to get through, Mr. President, and a nice pickup there for GZ.
Yeah, well played,
Well. Woo! Jimmy had to flash that.
And a great flash. If Jimmy hadn't have flashed, oh my god, 3 members of MVK are here.
They're looking for more. Death from below is good. There's the call of the pack. There's the shockwave as well, getting the damage off, and it's just an easy pickup. The follow-up from this MVK lineup is so good. Oh, Cheek is getting flashed over the wall onto even more. Can he flash the depth charge and the flash away might be enough, but here comes Husha. The bone skewer just misses. There's the fear as well. Oh, Hook actually hits so long. It's the piercing arrow finally hits its mark, and a nice shutdown goes to Husha too. And it is GZ coming up with the goods in that chase.
Now, I know people are going to say that Nautilus hook was criminal and shouldn't have hit, but you need to remember it has 2 hitboxes. So that absolutely did hit the champion because it was in the champion hitbox. It was never going to hit that terrain. But Shulong aggressing forward onto Jimmy forces that flash out. Now they know Jimmy has no flash. Guri is called in, is seen on the ward, but there is nothing Jimmy can do. 3v1 under both of his turrets as well. So well played there, but a great response from GZ as we see Husha and Orca rotate around, but Shun critically coming from the bottom up the river, able to follow up and finish off Chica here too. That hook lands nicely onto Shulong. It would have been great onto Chica, but frankly, I think it nets them an extra kill, Pike.
I argue that hook did not hit. I'll be that guy. The hook didn't hit his Orca. Now it's going to take it very low. Stella picking up the kill for their troubles, and it's blood again in the water, and the curtain call now being used. Jimmy and has to bob and weave. Hits with 2 shots. Another shot is going to land. The 4th shot is going to be enough. Death from below is not going to hit. Sidestepping everything. Jimmy has the happy feet. The shot pulls them back in. Jimmy actually held on, died over to the ignite, but still a huge play. The happy hands was so good.
God damn, Jimmy! That was, I'm so sorry if swearing is not allowed, but that was worth it. Jimmy avoided the world when it mattered the most, was able to get 2 kills back on that top side, bought them all the time they needed. GZ is so in this, Pike. Ijung is running the top lane as well, has that CS advantage. I'm loving what I'm seeing here tonight, Pike.
This is a much closer game than the first one. It is looking a little bit more GZ favored. Yes, they're only 500 gold behind, but now Rift Herald is going to be an easy objective for them to pick up. They can look to put it anywhere they want on the Rift, but yes, GZ are looking very good.
I really like this play here too, right? So Curie goes into Orca. Orca knows that he's dead. He has to protect Jimmy, so he's body blocking, not allowing skill shots to get onto Jimmy, preserving some of his health bar, which allows him to live a little bit longer here. Gets that shield up, absorbs that second. MVK, they're playing with their food, and they let Jimmy out of their clutches. The shockwave was massive, but the ignite just ticking down. It had to be on the last one to take Jimmy down there. It was such a heavy commitment from MVK. They had to get something, but GZ, excellent punish and off the back of Jimmy's hands.
Yeah, and I talked about how it was GZ that struggled with the positioning, and it is Vikings that have that control. We just saw Jimmy and hands check the entire Viking roster and still came up with the goods. So this GZ team is on fire. They're looking to really push this game further. 45 seconds on the next dragon means it is Vikings wanting to get that pressure on the bot side as Guri on the wrong side of the wall, just jumping over.
Just a cheeky little hop, skip, and a jump over the wall, you know. It's not a very tall wall, easily, vaulted over as displayed by our agile champions on the Rift Point. And, yeah, we see Sulong just roaming around, just having a dance.
Oh, the true pro. That's pretty good for any Captain Kim fans out there. That's exactly what I was going to review, but okay.
I said Cap, I said
true,
Kim, I
but-
said Dahl.
As they take over the first tower in mid. Nice little pick up there with the Rift Herald, but they're looking around this dragon spawning in just 1 second. It is now live. Guri has to be very careful. One false step could result the Vikings losing half their team, as Ejung is now in these fights very tanky. Got that Kadic Ruin already completed. Now comes down to who pulls the trigger first, Logan.
Yeah, the Kanic Rooken is very, very strong. Great MR tool. Really stifles what Chica and Cell want to do, but the fight breaking out.
Curtain call is going down. Let's see if it's going to have enough damage, as no one's really in kill threat, as Shun misses out. The cease and desist does go on to Guri as they're getting the unstoppable force. It's going to be enough damage, as Ejung is just unkillable right now. Flash over the wall, decimating strike 2. They need to get through these tanks, but there's no one really to do it. Where's the DPS?
I was quite surprised when we actually cut to Shun. He was very deep and very, very alone. This fight's still going, though. Both teams really wanting this jungle objective is Ejung frontlining, like we were talking about. Sulong trying to find an angle onto Shun in the backline, forced to recall.
He's out of the fight. He's out of the fight. He's too low. Throws out one, but does go up. Trying to see if they can do any more damage, but still walking forward. Good hook by Orca onto Stella. Equalizer good, but Chica does the damage. The burn's too good. Flashes over the wall, finds the traps, and now Jimmy is just getting blasted down. A good shockwave might end Stella's life, but it's not going to be enough. They get out. Over so close. No! The decimating smash was too good. Ejung goes zombie mode, and an ace going over to the Vikings. They just had their number, and it was GZ that could not handle the fire.
MVK win the protracted fight. They find themselves at a nearly 2k gold leaders. Oh, observers doing Shun dirty. Zooming in on the dead body. Oh, stop. He's already dead. But MVK, they tidily win that extended, that protracted fight. Shun taken out of the fight early, had no health. Oh, Husha finds Guri.
Yeah, Guri having to hop, skip, and a jump away. Let's see if the damage is going to be good, as Chica is walking over just to support, but no, nothing too major of note. And it was actually Vikings there taking 2 towers off the back of that play too. Let's watch the replay, because this was a long fight.
Yeah, and it all started here. The curtains were called. Unfortunately, they didn't get too much value because there's a lot of tanky boys. But then we see over here, Shun isolated. Husha and Ejung are forced to respond to protect their AD carry, who is able to get some poke damage down over the wall. But he's isolated. He's too far away. So then 4 members of GZ walk back into the 4 members of MVK. And one thing I want to note is Sulong went Shun hunting. Sulong constantly was trying to find Shun, forcing Shun to be out of position. Yes, Shun was poking, but Guru saw it coming every time, was able to dodge it. And these tanks, yeah, they struggle to, go down, but they don't do damage themselves. They need Shun in the fight, and Sulong ensured that Shun could not enter it. Great, yeah. The flash to get out of the ult there, but Shun really should have recalled a lot earlier and come back. I really think they should have stepped back away from that fight and let that Drake go over, because ultimately it was inconsequential. It was only MVK's second Drake. It wasn't worth the ace that they gave over to MVK. And Pike, 21 kills, 21 minutes. It's a 1 kill per minute fiesta.
Oh, look, I love these ones. This is where I just absolutely thrive. It's just burning my voice out. Night 1, game 2 is the absolute dream for any caster, especially at play-by-play. But you're right, 21-21 is the time that we just saw, with a lot of kills on the board. 3.3k gold lead, Dragon 2 going over for the side of Vikings, but still being able to pick up 1 there for GZ means they're still in the race for these objectives. We did see the Void Grubs as well go over, so Guri getting a little bit more sort of agency on these towers, which I think is really going to help. We'll have to see where the next priority is, because 2 minutes on the next Dragon already, Logan. These Dragons are coming up pretty quick, because we're just always fighting.
Yeah, like it feels like the dragon dies and then it's fight, and it's like, oh, the dragon's back up, but the Baron is also up and available. So it is up to either one of these teams to get that vision control and get that priority down. But if we take a quick look at the gold diffies here too, 3,500 everything. If Guru's found again.
Yeah, Guri has to be very careful. There's the depth charge, does dodge it out. But now look at Husha is so low and is able to dodge it out. No, but the equalizer over the top caught them off and unawares. That is their jungler now gone. They need to be able to take on Ejung as there's the unstoppable force, but it's not going to really go in the right direction as it goes head straight to a wall. But the Baron is also up here, Logan. This could be Vikings looking to take it right here, right now. There's no smite contestation.
Yeah, Husha is dead. That is no jungler on the side of GZ. Ults have been burned. Ejung goes to clear this top wave though, knows that MVK are trying to get that top side priority, but they still have 3 members in this area. Ejung needs to be careful. He needs to respect the potential of dying here. MVK extend their lead to 4K. Drake in a minute. Baron on the rift. I think MVK are going to reset. They've pushed the waves in. They'll reset and then they'll come back out and collect whatever jungle objective they want here, Pike. And GZ, they're going to have to play into a comfortable and confident MVK.
It's basically, we're seeing Vikings being like, nobody makes me bleed my own blood. And then it's just GZ are just like, I don't know what to do in this situation. Like, he's just throwing a wrench in my head. It's all a little bit downhill right here.
I mean, Jimmy and showcased what they need to do. Yeah, Jimmy and showcased what they can do. You dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and punish them off the back of it. As we do see GZ, they are moving in on this Drake. They get the read that MVK wants to get this 3rd Drake of the game. It's a contest for vision. Good hook from Sulong. Unfortunately, not getting too much there. Yeah, Pike, I mean, they're just having a look. They're just poking each other out right now.
Yeah, look, the Guru's actually on the back side, a little bit more isolated. Has to be quite careful, but does have the get out of jail free card. Can go for the Eviscerators, jumps over the wall, looking to contest it. They're already in the pit. Now they're trying to stay as relevant as possible. Husha's already gone back in, takes them over the cease and desist, over the wall, gets out. The Decimating Smash still hits. Husha is low, but no, it's Stella picking up Orchid. That's a big part of your engage. And Guri off in the back, needs to survive a little bit longer, but it is going to be GC most likely picking up this drag. It is secured, but now they have to hold on to the onslaught. There's Sulong, he's in the backline, but it is not going to be enough. It's Jimmy picking up the kill. Look at Guri trying to hold on, might be able to jump back in. It's the call of the pack, it's the damage, it's the resets, and they do pick up a double kill for their troubles. Vikings, yes, they lost the drag, but they take the play, and they're pinging the Baron.
Yeah, you lose your support and Drake every day to take 4 members of the opposing team. MVK, 6K gold up. It was just a minute and a half ago. They were only 4K gold up. It's getting to wallet diff time. Haki on the Jin, 4, 1, and 10, has been involved in 14 out of the 18 fights here, Pike. Active as you please. And off the win, down on that Drake pit, 3 members of GZ still dead. They will take this Baron for themselves. And I don't think they're in the position to win right here, right now. There are too many turrets still on the Rift, but they will definitely get themselves a nice amount of gold. As we go back to this replay, Husha does find an engage on Aguri, is dragged over the wall here. The curtains are called and just wipe Orca out. So much health gone. He is able to get an ult on Stella, but it does nothing. Stella is safe. Shun able to stay behind Ejung this time, so MVK not able to find a way onto him and take him out of that fight. Despite Sulong's best efforts here, Pike does get into that backline, is able to disrupt 3, and is reset City from there. Guri playing that long game, having that deep flank down that bot side.
Reset City is a great place to be. I hear their traffic and their public transport is phenomenal. But now it's another fight as Guri, a little bit overextended. Might be a little bit too far off as the shockwave is good. TP is now coming back in. Unstoppable Force is going to be used. Jimmy and Islo, curtains called. Can they get that final shot? Happy Feet is not enough when you get hit with a depth from below. But is it going to be enough as the shockwave size? They're looking for even more damage. Who's on the backline? Stella able to get things done as the double kill going over to Chica. And looks like they can clean up this zombie. Baron buff is still so strong. They've already locked down 3.5k gold off this one Baron play, and they're not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, 4 members dead of GZ. That's just opened the door for MVK. They could march this down. They've got a wave in mid. They've got a wave in top lane. 4v1, there's not much Shun can do here, Pike. They will absolutely get these inhibitor turrets and inhibitors at minimum. As members of GZ, they are respawning. They're hitting the rift. They're coming back to defend here, Pike. Just absolute shambles right now, though. And there's still a minute left of this Baron, so recalls coming through.
Yeah, and what looked like a bit of a rough play for Guri, who was getting caught out. Shockwave, Unstoppable Force use. Like, it's all very rough, but then it was just the turnaround. Vikings had the numbers, and Sulong able to get that depth from below, which got the job done.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Unstoppable Force did miss, so he was able to get it off, but he wasn't able to stun anybody, so he got no value with that one, unfortunately, at the back end. But we see MVK, they brought, Harky to bear as well. He had that Curtains Call. He was able to just layer that damage into the midst of GZ. They have nearly a 12k gold lead here now, Pike. This is how much gold they had when they won game 1. They're sieging this bot side as a 5-man unit, and it's up to GZ to slow them down to last the siege, but they have Hui. Hui is one of the best long-range bombardment mages in the game.
Yeah, and it's just going to be so hard with cannons being able to hit from so far. They can't even walk up to hit it. The range just isn't enough. But look at Sulong too, posturing so aggressive at their walls, and now they're just taking towers again. They don't need the Baron buff anymore. They're just solidifying a huge gold lead, 12.5k. This is where it really starts to look good. And what does GZ have to do in this game to be able to hold on? As Husha now taking on Guri, does get them up into that, as the Viscerate is going to be used to dodge out a little bit more, but Shun is here. Flash being used. Chains of Corruption is not going to find its mark. They spent so much to try and lock down the dogs, but you can't put this dog in a kennel.
Refuses to stay kennelled, that's for sure. And Husha has not been scared of Guri, has been fighting him every possible chance. Ijang hooked into the midst of 4.
Oh my, look, where did he go? That's their front line, that's their tank, blasted into oblivion. And now they're looking at their hands of even more inhibs. It is Vikings looking at that tier, second inhib, third inhib as well. They're looking to close this game out right here, right now. As a hook does go wide, not going to be enough. The Bone Skewer just hitting off the side. That's a depth from below, but used just maybe off the cooldown, and they're looking to siege. It is Chica. They don't have much. There's the curtain call dropping down. Jimmy taken out instantly. Orca's gone. They're sending out shots left, right, and center. No GA can save you here, Husha. You are not strong enough to hold this fight. It's Chica going forward once again. Oh my lord, Vikings are not holding back. They are unrelenting in this onslaught. 26 kills, 16k gold up, and it is the Vikings with a clean 2-0 in our first series against GZ.
This game was nearly to the exact same second. It was nearly 30 minutes and 3 seconds, which was game 1. So clinical, at least with the timing of their win. But Pike, my MVP in this game too, Sulong. Absolute monster on this Pike. It's fantastic hooks, roamed effectively, just had impact everywhere. Well done, MVK, taking tonight's best of 3 series against GZ in a 2-0 sweep here tonight, Pike.
Look, and I'm not going to be that guy that says I told you so, but I definitely told you so. Vikings are a force that a lot of these other teams should be worried about. They have taken flight here tonight, Guri. I like to see it. But no, Vikings have really stepped up this split. I think this roster change was a really great call. Fresh hands, fresh eyes, getting them out and giving them that early experience. This is one thing that we saw even in like the Korean side of things, in the LCK. If you bring in rookie teams or rookie players that have the strongest potential and just feed the seed, feed them as much as you can, give them the tools to succeed. You don't need them to win the first or second split, maybe the first year. Give them the love so that they can come back next year a dominant force. And this is what I think the Vikings are really trying to set up.
Yeah, and I really want to remind the viewers at home that this was their academy team. This is the VCS Split 1 winning academy team. The whole team just got promoted up, and immediately they looked like they should have been here the whole time. 17k gold lead. No one even came close on the damage meters from GZ to their counterpart. It was just MVK all over this one, Pike.
It really was. You can see there as well, Chica, who's got to be the MVP of this series, mad damage on that way too, but had such great impact across the map, doing a really good job. Honestly, Vikings are looking so strong, and we got to give them a little bit more props. This damage charts are really good, but it's just a clear sign of dominance. 2 games back to back, just hitting 30 minutes. Clinical, very clinical.
Yeah, I dare say this also solidifies themselves in the middle of the pack. They have almost, and I don't have the math here in front of me right now, but they went from 3rd with 3 wins, 1 loss. They are now currently sitting in 2nd position, at the very least, with 4 wins, 1 loss. They are currently only behind Team Secret Wales. I feel like, and I don't have the maths right here right now, but I feel like they've just absolutely locked in their run for playoffs, Pike. They've done so well.
Yeah, I think they might happen. We're going to have to get confirmation. It looks like it is going to be Guri who is our main MVP for this game, because look at this play. I love getting the extra depth of range, because you have to deal with the curtain call too, and it's just absolute dominance coming out. Maybe it was Stella coming in hot, but picking up those zombies. Hui, Chica looking so good, and you're damn right, Chica taking out your player of the match. The Cassiopeia, the Hui, they were getting the job done, and the KDAs were on point. Honestly, well deserved.
Yeah, for sure. The KDA, huge. The kill participation, though, is something I always look at for their proactivity, for their team fighting, especially in these mid-lane champions and these mid-lane players. And it was so high here from Chica, involved in nearly every single kill. And, I mean, early to mid-game, it felt like Jimmy had the better of Chica, using that Orianna well, forcing Chica away, nearly solo boloing him, I think at least twice. But Chica weathered the storm. Chica played with the team and was able to bring it back, was able to hide behind the rest of his team at the range that Hui is so famous for, and just pump damage, Pike.
Oh, look, pump damage is what this Viking roster is trying to do. And you know what? You got to give a lot of props to just the straight up communication that you can hear in these comms, where it is Vikings. They're so vocal. They're so getting ready to just set anything up. They're reading the map so incredibly well. And I think GZ, they're clearly trying to play around these strong voices that can hold the team together, but I just think Husha just isn't given the tools to be able to make things play. And we talked about Jimmy and being this really highlight player too, that can really control the lane. And it wasn't that Chica played better. I actually think Jimmy probably played just a little bit better. I just think Chica was given the resources to make things work and really have impact. That's really the difference. And I feel like it was on Husha to be able to give as much to Shun, give as much to this mid lane to be having as much impact as possible. We just didn't really get a chance to see it, unfortunately, Logan. So we need to see what GZ are going to bring out on the roster the next time they go to play.
Yeah, but the story of Chica is obviously one that we've harped on about a bit, but MVK looked good everywhere as well. Haki and Shulong were a dynamic duo in that bot side. Haki found the right angles for Jin. He's definitely a much sort of slower AD, but he played it safe. He played at max range, was involved in a lot of the fights. Shulong set up so many fights, had excellent hooks, you know, forced flashes out, used his ultimate simply for mobility rather than kill to keep Jimmy in around to set that kill up. Even toward the end, flash forward with the hook to flip them over the back into the rest of MVK. So Shulong, great game as well. I really don't think MVK had a weak player in this game too, and they looked good in game one. It was hard for GZ.
It really was, and this was one of the games that we said, this is the big test for GZ. Do they actually take this series away and actually hold the line further and come out ahead? Because this is one of those teams that, if they can't match up against the Vikings, who were in that 3rd place, now in 2nd after this series win, Are they ready to make it a little bit further? Those are the big questions.
I mean, I really feel like MVK are definitely ready to make it further. I think GZ, they'll find themselves struggling. GZ right now, with this loss, they are now 1 win, 4 losses, and they have solidified their spot at 7th in our ladder of 8. So they are currently 2nd last here in the LCP. So it'll be interesting. I still think they stand a chance. I still think that if they win the next couple of games, they can find a way back into playoffs and that sort of top 6 bracket. But it's an uphill struggle because I don't know who else is left for them to go up against that could even be considered a winnable fight.
Yeah, really good question, and we might have to wait for our analysts to let us know that, because that's some quick math that I was never born to do, Logan, unfortunately. And I think that's okay for me to be open and honest about this. But at the same time, we're going to start looking at the next series coming along, because it is going to be a bit of a biggie, because it is GAM versus DCG after this, and this is a bit of a different story. It's a slightly different narrative because it's very similar score lines. Is this going to be GAM looking to take it up a little bit further and solidify their spot in the top 4? Or is DCG going to really come to light and actually get it done? So this is another series we need to start talking about, because as Baz is, Vikings, they just look so dominant. They were looking so good. I want to start looking at other teams that can maybe bring the same qualities and start pushing the LCP a little bit higher, which is where we expect it to go.
Well, we're better to look than their compatriots in the VCS, GAM Esports. So that's the start of tonight. MVK and GAM were 3rd and 4th. MVK now put themselves in 2nd position. So GAM nipping at their heels with that 3-win, 1 loss, but they were less championship points because they didn't win as many matches as cleanly. So they had more 2v1s than 2v0s. So that's why GAM was a little bit lower there. But GAM in 4th, 3 wins, 1 loss into Relove DCG, who were equal 5th coming in tonight with 1 win and 3 losses there, Pike. So it will be interesting to see what GAM are able to do, whether they're able to keep up with MVK or whether they start to fall behind. However, we do know that GAM has picked themselves up a brand new substitute as well, Pike. They now have Glory on their roster. So whether they decide to use him or not, well, it remains to be seen.
We're just going to have to wait and find out. That's going to be the crazy stuff, because, yeah, there's a lot to break down with that player, but still, we're just going to have to wait, as this is your GAM roster looking so good. Kiaya, Draktha, Aris, Artemis, and Taki. These guys have been looking very good, very strong, dominant, but maybe not as dominant as we've seen from like the Secret Whales or maybe even the Vikings too. But this team has a lot of love to give. Let's see if the VCS can get it done once again.
Yeah, and with Draktha looking in better form this split, I really do like their chances. I'm still waiting for Artemis to have that kind of pop-off play that he did in split 1 as well, but we are done with GAM. Let's take a look at Relove DCG. Florin, Pop9, Hongsu, Feng, and Shao Si, the hook god of the LCP here, Pike. It's up to them to really re-find the form that they were in split 1. They were so dominant. They ended split 1 in the 2nd position, but now they're floundering at the bottom. They're tied equal 2nd last.
Look, and that's really devastating to see, because they put up such a good performance split 1. They were a dominant force. Now split 2, it's just in shambles. This team feels disconnected. The communications don't feel as strong. They're looking at objectives like they're a bit of a snack, but they need a meal. So I don't know. I think we need to start seeing this team really push the limits once again. Pull out some pocket picks. Make something work for them. I think they need to bring a little bit of a different narrative than trying to play up against these teams that are looking so much stronger. But let's have a look at the quick head-to-head for tonight. Yes, we are looking in the mid lane. It's Aris versus Hongshu. I'm looking at these stats, and Hongshu is pretty nutty, if you ask me, and that's 18 unique champions to 10.
Yeah, which says Hongshu has a much deeper champ pool, but notably, Aris has a higher KDA and CS per minute, despite having a lower kill percentage. So this is definitely a tale of two very different styled mid laners here, Pike. With Hongshu having that high DPM and gold per minute, he really sort of plays for the team. Whereas when you look at Ares in the mid lane, he definitely plays for that sort of solo lane win game. But we will find out how the next match of tonight pans out straight after this break, because we're right back here in the LCP. We're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Good. Shulong. Duro. War. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. Ang. Udi. Kino. Ang.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
good.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry on. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
2v2 Side Selection Showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
来到了下半场的比赛，首先要登场的队伍一样来自 VCS 赛区，战绩3胜1败的老大哥，胜利之枪 GAM。上路 Kiaya， 打野 Draktar， 中路 Ares， 下路 Artemis， 辅助 Taki， 教练 No。而准备要发起挑战的，来自 PCS 赛区今天的第2把手副将，准备要登场了，深度交叉 DCG。上路 Florin， 打野 Pop9， 中路 Hongso， 下路 Fang， 辅助 Xiaoxi， 教练 Refrain。坊间有一句话叫做"谁人的副将如此勇猛"，相信 DCG 绝对会终止 PCS 代表队的连败比赛，马上开始。
Welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves heading into the first selection for tonight's best of 3 matchup between GAM Esports and Relove DCG. GAM have opted to pick up Artemis and Taki for their 2v2 here, Pike, and I'll be interested to see what Relove pick up for theirs.
Yeah, look, it's all about finding those really strong duos, right? Like Artemis and Taki, that is the bot lane. Like that is the tried and true bot lane. We saw it from GZ and they had great success in their 2v2. Now we have to see what DCG is. It's going to be Florin and Hongshu, so it's a different kind of duo. It's the top mid, so maybe they've got some champions in mind for what they want to do. So we'll have to see. Florin is arguably one of my favorite players in the entire league. The GOAT, in my opinion. We'll have to see what he's going to lock down, especially in these games to come, because he's had such a great showing on a very large amount of champion pool. So I'm curious to see what he's going to lock in.
Yeah, I really do like Florin in this top lane for Relove DCG. He proved such an unstoppable force in that top lane in Split 1. He was constantly dove time and time again, and he just never buckled under that pressure. So I really do think he's like a strong win con for Relove DCG. However, you know, they're one of the 3 PCS teams that currently find themselves in the bottom half of the ladder. None of them have really made their mark in Split 2 here in the LCP. Enough of that, though, because we're here for first selection, and you take a look at those series bans. Those series bans are all split long. We're currently in week 5 of the split, the regular season split, and we have 8 of those. So that list is only going to get bigger. It's only going to get deeper, Pike. And there's still a lot of champs available.
Yeah, look, honestly, a lot to be picked up. Varus and Ashe being banned out once again for GAM. Obviously, they don't want to give anything super strong or like slowing or immobilizing, so it makes a bit of sense. But you look at the other side, Varus and Nivea, obviously everyone's a little bit scared of the Varus in the 2v2. Makes a bit of sense. Now it comes down to what do you pick, because we know the Singed Cassiopeia sort of picks have already been taken off the board. Both sides seem to have been losing it. The Poppy and Nivea as well, it's quite strong. So there's a lot to be picked up here, and having already seen the Rengar Ivern sort of combos, really nice to see. Yeah. But now we've got a Lissandra. What? Lissandra Neferi?
They're just having fun with this. GAM are just like, you know what, let's slam unconventional picks. Let's slam like a deep pocket fun pick. Oh, this Syndra is being pissed. Syndra redneck. What are we looking? We've got crocodiles, we've got doggos, and we've got ice queens on the rift with their pets here tonight, Pike. This is going to be a wild 2v2 matchup.
I like it. I think the Syndra is such a really great pickup here, especially into the Neferi too. Like, as soon as you start to walk forward, you can't really do anything. Like, the Neferi is just going to get pushed back, and then you're just going to have a crocodile on top of you. It's been known that crocodiles do take out dogs, especially in North Queensland. And as sad as that is, it's the truth. So right now, I do think DCG have got something cooking with this Syndra Renekton, and I'm excited to see how it all goes down on the bridge.
I mean, we're loading onto the bridge right now, buddy. As we see the dogs, we see the Ice Queen. They are moving up the middle of this little old bridge here. Because this is one of the things, right? This is one of the fun aspects of ARAMs, all random, all mid, but obviously it's not so random. But because you are all mid, it just forces fights. There's so few outs. There's so many all-ins. It's just that much more interesting, that much more exciting. Snowballs, oh, great escape from Artemis. That was, you just covered half the map.
You got to. That's just what it's going to be. Artemis going to be hurting for as much as possible. We've got a lot going on. We need to talk about this Lissandra pick too, because it's sort of like counter picks on counter picks here. Because the second Florin is going to go in on this Renekton, Lissandra's just going to freeze them up. They're going to be stuck there. Taki then can turn their attention back, but the big problem that I see is, where does the damage really sort of come in for Artemis and Taki? Like, you have a lot of AP, the Fury isn't going to be able to burst down a Crocodile, as there's the slice and dice going forward. Artemis gets knocked back, sent packing, and it's going to be a lot of damage. It's actually Florida gets turned around. It's Taki jumping back in, and Artemis was the smoke and mirrors all along. And a first kill for GAM is pretty good.
Yeah, and I was about to start talking about how Renekton is a great counter into that Neferi, because one cleave and there goes your dogs, goodbye, good night. But they just proved me wrong. GAM able to take that first kill, so they are now up 1. And as a reminder to the viewers at home, to win the first selection, the right of first selection, you must be the first team to get 2 kills, or the first team to take out a turret, or if it goes late enough, into sudden, just chuck that minion. Just chuck it for the fun of it. If it goes to sudden death, you are the first team to get a kill, then you win first selection. First selection means you can choose either first or second pick or red-blue side.
Ooh,
wow.
I like the mechanics. Yep. Good mechanics there. Using that glacial path to be able to land the snowball and then just see if they can get in. Move on back for safety. Nice to see. But there's the flash stun. Ring of Frost is good. Trying to hit as much as possible. Florin now getting the slice and dice, but getting that heal is going to keep them alive a little bit longer. But, oh, DCG, I praise them so highly, and they're just getting smurfed on a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, we see GAM, they've got a wave. They're probably going to go for the turret wing con here, Pike. That thing's already less than 25%. They still have a cannon minion hitting this one. Pike, they're going to take first selection.
It's all too easy a little bit for GAM right here. They had the control, they had the map pressure, and they just forced both of them back. So this is the difference. The second that you have one person maybe with the staggered reset, you can't do anything and they just take your tower because it's so easy to take them now. GAM picking up first pick, but it is going to be red. Was it red side for DCG? I just missed that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I missed that one as well. So we'll actually have to wait and see what it looks like when we get on to the Rift here tonight. If we do take a bit of a squeeze, though, these players, they're happy. They're loving it, right? These 2v2s, they're always a good time. They're always a fun time, even if you win, even if you lose. Obviously, winning is always better. These are very, very competitive gamers. But, asterisk, hashtag, have fun with it, you know, Pike?
Yeah. I know, you know what? I do agree. That laugh was not meant to sound as sarcastic as it actually was. It is about playing your best. I don't know why we're getting a good shot of them yawning. They should not be yawning. They should be as amped as I am. I've got the pre-workout flowing thick and fast in my veins. I'm here for some high-level gameplay. Let's think about predictions really quickly here, Logan. I think this is a nice time to talk about it as we're seeing our two teams. What do you think is going to be the final score? And we'll see if production can get our predictions up for us.
Yeah, so I really do think GAM is going to win tonight's best of 3 series, but I am an optimist. I am forever hopeful, Pike. I really do think it's going to be a 2v1 because I'm just always hoping for the return of Split 1 Relove DCG, because this is the same team. This is the same group of 5 players, and they just had 4 weeks off, and then suddenly they look like a completely different beast. But I'm just confident, I'm hopeful that they will find that form, and when they do, they're absolutely going to take that game. So I'm 2-1. GAM will win, but Relove DCG will take a game. What about you?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think Relove has some fire still in their bellies. They've obviously got the skills and they want to know a little bit more. But I think GAM is going to take the win. Yes, GAM did get the red side, so very nice pickup that they've got for that one. And there is our predictions coming up right over the top. I love to see it. It's a 2-1. GAM should have this series. Look, and they're also quite interesting as well. Like, I think GAM could potentially go the 2-0 route, which we just saw as well. There is that possibility if DCG aren't able to show up here for this first game.
Yeah, but with these picks and bans, these drafts, right? So for those who don't know, GAM, VCS, Relove DCG is the PCS, and we've got some faithful fans there. That I love our fan art. I love our fan signs here in the LCP, and some of them are so crazy good, right? Like the ones last week, they literally had like you pulled a piece of paper in the fan art sign and it like waved. But
yeah,
we have
so
some believers in the crowd. They think it's going to be 2-0 for Relove DCG, and honestly, I hope their faith is rewarded. Good on them.
Always, you gotta give it the love back to the community, especially those sitting in those chairs at the arena right now supporting their favorite teams. Because if I was there, I obviously would have to be unbiased, as what casters need to be. You need to be a little bit unbiased in these games. You've got to give as much hope and probability as possible, but we've got to be true to ourselves as well, Logan. And that's what these viewers are. They're true to themselves because they're looking so good. Karma was not banned out, so automatically locked in.
I mean, why wouldn't you, honestly? Karma just has so much lane priority. Like, GAM will now have all the push. They will now have all the priority in that bot side, even in to that poke AD champion of Ezreal. He's not any stronger this patch on the AD side of things because he did get AP scaling. So they know what they're going to have to deal with on the bot side of GAM and lock in that high priority support for themselves. And I do love to see it. Relove DCG, though, they've got the mobility right now. Ezreal, extremely hard to lock down. J4, able to get some really good deep flank angles and lockdowns with that Cataclysm. So I'm looking forward to what they want to team up with that J4. Rumble obviously banned, so they can't equalizer. Orianna banned, so they can't shockwave delivery system too. It's up in the air for me.
Ooh, as they lock in the Anivia instead, which is definitely an interesting pick. We sort of talked about it in that first game where they were hovering in the Anivia, then they changed to the Cassiopeia. You can get a Cataclysm off, you can put early walls up too, and be able to do a lot of damage, especially with an Ezreal. As long as there's someone in the Cataclysm with no flash, it's a free True Shot Barrage. It's going to do the extra damage, along with all that snow that the Anivia is going to be putting out. As we head into ban phase number 2, I'm looking at GAM, and their comp is also looking pretty scary. Sivir being locked in is a lot of damage, especially late game, so they're going to be looking to scale up really hard. Ryze is going to be able to lock people down, and Karma's just going to be a bit of a menace. So we'll have to see what they're going to put out as bans come through. Lee Sin, Pantheon, Bard as well taken off, and we're waiting for that final lockdown.
Yeah, one thing I do like as well, obviously with all these bans coming through, it's helping the teams innovate and move away from the global meta, right? So that's something that we saw a lot of in Split 1 here in the LCP, and we saw a bit of it bleeding over into other regions, is that global meta was picked and preferred so heavily, but now because globals are getting banned so often, they're forced to adapt their playstyles. Yes, right now it is a mage meta in the mid, which is why Orianna, Ryze, they have such high priority, but the globals are being peeled away. Obviously, Ryze picked with the Realm Warp, very nice, but you'll see there's no global for Relove DCG at this time. So I'm liking these adaptations that we are seeing here, Pike.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a tank being locked in here too. Na's a great call because it does go from that range bully in the early game into like those tanky engages in team fights. It depends what they want to pick in here, and Bessa really sort of comes to mind. Like, you could go a little bit left field, and you know what? Cook with me for a second here. Camille could be kind of interesting into this. Getting a Hextech ultimate and be able to get into this backline too, but they're looking at the Vayne instead, the known counter we have seen played into these Nas that can have that extra range, and they have locked it in here, and that is going to be an interesting and volatile top lane here, Logan.
One of my favorite places to see a Camille pick, though, is actually as support. I know that that's like a heck of a cook, and I have to believe that some pro team is going to do it, but you just don't expect her, and you don't play against her in that bot lane, so she can be quite surprising with her mobility. However, she hasn't been picked. We've got Vayne in that top lane, which is an unsurprising pick when a Gnar is on that top side. I do like Drakthar on Nefiri. This really suits his style. Ares on Ryze, a menace. Artemis on Sivir, we know and love him, and he's going to get that extra shielding from the Karma on the bot side as well, so that protection will help him sort of win lane and play a bit more aggressively for himself and be less dependent on the rest of the team to get things done.
Yeah, look, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And I'm sort of looking at these two comps and I'm thinking, what is the priority for these teams? And, oh, look at that art. Oh, my Lord, that is so cool. It's Christmas. It's a GAM Christmas. We're waiting for July.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love, like, it's kind of rough because we just mentioned it when they cut to the previous sign for the 2-0 DCG, but we've cut back to the fan art again, and it is phenomenal. We have some of the best fan art in the world here in the LCP. If you're not watching for the esport, at least watch for the art. But enough about that, Pike. We have hit Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of tonight's best of 3 match between Relove DCG and GAM Esports and Pop9. She's going for the ward.
Ooh, and Florin as well. Florin using the demon-cursed Vayne skin that just got released on this patch. The Pandemonium is finally on the Rift, and I'm here for it. But Prestige Mythmaker Sivir as well, I think does just beat out Striker Ezreal. I'm not a huge fan of Striker Ezreal, if I'm being perfectly honest. Okay, Logan, if you had to pick your favorite Ezreal skin, because there's a billion of them, which one would it be?
Oh my God. All right. Bear with me while I have a look because I'm main support and I don't play Ezreal all that much.
I'm going to tell you the correct answer is Heartsteel.
Oh, I was going to say, I think, is it Debonair or something? Because there's like a really cool one in Riftbound. Yeah, where he's like wearing a suit and he looks like super chill. Yeah.
That is a good one.
Oh, the black
I won't lie, that is actually
he's got a new one. Yeah, he's got that really cool one as well. The Mask of the Black Rose. It came out with like last season, I think it is.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah.
That's maybe we should be asking. We should be getting a little bit of production to do some of these games where we have to pick out the champion skins. But you know what? That's for another time here. As we're looking at an early game, once again, Flag and Drag's good. I think Taki has to be very careful here. Flash is burned, and now the heal as well. The re-chase from Artemis and Taki is pretty good, but they do back out with their lives, and everything burnt in this bot side.
Yeah, but on the top side, Florin not scared to push and poke Kiaya at every possible opportunity. Kiaya, the captain of GAM, that, unstoppable, immovable object in the top lane, now just having gone Mega Gnar. But that bot side trade, both flashes burnt for GAM, one flash, one heal burnt for Relove DCG. So Ezreal still has that hyper mobility that he is so famous for, which is why he is that prodigal explorer. He's able to get around very, very quickly. So I really think that Relove DCG, they need to capitalize. Pop9 needs to get down to that bot side again and quickly before those flashes come back up and secure themselves an advantage. Because right now, all the gold advantage is over to GAM. It's already 400 gold. They're just chipped away at it in every single lane.
Yeah, just a little bit of happiness of those farming waves. Like they're able to just get a little bit more. Is Pop9 able to steal away a cheeky blue buff here? A nice little bit of just sort of vertical jungling, which is always good to see. Going to give a little bit of priority over to these Scuttle Crabs. Now, Kiaya trying to take it to Florin, but not even level 5 yet. And Kiaya getting chunked out quite heavily. Battle of the Brains versus Brawn in this top side here, Logan.
Yeah, look, that W of Vayne's, that passive that does that true damage, it just adds up and you can't underestimate it. And it's really difficult to play into when you're melee and you have to walk into it and she gets a few shots off before you're even returning that damage. Pop9, though, deep, will be spotted on wards. GAM have the advantage.
Yeah. Flag and drag already used, but the flash has gone out. It is Xiaoxi trying to hold them back, but here's Eris as well. They're not even level 6, and these guys are looking for a fight. It's a 4v3. They're looking at Xiaoxi. First blood going over to Karma. Now they're looking at Fang, but they do have to be very careful. It isn't Ezreal that do the damage, but look, it was the proactivity from DCG that just got flipped on its head by GAM.
Yeah, that felt really, really weird that like Pop9 went so deep, right? And he knew that GAM was right there. I feel like Pop9, he did well once he realized he was too deep. He flag and dragged and he flashed. He was gone, he was safe. And I think Feng and Xiaoxi needed to back away at that time, but they saw blood in the water. They saw red and just kept charging forward, which is what gave GAM that 4v2 advantage because there was no way Pop9 could get in. Here it is again. Yes. He flag and drags and flash. Xiaoxi goes in. He's caught out by 4 Pike.
Look, and getting caught by 4 at this point in the game is so rough. It's like so early on, and once you go in as an Alistair, you can't really do all that much. You really have that pulverized headbutt really needs to land and have follow-up from damage. And it's the start of the game, Logan. There is no damage right now.
Yeah, that's why like it matters so much to get these like kills on the board. Pop9 goes in on just finds Draktar. Oh hey, how's it going, mate?
Looking for even more of a fight. They have a little bit of that sort of item advantage, but here comes Florin looking to re-rotate down. Gromp did reset. What are these fights? We talked about LCP being so aggressive in these games. This is just so aggressive because First Dragon is up and Draktar's happy just to be taking these jungle camps away. Like, I feel like Pop9 is struggling to get into their own jungle.
Which, like, this early in the game is wild, but Taki showing the value of this Karma. That route is so long, Xiaoxi unable to get away. It buys Draktar time.
Oh, no way as they get their nice little pulverize. It could just be another pickup here. Xiaoxi is trying to hands it over to Draktar, is able to lock it in, and Eris picked up a kill on top side. The Realm Warp was used perfectly, and it was a 1-for-1 trade up here in the top lane. We have to get a replay back of that because it was a nice cleanup, but still plays across the map, Logan. These teams are not slowing down.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in. We're at 4 kills. It's almost a kill a minute, but it is good to see Relove DCG on the board. As we go back to this replay here, Kiaya just walks up and Florin just runs at Kiaya. It's the classic exhaust to slow Kiaya down, and he's able to take that 1v1 solo. And here Ares ults in, flashes forward to make sure he gets that kill back onto Florin. But Florin, not scared, goes for Kiaya again.
Yeah, look, you can't walk up into this vein. They've picked up a phage early, so tells me they're probably looking potentially at a Bork. Not a Bork, a Black Cleaver, which it definitely tells me they just want to shred through Kiaya. But it's now, how do you sort of shut this down? We really need to send Draktar top as much as possible once level 6 to be able to lock down this vein. She is very squishy after all, so it's trying to alleviate some of this pressure topside to get Na back into this game. We'll have to see, as First Dragon is already being started up by Pop9, so great early objective control out of DCG.
Yeah, Relove DCG, like MVK, do like their priority. I don't think Draktar saw Florin. Florin sees Draktar, goes in.
Gotta be very careful. The Condemn is good, but Florin is already an absolute menace. The flash over the wall. Florin can't follow it up, but Draktar almost got solo bowled in the jungle.
Yeah, that vein, Florin is piloting that vein so effectively. Just like, I don't think as a jungler you're expecting the top laner to be there on the blue buff. And DCG, they're just able to tidily pick up that Drake, and Draktar wasn't able to get any cross-map plays done, wasn't able to invade and take any jungle camps because Florin was there to answer the call. Yes, Kiaya slightly ahead in CS, but it's not going well in this sort of top side of the jungle on the map here. However, Draktar, repelled from the jungle, gets these grubs, which is a good play because he knows the DCG went for that Drake. And they still maintain a 500 gold lead right now, Pike.
Yeah, and I think that's a really big pickup for them too, because it is going to be this GAM roster that is going to be looking to hit those towers more. They have a bit more of like a shoving sort of ability, especially with like the Siva. They have a Rise. They can clear waves so incredibly fast. So being able to get these waves onto the towers to deal damage is definitely within the wheelhouse of what they want to do. So I think the grub prioritization, really, really strong.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of great value. That's one of the important things about being an effective jungler, right? Is you obviously want to try and secure every objective for your own team. 9 times out of 10, that's going to be impossible. But what it is a tempo, right? You see the jungler, the opposing jungler go for one objective, you go for the other to lock down and secure that for your team. And putting priority on the grubs, in my opinion, is good because that's a one-time jungler. Oh, Hongsu.
Oh, Eris had to burn the ghost just to be able to play it safe, but Xiaoxi off to the side as well. It's a lot of pressure being put on this mid lane, so they're trying to get that stun. Flash Frost is nice, but Eris still popping the heal. Drakthar off to the side. Here comes Taki too. Now you're going to be very careful. Null out here, popping in a little bit of coach advice. Trying to get those coach comms, first one on the game. Now, Artemis actually throwing out the hunt, dashes over the wall into the wrong side, and it's just too easy. Artemis is absolutely on fire with that one. Finally on the board, but still quite a hefty CS lead down.
Yeah, 10 CS down on Fung, so it was really great of them to be able to get that collapse, get that gank onto them, and GAM find themselves up 4-1, but because of these sort of CS leads that they don't have, the gold difference is still 500-600 gold. Artemis able to crack that crystalline growth and pocket some, has the Sheen and that new item, the Dorian's bow, which I think is actually quite a good pickup here for Siva. But Pike, we go back to this mid lane fight where Hongsu kept sort of harassing Ares, kept it going. Ares hits that Realm Warp with Drakthar down to the bot side, and it's a 3v1. Nothing Fung could do there. Really just heads up movement. It turned an escape into a gank. So that's the kind of ingenuity, the kind of experience that these players have.
Oh, I love that word that you're using. Say it again for me. Just add a little bit of like velvet to it. Ingenuity.
Ingenuity.
Ooh, yeah, giving me the shivers right there. And then, Logan, it's a bit too much. You need to calm down with those voices. Florin up on this top side, looking for another fight. Mega Gnar's about to come in, gets the Gnar, doesn't get them under the tower fast enough though. Florin does use the exhaust and might be able to do it. The silver bolts don't find their mark, but they do secure a reset coming out of the Gnar. Now it is Drakthar again, looking to push it very, very hard into Pop 9. Takes him quite low, and it was a fight over chickens. Of course, the dog gets the chickens in the end of the day.
Love a bit of KFC, mate. Zinger stacker combo, thank you very much. Because we just saw fresh chickens served up on Summoner's Rift here, Pike.
What just I did not expect a big chicken just to pop up on the rift. I was, that honestly, that was bloody good. That took me for a loop for a second.
You are welcome to it.
Okay, are we back in the farm animals again? Is that what we're doing? We've got an Alistair in the game. We got the dogs. Technically, I'd classify as some form of an animal. We got a bird. We got a Nivea the bird. There's a lot. We do have the Summoner's Rift farmyard Bangerie coming in as it was smited away. Looking for a little bit more as the re-engage goes to Hongshu. Has to flash the wall, staying out of dodge, but a nice pickup. And again, the unrelenting forces out of Drakthar is what's making this GAM roster look so good right now.
Yeah, GAM is just seemingly everywhere.
I think Kia is just dead. Like, Florin is not getting hit with really anything. It's hit with a Gnar and is forced back. Drakthar is up here, though. Does not have the Call of the Hounds, but they have a lot of damage. They might be able to get anything more as the Condemned back. It's a kill again! Florin does just get taken out. The 2v1 was just good, but Kia takes out Florin.
Yeah, look, if you're Florin, you're happy with that. You were winning that 1v1. Kia tried to extend that fight. You could see he wasn't sprinting away. He was baiting Florin away. Drakthar got to the fight, and then Florin turns around. And I know he didn't win the 2v1 because he didn't kill them both, but he still won the 2v1 because he still got a kill, which is what he set out to do, Pike. As this engaged, so the Mega Gnar is popped, the vision is down. Florin is just decimating Kiaya here. Luckily gets the stun, ults for the distance. Florin reads that Kiaya isn't sprinting away, starts to roam down. And yes, GAM have the damage, but that flash condemn is what secures the kill for Florin. Brilliant timing. Really love to see that kind of play here, Bike. But the second Drake is on the Rift, and these have been some slow Drakes because it's 14 minutes in and only one has died. The Rift Herald is up in a minute. For a team that prioritizes jungle objectives, they're just too busy fighting right now.
Yeah, look, 2 kills to 5 right now, but it's a 2.3k gold lead for GAM. Like, they really are controlling this map really well. And it comes down to what the champions can do in the early game. Sivir does just get the free farm to just push out these waves. It now has actually caught up to Fang, who was actually a little bit ahead of Fang because they were very close. As Kiaya now looking at this top side, cows do not bode well, especially into Naz. Xiao C is very low. Florin able to be off to the side, but 2 members top side mean it's a free dragon going over to GAM.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of dragons that you do like, and quite frankly, a free one is the best kind. The next best is the soul Drake, right? You know, you've got your 3 and you're going for your 4th. That's the next best. As that little mid laner dance is happening right now, Hongsu and Ares poking one another. They've popped their healing pots. Nothing will happen here. I would like to point out though, Ares has picked up those gluttonous greaves in that mid lane, so there is that chance that we could actually see them go to their final form, if you will, go to that level 3 where you get like increased damage over 50% and you get increased defense under 50% health with that 10% vamp. So that could be a difference maker that comes in late game. But GAM, they've started up the Rift Herald, and DCG, they're responding.
Yeah, as a Cataclysm goes straight on in, but they're trying to hold on a little bit longer. True Shot Barrage hits its mark, and it is actually Drekthar taken off the board instantly. That's your jungler. Here comes Kiaya, picking up 1. That's the cow gone moo. But now you're going to move out of the way, but it's Fang who's able to get the damage off again. And a disaster fight for GAM. It was DCG that controlled it a little bit better, and it was the proactivity of Pop9.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, 1 for 2 and you get the Rift Herald. DCG, they've got to be happy with that. Hongsu is just proving to be a menace here in this mid lane, using the walls, using the stuns, that utility that an Anivia is so, you know, famous for, can pester and bother the enemy team to great effect and utilization here. So they get that Rift Herald and we do go to the replay. DCG, they double TP in. Pop9 immediately ults and then gets out of the ult. Just spectacular sort of switcheroo, a swapperoo. Xiao C obviously goes down for this, but you take the support for the jungler any day of the week. And Pop9, he played that beautifully. He retreated after setting up the fight. Hid on vision, so GAM thought it was a much more even fight, and then he comes back out and goes, surprise, and takes out Kiaya.
You gotta stop doing it to me, dude. You gotta stop every time. As it looks like it could be Drekthar caught out once again, stuck in that frozen wasteland. Taki is up on this top side just to provide a shield. But it actually is coming down to which team is pushing into these towers faster, and we are starting to see a little bit more of that crystalline growth starting to scale up. And now they're looking Fang as the Gnar comes in. Oh. Nice lockdown. Call of the God, Kiaya absolutely destroying Fang.
That was really well layered CC there too. You saw the stun bar, and then just before it ended, it refreshed because another stun had come down. And that's what makes these pro players so much better than your solo queue teammates, is they know how to layer CC because they're also talking to one another. They're communicating. They go, right, I'm going to do this, and then great, I'm going to do this. So it was an excellent initiation from Kiaya and a follow-up from the rest of the team. Drekthar, though, invading DCG's jungle, not letting Pop9 get onto those camps. So a really great denial of gold, a denial of experience. You can see Drekthar nearly has a full level of experience over Pop9. But if we do take a quick look at these items, Kiaya with the Trinity Force, Drekthar with that new Cyclo Sword as well. So that one has actually changed here in patch 26.9, the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. So now what it does is when you damage an enemy unit with abilities, it will trigger an energized attack if it's ready. And your energized triggers grant you more melee lethality for 4 seconds, which also deals bonus AD damage. So it's kind of really, really bursty.
Cool. That's all I have to say on that, because I've got plenty of champions that already use it, and I know exactly what it does. But I'm glad our community out there gets to know what it is too. Third and final coach comms coming in for GAM. They clearly have a couple things on their mind, as Baron is a minute away. Got to keep this team on those timers. But I want to just quickly point out something that you said just before as well, Logan, is for all of those people out there in my solo queue games, I think you're just as good, if not better, than some of these pro players, because you know what? You got to help carry me out of my hard stuck elo. So still, let's get out there and have some fun. There's a member in that bush. You got to be very careful here, RS, because that is Xiaoxi, very tanky cow. Could get it done, but no. Smart enough, the Pirate Smurf walks away.
Yeah, definitely really heads up. And that's another difference for pro players, is that third coach comms comes through and ends. And you do see the coach leaving that room. So no more coach comms. Oh, popped from ooh.
Straight on in. Hongshu is just caught out. There's no shield, no egg that can unscramble this situation. And I actually think they're just going straight for the Baron. They've said, okay, we'll give the drag. We've got all the members here. Let's look at it. And they're going for it. Tree Shot Barrage, just to get some vision, maybe get a little bit of damage off. They do know they're on the Baron. They have to get there quick, smart. Maybe they're looking to take the tower in mid instead, but I don't think they're contesting here, Logan.
Yeah, this was a 20-minute Baron. This is what you call a T1 Baron, but Relove DCG, I think they've played this well, right? They saw it, they got the Drake, they got a bot side Tier 1 turret. Like, that's about as much as you could hope for when the opposing team literally rips a 20-minute Baron. Like, that's not something that we see here often in the LCP, because you will see that Baron, it actually took a hot second to die. Like, they just didn't have the damage. Artemis pops on the hunt to give that extra movement speed to multiple members of GAM, and that collapse onto Hongsu was insane. There was nothing Hongsu could do. It almost feels like they premeditated that Baron play 30 seconds before they even took Hongsu out there. So great heads-up play from GAM. And I feel like that almost sort of breaks the back of this early to mid-game. They've kind of really gone, yep, now is our time. They're at 4.5k gold lead. Thank you, timing on that gold chart. And they're kind of just growing from there. It's up to Relove DCG to find a way back into this one right now, Pike.
Yeah, look, they are a little bit on the back foot. 4.5k gold lead over to GAM. The Baron power play is getting a little bit in effect, but they need to start putting the pressure on and start looking at these towers. They have the Void Grubs, so they should be able to get a little bit more of that extra damage, but right now, they're just looking more for kills. They're trying to find these picks. You can see Drekthar is just very happy, sitting off to the side, doing a lot. As there's the Gnar, it's coming in, stuns are good. Here comes Artemis, has the damage, but is taking up a lot of tower shots. Florin lives on 1 HP once again. Xiaoxi's now joining back into this fight. Fang's trying to jump back in. Realm Warp is going to come in. Couple members on board. Drekthar and Ares are here. Let's see if the Cataclysm's going to go off as Pop9 gets rooted down. Let's see if the Call of the Hunt is good. Straight back in. Drekthar trying to hold the line. They cannot do it. They went a little bit too far forward. And it was DCG that come up with the goods in that really long fight.
There was a beautiful, beautiful sort of little sequence of plays there that I really hope we get to see when we do go back to this replay. But obviously, GAM going in for Florin and not getting him was kind of critical to Relove DCG's turnaround there, because Florin gets away, GAM had committed resources, the rest of Relove DCG shows up and GAM can't close it out. As we see it again here, Kiaya starts the fight in Mega Form, is able to get that ult, but they just don't have enough damage to kill Florin. One more auto would have done it. So then they turn on the turret, they get the crystalline growth, but Xiaoxi is here. Realm Warp comes through to bolster GAM's defenses. Pop9 sees it, waits it out, flag and drags in. But we see, where is it? They go in on Pop9, flashing, dragging Drekthar further in. Xiaoxi headbutts Drekthar further again. And there is nothing that that dog can do. He's far too deep, and GAM cannot save him.
bark was a little bit more than their bite, unfortunately, because they could not get that done as the next drag is up in 1 minute 40. Pop9 being hit with a hail and a barrage of damage, but does have to be backing out as they are below half health. And this is the siege we were talking about that we get to see out of this GAM roster. You have the Sivir, you have the Rise. They can just auto-shove waves and get a lot of proactivity from it. But still, towers apiece. The gold has sort of gone a little bit back into the favor of Relove DCG. It is a 4k gold lead still for GAM, but it's about how do they transfer this gold lead into those stronger objectives. Yes, they got the early Baron, but can they get these next couple drags?
Yeah, look, DCG, they might be down, but they're definitely not out. This is a seasoned veteran team. They know how to get back into these games. They showed us they could do that in Split 1 as well. Drakthar, just being a bit cheeky, goes into the DCG jungle and is forced to run away with his tail between his legs, as it were, and Taki on this Karma. I must say, the bot side of GAM 104, both of them, you can tell that they're working together very, very well, but it doesn't feel like the time and energy that they're investing is paying the dividends you would hope for, right? You would want them to be much farther ahead for this kind of synergy.
They're there now is the difference here, Logan. They've just picked up that IE. It's a 3 and a bit item. We've got probably about 90% crit on this Sivir right now. That is a lot of crit. They're going to be hitting really hard. So as long as they're given space, as long as they can sit behind a bit of a wall of damage, they're going to be able to do a lot. Drakthar can't just keep going into these fights willy-nilly because he's going to get caught out. So we need to see if they're going to be able to look for those picks. As Dragon is being started up, we need to see some movement out of GAM, because if they're not here, it could just be going over. The TPs are now coming in. The slows are better. They're looking to reset. As here's the final hour. Florin gets the condemn off. They're looking to go straight back in on the Taki. A lot of damage from Kiaya. They do just pick it out. It is the shutdown onto this Gnar. And now Florin is still on the backside, being a menace, pushing them back, pushing in the damage. And they do reset. No one secures the Dragon, but it is still a pickup of your front line.
Yeah, with no Kiaya, GAM are really going to struggle to contest, and Relove DCG, they know this, so they are moving down to this Drake. This is the third Drake for Relove DCG when they secure it, which will put them on Soul Point, and that is a Mountain Soul as well, Pike. So that means they are going to be that much harder to kill. It gives them that shielding. It's on one line. Oh, yeah, yo. Had the flag.
That reset, I'd be so upset. I'd be so upset.
That would be an all-time, what's like not a highlight reel, like an embarrassment reel? That would be an all-time like embarrassment reel edition, that one.
Like a blooper
oh,
reel
that's it,
even?
blooper.
Like,
yeah, there is a word for that.
Yeah, look, every time we seem to cast, we seem to be
words.
filling up our blooper reels, honestly, because it's just you making me laugh about silly things that you say, and then I just come out with some crazy pun, and apparently that makes you laugh. So, little known fact, guys, we're pretty funny guys.
If we do say so ourselves, but that will be added to my blooper reel because I failed to remember that word. We do see Relove DCG though, they're moving as a team, they're moving as a unit. It is that late game situation now where any pick could mean the end of the game. So if you move as a unit, you are much harder to pick. That said, we do see Ares deep in enemy territory moving to that mid lane, could be caught. Lots of vision. GAM has so much vision. So it surprises me that Relove DCG are ever able to get the jump on them here too.
Yeah, and I feel like they're just trying to clear out this top side because Baron is still up. If they can get the early pick that you're talking about, if GAM can get a pick themselves, it's a free Baron. They could potentially look to just start this one up and try and bait it in, but they've got, look at all the darkness that it is DCG have to walk through. And it's such a nightmare to think because it's almost like playing against a Nocturne Paranoia. You just don't know what's going to happen or where they're going to pop out or where they're just going to fly in from, as Pop9 is posturing very aggressively with Xiaoxi. See if they're going to be looking for a fight. Clearing out the good vision, Logan.
Yeah, great zoning, great spacing there. You know, the threat of Hongsu, the threat of Xiaoxi, just, you know, headbutt engaging and starting that fight. GAM, they decide to respect it and back off. It's not worth potentially, you know, losing a Baron, losing the mid lane over because they still have their mid lane tier 1. We're nearly 30 minutes into this game. Ultimate pop.
Kiaya is about to go mega. Got to be very careful. He's getting that big shield. Looking for the boost. Goes Mega, gets stunned up instead. It's actually the pulverized headbutt. The beautiful true shot barrage does do some. The Cataclysm onto 4. It's a lot of damage coming out. Florence here with the backside 2. Then he'll lock him down. Drakthar gets the shield, stays alive. Hongshu picks up Kiaya. Eris is about to go down as well. The shield is good. The condemn is even better. And it is Relove DCG back in control of this game.
Yeah, they're 2,500 gold down, but it doesn't look like they are. They're not playing like they are. They win the team fight 2-0, and they're going to go for this Baron. They saw GAM go for that 20-minute Baron, and they thought, you know what? We know you're going to go for this early Baron again, so we're going to take it from you. We're going to punish you, and then that's it. Sayonara, Sweet Prince. Baron Nashor dies for the second time here at the 29th minute. Unfortunately, Kiaya on this Nah just keeps kind of getting caught out at the start of these fights. I know he's the front line, but it seems like he's not getting any value when he does frontline Pyke, because they're just layering so much CC onto him that he can't get back out once he goes in. And that leaves the rest of GAM ripe for the picking. Relove DCG just walk them down, tear them apart, win the fight, get the Baron, happy days. And now they're going to start sieging. I was just saying it's nearly 30 minutes and they don't have the tier 1 turret. Well, that's just changed.
And that's exactly it. And I think the big thing that we can see for the GAM side is they don't do well into these long trades. They are really struggling in these long extended fights. And it is Relove DCG able to control that. It's very pick heavy for the side of GAM. They're not looking to keep fighting, keep going. They want the quick and easy wins and then moving it into an objective. And Relove DCG are doing a really good job of reading that and saying, no, we want long fights. We're going to force you to keep playing with us because this is our game now. Because the gold league swinging a slightly back. It is still GAM favored. It is 1.4k, but I don't know. They might be picking up Drakthar too. Flag and drag is good. Look at the damage. It's just too much. Hop over the wall. Might still be able to pick him up. And it is another kill for Fang. What can you really do? They've got Baron in tow. This looks like Relove is just going to be walking down and looking to open up this base.
Yeah, this feels like such a spectacular GAM collapse, if I'm being frank. They were at 4 and 8 at like 6k gold lead at one stage, and Relove DCG have just got every single kill since. They got the Baron. They're marching on the Nexus. They've got the inhibitor turret. They're going to get this inhibitor, and then they're going to walk back after they clear this wave, and they've just bought themselves so much priority on that bot side. A minute still on this Baron, 3,700 gold up on the Baron alone. I mean, GAM, they had the early to mid game, but Relove DCG, they've come back strong in the late, and they're going to secure themselves a free soul to boot.
This was it. It was all about the long con out of Relove DCG. All they needed to do was weather the storm. And honestly, the storm was basically a rain cloud because, yes, we saw some good kills. We saw a little bit of proactivity, but Soul is confirmed for Relove DCG. How do you kill Xiaoxi? How do you kill this Pop 9 and this J4? You really just can't. They're so tanky. They're in this front line with a Mountain Soul. And then you've got Florin on a Vayne in the back doing true shot damage. Like, true damage is just going to be so big to melt through this front line. I feel like, and we know Carrix loves to talk about this Karma pick and how strong it is and how sort of versatile and what it can do. Every time I see Karma, it's not having the effect I want it to. It's not being able to be given the leverage it can. And this is just the difference in maybe picking some unorthodox picks like the Vayne is going to work in your favor.
Yeah, look, I mean, Keria said it best once upon a time. They said, how can we play champions like you? And he said, you can't, you're not me. And I think that's literally what is happening right now. We see Keria stomp on Pyke. We see Keria stomp on Karma. And yes, these guys are pros, but they aren't Keria. They can't play these champions as well as him. And unfortunately, it kind of shows in these games where Keria set such a high expectation that when the Karmas and the Pikes with other players aren't rising to that expectation, it looks a little bit lackluster. And that's what's happening with this Karma here as well. This Karma isn't advancing and engaging. This Karma is playing defensively as Kiaya caught on the wrong side of the wall, able to hop away here though. And the siege for this top side tier 2, they're going to get it.
Look, and again, it's not even a slow burn now. It is DCG saying we can turn up the heat. We've got a little bit of the gold lead. We've got the soul. They can't really get through these shields. No matter what Drakthar could do, you still have to get through the full amount of shield first before you can do anything. And even Fang with this shield is going to be so hard to kill. So Ezreal is just doing all this damage, and there's the re-engaged polarized headbutt. Too good. True Shot Barrage hits the mark, and it is Fang picking up another kill. Kiaya off to the side, has to hop jump away, but look at Florin. No fear in their eyes. The Cataclysm goes forward. You still got to be so careful as the re-engage in the Realm of Use defensively, and it is Relove DCG now looking at their mid-tier 3 and their top tier 3 too. They're just looking probably to close this one out because there's just no response from GAM. They can't do anything here, Logan.
Yeah, I mean, once we got to this late game, it just doesn't look like they've been able to do much of anything at all, unfortunately. Relove DCG, and this is what we were talking about before we even got into this match. They are the same team.
Lord.
They will come online.
No matter what, look at Florin on the
Florin.
backside. He's behind the Nexus. He's getting it done. Drakthar trying to stay alive as long as possible, but the true damage is just popping out. Xiaoxi taking up a little bit more, but no, it is Relove DCG. It was GAM's game to win the whole time until Relove said, no, we like our odds, and they take game 1 pretty damn well, Logan.
Yeah, look, it may not be overly obvious, but I definitely think Florin on that vein proved to be a menace. He was able to keep Kiaya relatively ineffective. So when it was time for those 5v5 team fights, when it was time for Kiaya to step up and frontline, he just wasn't tanky enough to be able to handle it because Florin kept him down. Florin kept gold out of his pocket. He wasn't able to itemize into the likes of that Vayne, and I think it was really well picked, really well played. Yes, Vayne is the classic matchup, but no, Vayne doesn't always perform and well into that Gnar, and Kiaya just, he got some good angles, but he was too far behind, I think, and the damage tells the tale, Pike.
It really does. Like, look, it's only about a 7k damage difference. Like, that's not too big, but you look at this bot side, Fang was feeling good on this Ezreal, 24k damage to 16, and it sort of begs the question, why are we looking to the late game when we should be really trying to prioritize the early control over objectives? We've seen Vikings do it so effectively tonight. GAM needs to do the same thing if they want to take this series. But right now, Relove DCG, they're looking a little bit more on form than I was hoping, which is great. I think this is the Relove we've been waiting to see. The downside is their early game was just slow, but I think that was on purpose. It was controlled. They said, we just have to stall it out a little bit longer, and they made it work for them. So really, really nice to see.
Yeah, GAM did secure themselves a fantastic lead early through that mid-game, but Relove DCG, as you say, they weathered the storm, they waited it out, they played that long game, and they were able to find picks and angles and come back in the late and obviously take the win. So really well played by them, fantastic endurance and stability throughout. They just waited out and got excellent engages here, but the fact that Fang was able to do so much damage speaks to the mobility of that Ezreal. He, again, was so hard to lock down. GAM, I don't think, had any tools to really answer Fang, and that showed. He was able to play the game for free, and Artemis kind of struggled to reach him with this Sivir.
Yeah, look, that was exactly it. I think Sivir was just a wave-clearing machine, but was never going to be enough. And even this, you might be able to survive just a little bit longer. Drakthar is just going to get take it very low and potentially reset on. But the coach comms, I think, here was all about, guys, start pushing these slide objectives, start pushing this bit more. I think this in particular one was, let's just look at the Baron when they go for the Dragon. I think giving over that first little Mountain Drag was maybe not the greatest call for GAM unless they traded for a Baron, but they didn't really get anything out of it.
And that's the problem with an early Baron, right? It's typically going to be a slow Baron unless you have a very, very high damage comp, which GAM doesn't have, especially at that 20-minute mark. And then you're not able to walk it down the middle of the map, and siege the towers and turrets because they don't have a sieging comp either. So it was almost the worst comp at the worst time to take that Baron anyway. And it really showed because Relove DCG were able to respond and answer as if they didn't have that Baron buff. Xiaoxi was a menace. He was frontlining so effectively on this Alistair, getting fantastic engages. And when it wasn't an engage, it was still effective disruption and ability blocking. Florin on the Vayne, just like we said at the top of the broadcast there, just 1v1 soloing Kiaya was brutal. And only because Ares was able to ult flash, get something back, did he sort of keep Florin down a little.
Yeah.
It was rough.
This is why I say Florin is one of my favorite players in the entire league. Down but never out. Especially playing a champion like the Vayne, you can weather anything that they throw. And look at this. It was this beautiful Condemn killing out that hot dog. But it was the Vayne to be able to do so much. And even Pop9 making a name and really getting in these Cataclysms were looking really good. And Fang was just following up with the damage. It was Relove DCG just being very calculated with this positioning and how much impact they were able to do. Because even here, just boom, a final shot does make its mark and it's able to get everything they need. This Realm Warp was a little bit janky though. Look where they were on the wall. They got caught out and they had to sort of burn flashes to make it work. But it was still good. Like, we're seeing really strong signs of life from GAM. I think we need to start seeing them be a little bit smarter about how they play the mid to late, especially in team comps that do just giga scale.
Yeah,
Florin should have died
if he should have died, he would have died, but he didn't, so he shouldn't have.
Don't tell me my business, Logan.
Don't logic me, man.
Don't hit me with words that make sense.
Yeah, Pop9 flashing to drag Drakthar deeper, and the Xiaoxi headbutt. Like, you can't do anything if you're Drakthar in that position. You're committed for life.
Oh, that Cataclysm onto 4 members too, Logan, was an absolute rocker. Kiaya flashed with a Realm Warp just in effect. Ares as well had to go straight into a wall. Condemn here, boom, straight away. No slowing down, but still, like, I just look at this team, the roster that GAM's put together looks so good on paper, but when you have the hands of Relove DCG, yeah, they've had a couple rough series in the past. Now's their time to prove why they were the runners-up of Split 1.
Yeah, if they can start to snowball, if they can take tonight's match and then start winning the rest of what they have in front of them, they could definitely still make playoffs if they find that form that got them so far in Split 1 there as well, Pike. But I really do want to shout out the observers for getting those sort of fantastic camera angles and the production team for the replays and the highlights where they're like, it cuts to Vayne kind of going like, wow, like at this amazing angle. And you're like, what? Where did this camera work come from? It just looks so good. But Pike, enough about game 1. We have a game 2 ahead of us when we come back from this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You want to play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
It's like we're living in a dream.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead. But I know, I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will.
And we're back from our break, and we are here with the LCP. We're in our second match of the night, and we are about to go into our second game of the night, Pike, after Relove DCG take the first.
Look, and you and I both, we put the 2-1 up, and we're seeing it right there, right now, that we both thought it was going to be a GAM series to win. The reverse sweep is always possible here, Logan. We've seen it done before. We can see it again. But the way Relove played that last game, yes, it was a little bit rough for the first 20 minutes or so. It really picked up at GAM. First picking, which gives DCG that blue side lock up. So it's going to be very interesting. We're going to see what GAM's going to prioritize as that first pick.
Yeah, but we have seen that win rate on the blue side is that much more significant than red side, right? Blue side takes over 54% of the games, so it's an 8% diffy, if you will. It'll be interesting to see if it works out in this situation. But GAM, like we said, like we saw, they had a great early to mid game, and they fumbled in the late game. Relove DCG able to sort of keep it together, not fall apart, and bring those answers down on GAM with that late game sort of scale. And it just makes me wonder, what can GAM do to win this game too? I don't think I've seen enough of Artemis. I almost want to see them play a simple composition, a protect the president composition, and funnel into Artemis. Build him up as a win con, play around him, because that's how they won in Split 1, and they need to do it again here now.
Look, yeah, I totally agree, but I think also think about it from a different perspective. There are new items on the board that can really help out. I've already harped on way too much about this Kai'Sa pick that could make or break a game. With a Dusk and Dawn, the on-hit potential for that champion is kind of insane. I played it in a ranked game today, and it was so much fun. So I think there are some picks that are very much in the wheelhouse of maybe it's not just a front to back, maybe it's a full dive comp. We've already used the Neferi. There's a couple other junglers that can use it too. Vi, Orianna, they're all going to be ready to be effective. But with the Nautilus ban, I suspect we're not going to see a Kai'Sa, Varus, and Rumble off the pack too.
Yeah, look, just ban everything. Let's just go to fisticuffs on stage, right? Like, just wrap him up in boxing gloves and say, have at it.
Violent.
Winner gets the game. I just like sports.
This is League of Legends, not like Ultimate Fighter.
But we do see those bands coming through, and the classics that you expect. That Rumble band, that Oriana band as well, which, you know, there's still a couple of good mid laners up. Azir got that little buff before coming into first stand, but we still don't see him picked very often. Victor, Talia, that kind of thing is still on the cards. Lee Sin banned away. They fear that early aggression from Pop 9, which he is quite good at. And Varus and Nautilus. But ooh, look at that pick, Pike.
Yeah, look, I like the Pantheon pick. It's been such a strong staple in all these games. So GAM obviously wanting to get those strong rotations around the map. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me cook for a second. Let's get Eris on a Twisted Fate too. Just get the double globals again. Ryze is already off the board. Let's see what's possible and maybe move them around the map. But Zin's out, the obvious pick up here.
I'm fairly certain I was absolutely thrown to the wolves in Split 1 for cooking up my dream sort of fantasy picks. And because of that, I'm not going to do the same to you. I'm going to let you cook and come up with these comps, and we'll just see if the pros agree with you, right? And then if they don't, then I'm going to bully you for it.
Look, and that's okay because I've been bullied. No, I won't. Let's not go into my dangerous and dark path. But no, as you can see as well, they were looking at the Scion, but Jace as well, a bit more of a bully in this top side, can be flexed mid too if you need it to go there. But the Jace is a really strong matchup. I think a lot of champions struggle into this champion.
Yeah, because of its flexibility, it can be ranged or melee, but Yorick is, I feel like Yorick is a good answer because you throw those minions out and the Jace can't poke you from range, so you've got that like level of protection. And because Bard was not banned away in that first ban phase, this makes a great lot of sense to me, picking up that Bard, that engage, that disengage, that ability to engage or escape with the mystical journeys, the magical journeys as well. There's just not much a Bard on support can't do here, Pike. So, Relove DCG heard you talking. They sniped away from Ares.
You can just say it, Logan. I am a genius. I am a drafting wizard. Maybe I didn't think that DCG was going to take it away, but you know what? The Twisted Fate is in play. It's been locked in. They clearly said, we can't give this sort of extra rotations to GAM. Let's just pick it up ourselves because a gold card is phenomenal. And the early map rotations means if Xin is able to get down, if Pop 9's already at a play, you can quickly get there too. So it is on who's going to be that first initiator. Is it going to be Dragthrow on the Pantheon? Or is it going to be the Xin Zhao Hongshu looking to make some moves around the map as well? It's a really strong pickup, and I love this play coming out of DCG.
I would have to think with Drakthar's aggression that he's going to pull the trigger first on that Pantheon, but we do know that Pop 9 can roam very, very well, and his timers are a bit almost unpredictable. He's definitely down to do an early gank, but we do see Caitlyn banned away from Artemis, Talia banned away from Ares in that mid lane, and it has been responded by GAM to target ban against Fung there with Lucian and Ashe both taken away. So that also soft bans the Lucian Nami, the Lucian Milio, and it also soft bans the Ashe Seraphine combination there. So it takes effectively 3 other supports away too.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that sticks out to me right now is if you're locking in the Jhin here, you're putting something like a Rel, maybe like, you've already lost the Nautilus, you need some frontline tankiness. Leona could actually be really good here as a pickup, but the Corki with the Bard, this is a staple matchup. The Bard's going to go off and do their own thing. Taki's never going to be in lane. Let Artemis just sit and farm for a little bit, get a couple items on board, and they're going to be cheering. But the Aurora being locked in as well, always nice to see. Oh, don't even worry about talking. Just watch it.
Oh yeah, they're toying with this. It's my feelings, Pike. They know that I'm, very emotional and I like what I like, and they go, oh, okay, go Corki. I wanted MF, but they went with Corki. I mean, what are you going to do about it?
Just deal with it, I guess, and just moan about it for a while. Oh, Xiaoxi's Blitzcrank. I was tempted to bring it up, but I didn't really think it was going to be huge into this comp. But it's a tank, it's a hook, there's a lot to deal with. There's just a lot of mobility on the side of GAM, so I'd be worried about letting it, but they lock it in. Oh my lord.
I mean, we brought it up earlier, right? We called Xiaoxi the hook god, so we kind of hedged our bets when we were talking about this at the start of the match. But it is fantastic to see Xiaoxi on this Blitzcrank once again. We know he is an absolute terror, and GAM, they're gonna need to respect this Blitzcrank. Both comps locked in. I like the kind of traditional-ish pick here of GAM, but Relove DCG speaks to me of, I gotta say, unexpectedness, full of surprises here, Pike.
The word I'm going to use here, Logan, is gusto. They've got some gusto about them because you don't pick a Blitzcrank without feeling really confident. Because if you miss those hooks, especially early on, they burn through your mana. So I'm curious to see how this Blitzcrank's going to fare when it is up against a Bard Corki, which are quite mobile, especially with the Magical Journey. You do have a lot of this you have to be worried about. You got the Valkyrie too. DCG 2-0, get those feet out of here. They might be smelly, but they're stomping the competition right now. But yes, Relove DCG versus GAM Esports. We're at game 2 now, Logan. There is no holding back. Relove DCG need a win here to sort of work their way up the ladder.
Yeah, Relove DCG need the win to go up the ladder, and GAM need the win to solidify themselves in 3rd place. As we see something interesting happening here. Thank you, observers. Florin and Hongsu running up to that top side. So it looks like they're going to go for some early pressure on to Kiaya here, getting that ward down. Good vision. They're rotating to where they know Kiaya has to be, and he's going to respect it. He sees the 2v1, but the skin's coming through. Secret Agent, Xin Zhao. Ooh, Battle Bunny Aurora.
High Noon, Twisted Fate's not too bad. Dark Cosmic Jin's pretty good. It's not the crazy cool one where he's got like multiple arms. But Blitzcrank, I thought, okay, let's just get Twitch chat to help me out with this one. I'm pretty sure Blitzcrank was banned in competitive play because the Q is too invisible. But it might not be. So I don't know if there's some tomfoolery afoot, or maybe we need to go check some new things. But have a look for me, Logan, because this hook is very hard to see.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing here is in the list of banned skins, it was released in 2013, potentially banned away. Yeah, it was banned in Pro Play. Interesting.
Yep.
However, this article is dated October 31st, 2025. So how has this one made it through?
That's the big question here. So,
yeah, it's known the animation does not match the hitbox. Yeah,
correct. It's very similar to the Subterranean Nautilus, but the Subterranean feels bigger. So that's the reason everyone goes that skin in particular, because it does give a little bit more. But same for the Blitzcrank. It's a very similar sort of thing. But interesting that it's made it through here today. Hopefully we don't hear about any rulings, but who knows?
Yeah, maybe it's been fixed and they didn't patch note that one. There's some action of Pop9 well positioned here.
Yeah, Ares as well has to run away, get out of dodge, but Pop9, oh, no way, might have been juked out as they could be looking for a deep recall in enemy territory.
Yeah, Ares cheekily escapes in the deep, deep jungle of DCG. No one's coming to rescue Ares if he's found, and he gets away. So, really heads up escape there. Artemis, so absolutely punishing Fung and Xiaoxi here. Just so much damage over the top of these bot siders. But if we do take a look at where the junglers are now, Drakthar in his bot side camps, and we do see Pop9 in his top side camps after that chase onto Ares. A little bit of gold diffy across the board, but nothing so tangible as to equal a major difference. Drake in 2 minutes, Grubs in 5. I have to wonder if this is going to be a slower game though, Pike, because the first game was a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, look, as the Magical Journey does come in, see if they can get a little bit more Xiaoxi. Flashes, lands the hook though. Drakthar has to get out of dodge. Another flash burned, but a really nice play out of GAM, being very proactive early, as they should be. Now Fang as well, walking up a little bit too far. The flashes go forward. Ducky wanted blood, but might have been caught out once again. Xiaoxi will have the mana for a hook. Does just whiff it. It goes off to the side. Skin diff is not the case in this one here, Logan.
Yeah, it was a really heads-up play to try and get some resources out of the bot side of Relove DCG. Obviously, they would have preferred to have gotten a kill there, but what can you do? They managed to get the flash and heal out of Taki, and Xiaoxi obviously flashed and healed too. So a nice use of resources. Draktar's flash burned because Xiaoxi was able to land that hook. But you can see as Pop9 spotted out by GAM Vision, so they know where he is. You can see that GAM, when they went in for that bot side duo of Jin and Blitzcrank, they were expecting that blitz hook from the get-go. Draktar went in and stunned and immediately started to sidestep for when that stun came off cooldown. But Xiaoxi, heads up of him, delayed that hook and waited until GAM had followed them under, and they didn't have the opportunity to sort of insta-predict. So I really do like that experience behind Xiaoxi's timing on the hook.
Again, Taki looking to make some waves across the map again too. Double electrocute proc on the Hongshu. Gotta feel a little bit rough, as it is just the bar diff that can rotate around so quickly. You're not really going to be able to get too much out of this Blitzcrank, at least early days. But the movement speed will be good as the game goes on, and Blitzcrank's just going to run on in, get some damage off, and just blow some people up. That static field is going to come greatly into effect. But now you can see as well, Hex Flash over. Oh, hits the hook on the cannon instead.
Yeah, just... I mean, the reaction time of these games is outstanding, and it's not something I could ever hope to aspire to, no matter how much training I undergo. I'm a little too old for that, if you ask me. However, oh yeah,
that's unfortunate. They were standing on a pink court. They didn't check the pixel brush. Check the pixel brush, guys. This is rookie moves.
But it does look like the Oracle lens. Yeah, I think maybe the Oracle lens was on cooldown. I'd have to go back and double check that, because they just now obviously realized they were on Vision and went back with the Oracle lens and cleared it out. But if it had been off cooldown, that's kind of criminal that they forgot that one and just stood on Vision. It was a heads-up play, but unfortunately, excellent ward placement catches them out. But GAM, again, heavily investing in their wards. They've got them through that sort of bot side of that Drake pit there in DCG's jungle and on their top side. So it's all those entry points that are so critical to being able to spot out your opposing jungler, also on Vision.
This is just, yeah, it's a Vision game right now. This is one of the big things that these teams need to have that control over. If they have the Vision control, they will feel a little bit better. So it's all about controlling everything that's around them so they can get the snap on them instead. Both teams are very pick heavy. You got a Blitzcrank, you got a Bard, you have a Corki, you have a Pantheon. They want more as there's between two worlds. They are able to get out of dodge a little bit faster. Kiaya, very low. Florin has to back out as well. Oh, Pandas. That was incredibly ADHD of me. Hook goes through, it does land. Artemis has to be very careful. Back down to half health. Now going to walk out of there.
Yeah, Artemis able to just walk out of that one feels a little odd to me as well. Maybe Feng's Deadly Flourish was on cooldown, wasn't able to sort of lock Artemis down on that Corki there. But as you say, a little bit of ADHD as we focused on the Pandas. Xiaoxi, you menace!
Back again with the good hooks, taking the tunnel out of dodge. Here comes Twisted Fate, looking for a bit of destiny, lands the gold card, hands the first blood over, and the Jin was killed, and then the Jin, the Italian kisses emote comes on up for Hongshu. You gotta love it.
Jin wasn't killed.
No, it was Bard. I thought it was the Jin for some reason.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why. Maybe I'm tired. Who knows? But look at that hook. Those hitboxes are nuts, man.
That was absolutely beautiful. But that's the thing with that Vision in that Tri-Brush, right? Like, no one is clearing that Vision. Xiaoxi has had that there for so long, and he's been able to land so many hooks, or at least get close, and it's finally paid dividends. It's finally netted that first blood and secures that extra gold bounty into Pop9. So that will accelerate the jungler of Relove DCG, and he didn't need accelerating. He's already kind of on the Rift with presence, with force. And GAM, though, they're not going to let this one go easily. They secure that first Drake of the game. It is the Cloud Drake for that little extra slow resist and movement speed out of combat. But the Rift grubs, the grubs are on the Rift. Now it's my turn.
Yep.
Yeah, grubby rubby Rift rubs. As Pop9 though.
Yeah.
It's the Cloud Drake's
already
taken.
there.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening, man.
You need to stop, dude. It's too much. But no, okay, Grubs, they were looking at it. They pick up one. They say that's all we need to commit for that. It's just about cancelling out because Pantheon's still on this map. Drekthar hasn't really made any moves for ganks just yet. They are level 7 now, so they should be able to start doing some grand Skyfalls and actually having some movement across the map. Downside, Hongshu got there just a little bit first and made those first early rotations. This is also the thing, right, is we talk about Pop 9 maybe not able to match the rotations out of Drekthar on this Pantheon. So if you pop a mid laner that can do the same sort of thing, great. You're actually turning it from like a 3v3 into a 4v3 most of the time because you have to burn TP for Aris in these fights if you want to actually join in.
Yeah, look, say it ain't so. TPs for TPs. It's not really a resource that you're happy to trade off when your TP is on a longer cooldown than your opponent's because it is an innate ultimate that also brings a stun on the tail end. So, you know, Ares, though, like, is getting the individual lane lead over Hongsu, has a lot of push and priority and CS lead, but it's the team fights where Hongsu is sort of coming up trumps over Ares because he is able to get there just that little bit quicker. And here's that vision control we were talking about that makes Xiaoxi on this Blitzcrank an absolute menace because you just don't know when a hook is going to be coming at you or from where.
Yeah, I do get scared of Blitzcranks in most of my games. They do seem to target me especially. Maybe I just don't have the hands to be able to react. But now they're looking back at the Grubs too. They picked up one. It was... none were actually picked up, so Drekthar not really prioritizing this top side. Maybe just letting Kiaya try and scale this game out, but they are up against a Jace who is going to have a lot of impact in these team fights, especially with those projectiles, be able to just blast them down. But 3 Grubs, Xiaoxi is definitely looking mid. You're going to be very careful here, Eris.
Did you just... No, Xiaoxi's not looking mid. Xiaoxi is looking fantastic in mid, my friend. You know, there's no mid Xiao. If I was Taki, I would not be running towards Xiaoxi on that Blitzcrank. I would be like, no, thank you. But then we could get like a run back of that exceptional... Do you remember in Split 1, the Thresh hook over the Drake pit blind and it landed?
Yes. Yeah,
I was just like,
that
oh
was
my
awesome.
God.
I want
a
blast cone. I want a blast cone into a hook, and so then it's like as you blast cone away, the hook pulls them further again. That would be sick. Oh, here we go. Destiny is coming up. It actually got cancelled out. There must have been a CC that slowed him down. Grand Skyfall onto this top side. Pop 9's already joining this fight. Drekthar a little bit too slow to the game.
If you're slow, then you're not fast. And if you're not fast, you don't win the race. So if you're slow, you lose. Maths.
What about that
maths,
tortoise?
Honestly.
What's the tortoise doing then?
Oh, what that tortoise do, though, that tortoise is slow and steady. But there's no turtles. Is there turtles in League of Legends? Because I ain't winning any races. I'm pretty sure they're
not. Udyr. Turtle
Rammus?
form. Rammus is more like an
Udyr
armadillo. Is he not?
Armadillo tortoise? We should ask chat while we talk about the game. Is there any turtles or tortoise in the game? But we do see Kiaya
just tank form. Just let me have this.
Yeah. But he's not. No, if I can't have Leona as a hook champ, you can't have Udyr as a turtle because he has a tortoise form.
This, Logan. This is no place for us to air out our dirty laundry in front of people watching, okay? We can take this argument off air once again because you're still... You know what? We don't need to talk about it. The game's still going. Dragon is up in 15 seconds here, Logan. This is where we see Relove DCG putting a lot of their focus. Let's talk about that. Leona, a hook champion. What a joke.
I'll talk about it when turtles and tortoise are two entirely separate, different things, so they can't be the same. Yeah, because Relove DCG are moving into the mid. Yeah, good.
Hook is good. A flash was burnt, but it's not enough as Taki is still being hit with that priority. There's the Great Skyfall. No way the Tempered Fate tries to save them a little bit more, but no, Hongshu has the damage. And then they're trying to re-engage. Artemis is looking at Pop 9. Let's see if the damage is going to be good. Valkyrie's forward. Is it going to be enough damage going forward? Pop 9 gets flashed on 2. It's a nice bit more. As Drakthar as well, trying to stay alive as long as possible. It is Fang. Flash to go forward. Gold card's good. Shield is even better. Fang is able to pick up another. Barrier's just being used for safe effect. The Deadly Flourish keeps them back. Eris is low, has to flush them all. The hook is even better. This fight just keeps on going, Logan, as they're trying to walk out alive. It is! Eris picks up another. It's a huge trade across the board. And now we're looking topside. Kiai is trying to take on Florin. Let's see if the ghouls can get it done. A little bit more HP. Get away, good son, get away. Kiai is chasing. Here comes Taki, and it's gonna be picked up. And just in case, the magical journey was magical indeed.
Ultimately, DCG and GAM find themselves at 3 kills apiece. As we see this, the flash hook, the hook misses, but it didn't need to land as Pop 9 finds a way in. Now, the Tempered Fate does land onto 3, but unfortunately, it doesn't change overly much here. The TP committed from Ares into that backline as Pop 9 chased away by Artemis, who flashes forward to take him out. Goodbye, Xin Zhao. Ares ultimate, unfortunately not doing too much there. However, the Pantheon delaying his death buys that, Fang has to run in and enables Ares and Artemis to clean up as Ares flashes over the wall preemptively to avoid any damage. And picture in picture, we're back to live. We're fighting over the Drake here as Relove DCG, they've put some priority on it. This is the second Drake of the game, and they're just going.
Already gone. Grand Skyfall is being used. They were looking at Florin, but where did he go? As Artemis now gets hit with the exhaust, they are chasing. Oh, just goes sideways. There's the Tempered Fate. It is looking at Florin. Let's see if they got the slows. The missile barrage is doing a bit of damage, but not all that much. Xiaoxi getting jumped on. It might just be enough damage to go down. One more hit will do a Drakthar. Lands that final speed between worlds. Is a lot, and it is Florin taking out too. A lot of damage finally out of this Aurora. They are online. 2-0 for Ares is so good, and they could look to just push down this mid, potentially opening up the map.
This Aurora is coming online. You see the combo. It's basically, if Ares hits you with the full combo from Aurora, you're dead. It's just effectively a one-shot. And then they take that mid lane priority and they get themselves the Rift Herald. So this is a great sequence of play from GAM here. They're able to really claw their way back into the game. They're now at 2.2k gold lead. And GAM, they weren't ever contesting this Drake. It looks like they wanted to contest this bot side. Artemis exhausted, so... How does the hook god miss that on an exhausted Artemis? If that had hit, this would have been a completely different fight. But GAM, they move as a unit. The 4 of them follow Relove DCG and just take out Xiaoxi and Florin in convincing style and fashion. They now find themselves at about a 2.2k gold lead. Ares pushing those waves out. And again, we do take a quick squizzy at that ward vision control. And GAM, they're constant. They're consistent with this vision control pike. They keep putting it deep in enemy territory. And Xiaoxi just isn't clearing it out at the moment.
Xiaoxi doesn't need to worry about that. Xiaoxi's about landing hooks, not about clearing out vision. None of this nonsense. As Taki is actually going very deep again. Deadly Flourish is going to land, but the Magical Journey means they can get to the other side of the red pit. Now they're actually following it along. Pop 9 could be looking for the re-engage. Wind becomes lightning, is a lot of damage. Destiny, Gate goes through, gets the cleanse up, but it's not going to be enough. Taki is just gone. No long for this world. But the Rift Herald's actually been summoned bot side. So it looks like it is GAM looking to take another tower off the map, and it is going to be able to charge down. Rift Herald, Shelly getting it done today. If it gets another charge, that'll be huge.
Did you know that Shelly has now become a playable card in Riftbound?
No way, Jose. Hongshu might just be dead here as well. Okay, Drakthar. We're starting to cook.
I'm like, Well, I just didn't expect a kill there. The two of them literally just walked after Hongsu, and there was nothing Hongsu could do to get away. Like, that was just the simplest kill I've seen in so long.
Chase them down. If they can't get away, you chase them down. And that's exactly what they were doing. But now it's 4 kills to 6. 19 minutes on the board, though, as well. It's still a 2.7k gold lead for GAM, so they're feeling quite good here, Logan. Items across the board are starting to be picked up, and I'm notably looking at Corki. They are some big items. The Triforce, the Mirror Mana as well, stacking up very well. I'm getting a bit nervous. This Corki's going to be very relevant in fights. They're only 1-0-3. They're keeping up in farm. Feng's got a lot of work to do as this Jhin.
Yeah, in the sort of 1v1 matchup, I have to imagine that a Corki is going to beat a Jhin, despite Jhin having 2 full items and those upgraded boots for himself as well, those new gluttonous greaves. So it's, at least item-wise on the face of it, it's evenly matched. In the mid lane, both 1 completed item apiece. Hongsu, 2 minutes.
Fight. Oh, Florin just caught out once again. Between Worlds was enough burn damage. As now Pop9's back into it. Taki is here. Let's see if the damage can be enough, as Pop9 is just holding their own. They're doing a really good job with the flashes over the wall. Fang is now trying to take on Artemis, but no, it is Artemis doing the damage. The flash over by Pop9. Reflash to get out of dodge. Taki taking the magical journey. TP's now coming back in. Pop9's re-engaged. It's a double kill. They do lock him down for their troubles. Now they're looking at Fang. Let's see if Kiai's going to do it. Destiny Gate comes on in. Gold card is in effect, but is it going to hit its mark? Curtain Call does get summoned, but now it is all on Kiai trying to block it out a little bit more. Artemis is going to get hit with that final shot, but no, the Maiden couldn't get the damage off, and it was, at the end of the day, a 2 for, I think, 1.
Yeah, pretty sure it was. It was a 2 for 1 over to Relove DC. Oh, I mean, we're going to get a replay of it anyway, so we don't even have to doubt it. Oh, the Panth ult to kick it off. Florin just caught out deep on that ward. 4 members of GAM were basically instantly there. However, that Taki got knocked over because Artemis was trying to get away. Pop9 goes in. Yep. They're able to shut down Drakthar. Pop9 with the follow-up over the wall on Artemis. So Pop9 flashes over, then Artemis flashes back over to the other side to safety. A brilliant sequence. However, Pop9 goes back in and also nets himself Artemis, the support of GAM. Oh my gosh. Fang able to stay at relative safety at a great distance there. So GAM weren't able to turn it back around to him, but they have the priority. They're working away at this 3rd Drake of the game. It will be their 2nd. They will secure this one. No one is around to contest. So that is a cheeky little Ocean Drake, which gives you some great sustain. That 2% missing health every 5 seconds, not to be underestimated, especially on those tanks that build HP regen.
Yeah, I don't think they really have any, though. It is more like Pop9 that's going to be feeling the most effects, I'd say, with that, with the Sundered Sky. Blitzcrank's just being Blitzcrank, not even an item completed just yet, but once the items do come on board, though, that's where we're going to be a little bit more scared. But I'm still looking very strongly at these 280 carries that are starting to get their work done. Artemis getting another kill on the board, always super helpful, but look at these mid laners. 2-2-2 for Hongsu, but 3-0-1 for Eris, and Eris is still down in gold. That's insane. So looking for another 5, Pop9 going back in. Grand Sky falls good down, looking at this backline. Where did Fang go? He's not even going to be able to survive anymore for this fight. Great shutdown is coming in. It is 800 gold. Pop9 is just popped once again. And they're looking at Hongsu, they're looking at the towers. Florin trying to run. All he's got is a dream and a hope that he can survive. The fancy feet are in effect tonight, but could not hold on to this good night. And Kiaya, being the Yorick monster, is just pushing in this bid. And it is a Baron that could be going over to GAM. We talked about the 2-1 potential here, Logan, and GAM are cleaning up this game right now. 3.3k gold up with a Baron is pretty damn good at 23 minutes.
Yeah, but we've been here before. GAM have had great early and mid games, and arguably 23 minutes is still only the mid game, Pike, but they are putting up a good showing here. Winning that team fight, that Tempered Fate, unfortunately whiffing, going wide, gets the thumbs up from Pop9, who obviously Crescent guards early amongst everybody. But here, watch Ares go on this magical journey. Immediately punished, they collapse, and then the rest of GAM come through. They sacrificed Ares and went right. But here, something we didn't see, Kiaya wasn't pushing in the mid, though he does get the turret. He was chasing Hongsu. He gets the turret, he finishes off Hongsu for the double kill, and then GAM are able to clean up the rest of the fight. So, it's 23 minutes in. They're 4k up with 2 Drakes into Relove DC. Oh, Draktar.
I think Draktar might just be dead as the shield is now out. He'll be so careful. Eris is now looking at Xiao Si. Does avoid it, but Kiaya actually picked up Florin in the mid, like out of nowhere. We were so focused on the curtain call, we forgot to look behind the curtain.
That was just spectacular. I mean, we obviously saw the fight break out, and you called Draktar will die, but I don't know, fortunately for Draktar, he lived. A couple of those shots were absorbed by the rest of his team, and Kiaya just gets Florin down in that mid lane. So they find themselves at 5.5k, 1.5 minute left on this Baron power play. They have 2.5 gold secured so far. Hongsu on the run. Ares using that proto belt to get that extra move speed, close that gap.
He's looking for more. Kiaya is here, sent back, has to flash through, but no, it is going to be a good shutdown for Fang. Deadly Flourish hits, but try to just keep it cleansed out. Magical Journey across the wall, through the tunnel, straight back through. You've come to the wrong place, wrong time. Artemis absolutely one-shotting this Blitzcrank. Grand Skyfall a little bit late once again. Even probably, but no, they're looking for the fight. Florence trying to go into the backside, but cannot hold on any longer. Exhaust goes out. Tempered Fate just misses, but here's another TP. Eris is off to the side. Wants to make a move, but just decides to reset. They've still got Baron for 1 minute here, Logan.
Kiaya going down in that mid lane in like essentially a 1v3, almost 1v4 fashion was kind of odd. And I saw that Ares and Draktar were collapsing on a member of Relove DCG before this all kicked off up in that river as well. So here it is again. Kiaya, 1v1 in the mid lane. Pop 9 tags him, goes in and does so much work, sets him up for the rest of Relove DCG, who show up out of nowhere. Taki forced to escape that deadly flourish. You never follow a magical journey, right? We saw Ares do it and DCG collapsed, and we just saw DCG do it and GAM collapsed. Like, what are we doing here? Following a team on a magical journey, Pike. But Florin thinks he's got an angle, comes in from behind, and the rest of Reloaded DCG comes from the front side, and we're back to live.
Logan, back to live straight in. Draktar is on the wrong side of the shield. Shutdown goes over. Pop 9. It's a jungle for jungle trade. Let's see which team wants to take it a little bit further, as there is the Tempered Fate. The rest of the team wants to follow it up. Kiai is here. Shield is good. Straight on through. Hook goes down. It's just another 1-for-1 trade. It's 2-for-2. Artemis is taking a lot of heat, as now there's the curtain call. They pick up the Blitzcrank. It is just the Eye Blitzcrank, so maybe they're looking at an Android instead. And Artemis has to be so careful. There's the Destiny, there's the Gate, there's the Deadly Flourish. The damage is good, the flashes go forward. They're taking the journey. It's Fang. It's all Fang. The double kill. Might be looking for more, but the Dragon is being looked at instead. And a huge play by Relove DCG.
Just a great extended fight there, but Pike, one of my favorite things that we're looking at right now, we are 27 minutes, we're at 29 kills. We are over 1 kill per minute right now. This is spectacular. This is the LCP in fine form as we see it kick off here. Taki misses and Pop 9 goes in, and just, my goodness, does Draktar melt in the face of 5 members of Relove DCG. But it's jungler for jungler. It's 4v4 right now. And so it's this extended play. Kiaya goes in, and then it's a 1-for-1 trade at exactly the same time again. However, Relove DCG, they have the better health bars. Xiao Si is frontlining Artemis, so he's not able to poke down Feng and Hongsu, who are left healthy enough to then chase down the 3 very low health members of GAM. And just a spectacular sequence here.
It really was, and the only thing that I can say from my own perspective is, I'm tired of this, Grandpa, and then you're going to come in and go, yes, do that, man! You keep on casting! Because it's a lot of kills coming. It's a lot of kills coming in, you're right. 29 kills is the full total. 3k gold lead still for GAM in this game, as both teams are 2 dragons apiece. it could be a bit of a long one. We said this was the bit of the long haul series where both these teams have the potential to take it all. Xiaoxi, oh, those rockets are doing some damage now.
Yeah, look, and that's the thing with Corki, right? I think people forget that once he gets past that mid-game, he does crazy levels of damage, right? You take a look at his stats. Right now, Artemis is 6-0-7. So if GAM are able to unlock Artemis, and I mean, some people would argue that he already has been, but if you're able to frontline, if you're able to let him free fire like Feng did on Ezreal last game, he will brutally punish Relove DCG. It's just finding that angle. It's so hard because Hongsu can TP into the backline and stun you. Xiaoxi can flash hook you. So they have a tall order in front of them, but they're navigating it. They're at 2.5k gold lead right now. The Xiaoxi hook goes wide into the dark, which you would hope for. The Baron is on the Rift. The next Drake is up in 2.5 minutes because it's all happening.
Magical Journey. Pop 9 is in there. They want to do the damage. There's the Tempered Fate, but straight on in the Grand Skyfall. They're trying to look at Fang. The damage is going to be enough, but Kiaya does secure the kill. Artemis is now being looked at Pop 9. It's a trade of the 80 carries. Kiaya, though, is now raid boss status and is looking at everyone. The Maiden is able to slow them up, throwing out one more spear and a little bit more. Could get it done, but the GA was not popped on Pop 9, but still a really successful fight for GAM as they are now looking to walk down this mid lane. They took out 3 members, and now it's a little bit easier for them to secure the victory and take us to game 3, but they have to take the Nexus. This is the final push if they so choose it. Now the stun is good. Let's see if the damage is even better. They get the GA. Where did Xin Zhao go? They get to get that re-engage once again. It is going to be Pop 9 lockdown. CC, Drakthar picks them up, and I think they just have to reset. The jungler is gone. Look at the Baron.
Yeah, they absolutely have to take a look at that Baron. It was free with that jungler dead for the next 40 seconds, but Relove DCG, they're not going to let this one go quietly. A deep flanking TP, no vision as well, so Florin's going to surprise them here.
Yeah, they might just have to, they might not be able to do this in time. It's everyone's sort of a little bit disjunction. That TP sort of cancelled out a lot of what they were trying to do. So really nice play there from Florin to get some map awareness. Tempered Fate goes out. Xiaoxi could be caught once again. Is the stun going to be enough? It is so much damage. Xiaoxi gets out and dodge. The movement speed was just enough. But now there's no hook on the side of DCG. They can look at the Baron a little bit freer.
Yeah, that's definitely always a good thing. We see Hongsu ulting though.
Yeah, Taki taking a lot of these shots. Magical Journey off to the side to stay a little bit alive, but it's 2k health. Red team, it is GAM picking up the Baron. Now they just need to reset and get out of dodge.
I'm loving this game so far, Pike. Both teams are still very much in this, and it like Relove could still win this with a good team fight. They're able to just absolutely annihilate one member of GAM instantly, and we do see here Artemis goes down on the back end. Pop 9 knew his target, locked on, stayed on, but Kiaya ran 3 members of DCG down. He just walked into the face of Feng, and there was nothing he could do. And then he went, right, and you know, like he looked down the barrel of the camera and he looked at Xiaoxi and said, "You're next." Walked him down, and the only thing...
Sorry, Hongsu, very low. Tempered Fate lands on 2. They have just picked up the Twisted Fate. It's a little bit of a Twisted Fate if you ask me. Now they're looking at Xiaoxi. The Rocket Barrage is getting the damage. The Valkyrie going forward. It's a double kill for Artemis. Now they're looking at Fang. Between 2 worlds, Pop 9 is gone too. Oh my lord, Fang is still doing a lot of damage, but now they're going to be so careful. They've already opened up the mid in here. Artemis is going forward. It's the Corki that is making it work, and the final spear is the nail in the coffin. They do have the damage. They have the Baron buff. They can look down mid and take us to a game 3 here, Logan. GAM coming back in this series after Relove took game 1. They said, no, we will not go quiet, and they want blood even further. I am here for it.
Well done to GAM. They've evened up tonight's best of 3 match between Relove DCG and GAM Esports. They are now 1 game apiece. They will not go quietly into that good night here, Pike. and it was rocky. It was up and down as we go back to this amazing... Show the sign, put the fan sign up, please, I beg of you. That art is phenomenal, but it was a rocky game. It was very, very back and forth. It felt like, honestly, Relove DCG had the tools they needed to close that one out, and GAM... it looks like they fought their way back into it, to be quite honest. I thought Relove DCG had this one in the early game.
Look, I thought they did too. Like, they had a little bit of that gold lead. They were very aggressive. They were making the right moves. Pop 9 was looking exceptional. So it really came down to, I think it was just a slight draft diff where Yorick was raid boss level and Corki was doing a lot of damage. The prioritization of who they were hitting with their marks in regards to taking Fang out of these fights and not being able to do that consistent damage moving forward in them, just let them do a lot more. And even so, Pop 9 had a really good game, still didn't do enough damage as Drakthar in this jungle. Like, it was the Pantheon that made this team sort of work a little bit more, and the rotations were good. You got to give a lot of credit. So really nice to see GAM coming back in game number 2. We're going to check out these highlights in the coach comms as well. But I'm curious to see what game 3 is going to mean, because this is where it all comes down to it. It is a best of 3 series, which means these teams are going to be pulling no stops out. We've still got some very strong champions on the board. We're going to have to see what they want to lock down and take forward and see which one's going to take over the series.
Yeah, both teams definitely have to pull out all of the stops to make sure they're putting their best foot forward here in this third and last game of tonight's match, as it's this level of proactivity that we're seeing here in this particular highlight that really kept Relove DCG in this one. GAM, they'd collapsed on mid, and Relove DCG, they were on bot side. They sprinted to that mid lane to make something happen, and it's that kind of response, that initiative that separates good players from great players, and that's why the LCP shines so brightly here. But with best of 3, the game 3 on the horizon, yeah, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to adapt. Like, I need to see Ares on a powerful mid lane mage again. He really performed on that Aurora, I think. He found some great angles. He had a lot of burst damage, which shut down some of what Relove DCG wanted to do. I need to see Taki, and I mean, we won't, but not on Bard again. Unfortunately, I just don't think he was the best Bard. Some of those Tempered Fates going a little too wide, not landing all of those stuns. It was almost the Bard performed well because other people went on magical journeys when they really shouldn't have gone on magical journeys, you know, Pike. And then Kiaya in the top lane on that Yorick, though, really performed.
Yeah, really did. I think Florence sort of had their number a little bit. This was the tunnel that you should not have taken, and it's not the way to do it, especially when that is your sort of front line tank that sort of starts these fights. A bit weird that Drakthar, the timings for Drakthar was a little bit off. These Grand Skyfalls weren't as great as I would have liked to see them be, but this magical journey right here, I think was pretty damn good, because yeah, they go over straight back through and then just gets followed up. Boom.
Yeah, I do like the magical journey to escape from those chassis hooks. Like, it's a great sort of counter tool as well, but when it's not in that hook situation, when it's into the teams and they all like dive after you, you know, the number one rule is you don't follow a magical journey, right? Otherwise you're met with a stun and death at the other end. But it was these messy fights, and both AD carries, I think both AD carries had good games. Like, Feng really did his job. He was applying a lot of damage, applying a lot of pressure. Artemis nearly deathless by the end of the game too. If I'm trying to find where it went wrong, I almost unfortunately have to point at that Jace pick for Florin. It really didn't meet expectations, I have to say, Pike. It wasn't a tank.
Look, and I think the point of picking Jace is to be a bit more of a lane bully. I think the downside to that is Yorick doesn't care if you're a lane bully or not. Yorick is just going to be keep scaling and just keep pushing you in, get the maiden out. So I think the Jace, although being picked early, was a good call, and I could see Florin was trying to be more of a proactive top laner in these fights. But you're right, it didn't have the same level of effect as we would have liked it to have had. And I think that was just because it was picked out better by the Yorick. The Yorick was a smart call, and you can see these really great ganks were obviously so good. Florin wasn't really able to play as much of the game as they wanted to and put that damage out.
Yeah, unfortunately, this particular situation here, Taki was sent to relove DCG, packaged with love, like, here, has a free kill, and unfortunately they weren't even able to do that one. And the TPs are all committed, and this is the beauty of both of these teams. And as we said, Kiaya, just an absolute raid boss, as you've called him. He frontlined so effectively. He's self-sustained. As the Team Liquid thumbs up, I swear we see that every single best of 3 matchup. It arrives at some point. Yeah. When someone misses, they're like, yep, there's the thumbs up. And that's it. They sent Ares as the sacrificial guinea pig here, and then once Ares was dead and DCG had used all their cooldowns, then the rest of GAM went in, and I'm like, I don't know if you wanted to sacrifice Ares, but sure, yeah, it worked out in your favor eventually. And yeah, they begin sieging here, and just it was a messy, scrappy, back and forth game, Pike, and mate, that's what I love about the LCP.
A lot of blood, a lot of damage coming out too, but it all really came down to like which team had the hands at the end of the day. Like, there's a lot of things that worked great, like some of these, but yeah, I think overall it was a good game. Nice to see GAM coming back into form. This is what we wanted to see from this team that has been at the top. But yeah, I think we're pretty done with these highlight reels because they just keep going. There's so many highlights for this game.
There was so many fights. It feels like we're getting a recap of every single fight because there was just that many fights, and it keeps highlighting, it keeps showing, you know, the VCS versus the PCS, the fight styles. You've got to adapt, you've got to meet them. The VCS, they're just straight scrappy. I've said it before, I'll say it again. They fight when they're down 4v5, when they're down 3v5, and they're not scared of even fights either. And it's just beautiful to see it showcased time and time again. I am glad, though, that, you know, both of our predictions, we still are very much on track. You know, we both said 2v1 to GAM. It's still very possible if they pull off the reverse sweep.
Yeah, look, like I said, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. You never know with the LCP. These teams, they are unrelenting. They are unwavering. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get up with the goods and get the damage off. But how many fights were there, Logan? What is going on?
It was more. It was more than a kill per minute, so there were a lot of fights. But yeah, and Drakthar was Drakthar was initiating more and more of them sort of in that late game. But if I could nitpick, if I could request improvement for the future, I would love to see him be a little more proactive early on that Pantheon, which we're used to him doing, which we are used to seeing there, Pike. And yeah, just a great game from 2 really good teams, and I'm really looking forward to this Game 3, which we will get to when we come back from our break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
And we're back, Pike. We find ourselves here at Game 3 in tonight's best of 3 series between GAM Esports and Relove DCG. And we said it at the start of the match, mate. Relove DCG. They're going to find their form. They're going to come back. And tonight might just be that night.
Yeah, look, I've got pretty high hopes. I think after that second game, I think Relove DCG just pulled out the stops and said, no, we'll just check your hands a little bit towards the end. And now game 2, GAM's like, no, okay, we've got hands. We'll send it back for you. Let's run it back and see how we go. Now it's game 3. It's now comes down to which team's going to push it a little bit further. This is where teams are made. They are not made in the 1v1s. They're made in the 3v3s where blood and sweat and tears define where you go and how high you can climb. As GAM, already sitting in that fairly high spot, are looking to start this draft off with a bang, and Akali already gone.
Akali Lucian banned away. Not exactly what you call a high priority ban, and a Nocturne banned to Relove DCG. They did opt to go first here, so they'll get first pick, and GAM on that red side as well for their selections, which happened during that really quick little break there. So it is good to see Orianna banned. She never even hit the rift in tonight's match here between GAM and Relove DCG. That's unusual. She usually makes it around game 2, game 3.
Yeah, I think that most teams decide that they need something a little bit more impactful, but now that they've sort of opened up the pool a little bit more, Anivia, Ryze, Aurora, Twisted Fate, very different champions that are now off the series. So taking away the Orianna means you have to start bringing in a little bit of a different pool once again. So Varus now taken off the board too. Should mean that we're going to see most likely some very interesting hyper carries, because our main sources are gone, and Annie being one of those mid lane picks that is being locked up.
Yeah, I mean, you point to those hyper carries, and you have been hoping and dreaming for this match so far that we see that static Shiv, that reworked static Shiv come through on the likes of potentially that Kai'Sa. But Annie is also a pick that has definitely been, Annie is definitely a pick that has been rising in priority globally as well, it is fair to say. Definitely been seeing a lot of her in the LCK, recently on Faker and Chovy, and now we're sort of getting it here in the LCP. So it's nice to see those metas spread. But I like Galio into the Annie. You just can't one-shot burst him to death.
Yeah, and Bessa screams at me right now as the top laner of choice. If you can get this Bessa that goes into the back line, even with a Lee Sin too, for a bit of sneaky follow-up damage, you can get in there and get the job done. So it's all about that big hero's entrance, Lee Sin coming in with Dragon's Rage, able to do a bit of that extra damage or re-scatter the fight. The Annie, though, is you don't have Sivir as Artemis to be able to spell shield any of those stuns. So Annie on Hogshoe is going to have a bit of a field day, especially with a Wukong on Pop 9 being able to walk around the map and move some things around. But instead, they're looking at the Renekton potentially for Florin.
Yeah, like, I've got to say it. Crikey, Renekton's on the rift. because he's a crocodile. He's kind of an honorary. I got really excited because I saw Shyvana and I was like, do you remember what Drakthar did with Shyvana? But Drakthar has already obviously locked in Lee Sin, which is that early game aggressive jungler, and with the likes of Drakthar, locked in for that. Pop 9 going for the Wukong in response. I like Wukong. Wukong just has so much team disruption once he gets in the backline with that Cyclone. Like, my goodness. And I like this because it's almost like the aggressive junglers going at each other, right? Both Drakthar and Pop 9 are known for their aggression. But, Gwen for the top side.
Yeah, I kind of like it, honestly. Like, it's up against this Renekton, so it's going to be a little bit harder for Florin to be able to do too much. And so Kiai are definitely feeling a little bit more aggressive in this game, where we've sort of had them on the back foot a little bit more. But the Yorick sort of showed that they love to get a little bit scrappy with it. So what makes more sense to be scrappy with your patchwork here, Logan, and get the scissors out and start needling up a storm? But bans are coming out too. Nautilus taken off the board.
I'm such a fan of Gwen on the top side as well. I've seen her used so many times. She plays sort of like weak side early and then sort of comes out of nowhere from behind as I'm going to dive and annihilate your backline and there's nothing you can do to stop me kind of topsider. So it's always exciting when she's on the rift. But as you said, Nautilus banned, Caitlyn banned away, Ashe also banned. So with the Lucian Ashe ban, right, we've also seen Jhin, Ezreal, Siva, and Corki. I really do have to think they're going to move into these hyperscalers. I really do think we're going to see a Kai'Sa picked up here unless it's banned away, Pike. And your dreams, they could be coming true real soon, mate.
Look, I love when my dreams come true. It happens all the time. Usually, it's me just going to the beach. And I can make that happen because I live in Australia and I live near a beach. So it kind of works out, but now we're into the second pick phase as bans are finished on the board. Ashe, Nautilus taken out, as along with Caitlyn and Pyke, so looking at these bot lanes as well. Yanara, Lulu, of course it's still up, like why not? But you could also see they hovered the Xayah. They could be looking at a Xayah Rakan for that follow-up grand entrance, which could be very good for Xiaoxi, and you know what? It screams yes.
Yeah, Xayah Rakan, another fantastic duo. I mean, Lulu works with Xayah and it robs Yunara. That's a really heads up pick if they go for it.
That would be disastrous, but no, it has been locked in for the side of Real Love DCG, snagging it away, but Seraphine is still a titan in this support role. You still get the lockdown, you have the poke. It is a good option here. It's going to enable a lot of freedom for this Yanara to be able to make anything work, but it just comes down to how do we play around it, and Milio instead being hovered here, which I actually would prefer the Milio because it enables the Yanara just that bit more.
Yeah, you definitely want to play around and empower that Yunara. Yunara can be quite the powerful scaling AD carry in that bot side. Typically, Yunara, first item, Kraken Slayer, second item, Fiend Hunter's Belt. And once that Fiend Hunter's Belt is online, popping it with her ultimate, she can literally delete people, especially targets like Annie, Lulu, even that Xayah, unless Xayah ults out of it. They could be gone before we could even have a chance to commentate on that fight. But let's take a look at these comps, Pike. What do we think? Renekton, a bit more of a traditional top laner, a bit more of a traditional tank there.
Look, I'm actually enjoying Real Love DCG's comp here. I think it is quite nice. I think it's very sort of front to back. It's in and out. You got a lot of disrupt with the polymorph. Xayah is going to be very safe with the Featherstorm. So there is quite a bit you can break down with that. But I can't not look at the Yanara Milio and realize that sometimes, this is something that Cagel talks about quite a bit, if you just own the champions that are more like recently released, there was like a math or study done that like, if you just pick champions that are new releases, your chances of winning are just a little bit higher because a lot of the new champions are a little bit busted in regards to their kit. So Yanara, Gwen, relatively new champions. So I'm curious to see if that has any effect here because Yanara, especially with Emilio, with 3 items, is going to be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, because they also have less practice, less reps into these newer champions, so it is a little harder to play around that Yunara. But we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of tonight's best of 3 match between GAM and Relove DCG. And Relove DCG, they love to move in and get those early wards, but let's talk about these skins.
They've got some. They're pulling out the goods with this one. Lancer, Stratus, Wukong as well. Enchanted Galio's a bit mid. Spirit Blossom's the only skin she's got, so thank you for using it. Cosmic Dusk is pretty sweet. And Rain Shepherd Milio, 100% best skin on the map right now.
Yeah, and I mean, we did get God skin, the God Lee Sin for Drakthar there as well. That's definitely a confident move. But I have to agree with you. Ares going for that skin for Galio. Give me Aegis Frame skin every single day, please. As there have been some changes to the role quest. The top was buffed, the mid was changed, and there was slight little nerf for the bot side as well. Those role buffs, something new that were released this year, 26.1, and minion waves have also had their minion durability increased.
Yeah, nice. The minions getting a little bit tankier, being able to survive a little bit longer. So it's going to take maybe like one more auto attack longer for it. But there's the level 2. Trying to get a little bit more as a good rend does come out. Artemis is taken very low. Heal is burst. There's just a charge down as the flash from Artemis too, a little bit too aggressive. And Xiao C is still going forward. He gets one little mark, but it's not going to be enough. And the aggression already early here, Logan. Ooh.
Speaking of what else is early, is the first coach comms has come through at the 2-minute mark. You only get 3 of these, each one lasting 45 seconds. And I don't know what that coach comm would even achieve when it's only 2 minutes in. You know, you just sat the boys down to play and you're already going, oh, you know what? Maybe we need to change something.
Let me cook. Like, I want you to do. What do you think it is? Like, I've got something in mind of probably what they're saying, and I think it's just be like, boys, what are you doing? Like, you're playing Yunara. Why are you walking up level 1? Why are you trying to fight level 2 into a Xayah Lulu? What are you doing? But I bet you there's a little bit more to that than just those words. I feel like there may be a little bit of a yelling potentially. What do you think he's been talking and saying?
Look, I'm definitely a positive person. I always like to think the best of every situation. So I'm going to be like, guys, that was a bit of a misplay, but good job to survive. Let's not do that again. Now go ahead and stomp them. You know what I mean? Like, unleash the beast, if you will. This is game 3, and you need to win it. That's my take. That's my read.
It was basically what I said, but in the nicest way possible.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
What I'm hearing. But now, Bang being looked at. Good. Is it going to be enough? It's still a level 4 Lee Sin. They're looking at Xiao C, and it's a lot of damage. Easy first blood for Drakthar. The Lee Sin is getting it done.
Yeah, because they know Xiao C.
Oh, that was awesome. Wait, you could look for a re-engage. He doesn't have a ward, but he actually found a different one. Oh, he's going for it. Drakthar is actually insane.
What an absolute monster. You were saying, oh, they're going for Xiao C because they knew Xiao C burnt the flash earlier chasing Artemis. So they were like, let's guarantee the kill. Let's make your time worthwhile. Xiao C still here harassing Drakthar. Hello? Just like trying to bully a jungler away. But they secured Xiao C, got away, got some damage onto Feng as we see this replay here. Coming from behind, really beautiful ward hop there, getting in the midst of both of them. Feng does so well to get so much damage back down onto Artemis though. And the fact that Drakthar hits this, is able to get back out, so he reduces the damage taken and follows it up. Feng obviously reads that they're coming because that makes so much sense. These guys will not let a kill go if they can help it, and just really heads up. The fact that Lee Sin, an early aggressive jungler, has 2 kills in the first 4 minutes, Pike. If he can snowball this, that could be game.
The hard thing is Lee Sin does drop off as the game goes on. It's all about how can you control the map state right now, get those early objectives on the board so your Gwen, so your Yunara, even your Galio to some extent can start making a little bit more moves across the map, because Fang is doing a good job. Yes, they've died once, but it is still Lee Sin, so we need to see these repeated ganks and this repeated pressure so that we can start turning the answer into objectives. That's really what we got to start seeing.
I have eyes. I like seeing, and I like seeing that. So I hope it happens. As we do see some poking happening down on this bot side, just this trading. And what I really liked is like Feng is not scared of Artemis here on this Yunara. It was Drakthar in the area again.
He is well out of vision. Really nice to see. Throws out a little bit, but does just miss it. But still, like, honestly, looking for the re-engage. But here's Pop 9 in the wings. Might need to be very careful. Oh. Wait, goes back in for it. Clone used. Pop 9 is a little bit scared. And honestly, rightly so.
I mean, the item advantage that Drakthar has right now, I don't think Wukong could win that 1v1 with Lee Sin, especially with Drakthar feeling himself as hard as he is right now. So it was a good disengage, right? It was like, yep, just going to pop over the wall, going to disengage that fire and go back to my jungling. But they do have vision on the Drake because the Drake is on the Rift and it's an Ocean Drake, so that could be a good get. GAM, get priority. They push the wave in and they've rotated around. Whether they want it yet or not is another question because Drakthar finds himself on that top side. And if he's proactive, like he has been on the bot, he might look for a play and go for grubs, I have to think, after he's cleared these camps. But there's a lot of questions around that.
Yes, like, are grubs worth it? Is ganking more proactive? Yeah, honestly, there's lots of questions you could be asking. Like itemization, like where are we going to be going with that? What are the coach comms really telling us? There's too many questions here, Logan. And you know what? We need to just bring it back a second. Like, let's just. Maybe my brain's just stopped working, but who knows? Because at the end of the day, it's a scaling game. Because I'm trying to think of another question, and all that's coming to mind is just like, where's the pie? Maybe I'm hungry.
Ooh. Did you know there's a cafe? All right, because while these guys are gaming, Drakthar is starting up the first Drake, and it looks like GAM will get this. It's going to be uncontested despite being on Vision, so that's a safe bet. Did you know there's actually like a cafe/restaurant in New South Wales, New Sydney called Pie in the Sky, and it is, what's happening here?
Yeah, look. Nice stun though by Ares, able to hold off a little bit longer. Dragon secured for GAM. They are that 1k gold lead up. Nicely done. What are you saying about this pie in the sky?
Yeah, so there's a cafe in Sydney that like every motorcyclist in New South Wales has to go to at least once in their life, and it's called Pie in the Sky. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the sky and we're talking about pies, and food is delicious, and so are coach comms, as Kiaya has Florin at like nearly 50% healthier on that top side, but it's a Renekton, has a healing potion, can just get its health back anyway.
They're 100% saying in this coach comms, guys, when are we going to Pie in the Sky? Like, this is the next big stop. They've obviously got a long way to go to make us there, but still, now the Void Grubs have been started up. DCG trying to get a little bit more proactivity on the board. They lost that drag. The Grubs is their trade of objectives.
Yeah, and you know what? Noel's like, yo, I heard Logdog say that we need to step up the pace. And that's exactly what they're saying in these coach comms. We don't need to listen in because we can tell. I'm an expert lip sync reader. As, you know, we go back to these trading on the bot side, and it's fairly inconsequential. And I have to say, we're 9 minutes in, only 2 kills. It's definitely slowed this one down. This one's a bit quieter.
Yeah, but both these teams know what happens if they lose. You start to make one small mistake, and it can get snowballed out. Like, Annie's not going to be able to one-shot Ares at all, especially building this magic resist on this Galio. It's just not going to happen. So you got to start thinking about, where do you go across the map? Do you look to go topside? Do we have to go bot? It's so, again, questions upon questions. The real question, where's the pie? But still, I'm thinking apple. I'm thinking maybe I'll pick some up tomorrow. I don't know.
No, apple pie sounds delicious. It's been a hot second since I've had apple pie. But like hot or cold?
Cream?
Surely hot.
Yeah, you go hot with
cream.
a dollop of ice cream. So yeah, well, I'm not a huge cream fan, but that's all right. As okay, seeing a little bit of movement out of Artemis, popping the ultimate just a little bit early. Oh, okay, Drakthar looking at a clone and just beating up the clone. Not ideal.
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's definitely not, 100,000 clones. There's only one. So you can beat up that clone and be like, yeah, okay, all right, we had our fun, time to move on. Because that is what Wukong does. He builds clones and jukes opponents as Ares and Drakthar. They had a look in the mid lane. Hongshu, though, does respect it, plays safely, and there's nothing to be found. So, aside from those 2 kills in the first 4 minutes, the next 6 minutes have been a farm fest. It's been relatively quiet, just building up your CS, your experience, and your gold. A couple of items, though, coming through here as Drakthar, with that acceleration, is first to secure an item with the Sundered Sky. So that extra sustain, that little bit of advantage over Pop9 could prove very useful if a fight breaks out in the next minute or so.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? As the objectives have sort of been just traded hand in hand. We're starting to see a little bit more on these 80 carries too. We're seeing a Kraken almost completed for Artemis. So they must be feeling pretty confident as well. I think that the build path has changed ever so slightly for Yanara at the moment too, especially with the item changes. We'll have to see what they're going to be prioritizing, because this, again, like you said, this is the first time we're seeing some of the new items. It's first time in pro play we're able to see it. It's now showing who can use it to the greatest effect, and maybe the metas start to shift. We never know. But until, you know what? Okay, I saw a great tweet about this. We need more assassin metas coming in. We need the Zeds, we need the Fizzes, we need assassins in mid lane to come back. It's just so mage heavy, and I'm bored of it. You know what? I'm not that bored of it. It's still a lot of fun. But I think we need some assassins.
we need a mix-up as...
Jumped on. Dominus has already been popped. Guy trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Cyclone's just too good, and the first kill for DCG goes over to Pop9.
Yeah, rewarded for that roam on the top side, down in CS. Still down in kills. I was going to say, you know, up elsewhere, but Artemis going in on Fang, and my golly gosh, pops that ultimate, is able to Drakthar coming in from behind too. If GAM can crash this wave, this could be a gank.
Looking for
you see the roam coming from Ares as well.
Oh, it's so hard though. Fang does have pretty good clear, but instead decides to just stall it out. Maybe see if they can cancel these backs up now. Drakthar is in the wings. Shao C actually cancelled one, but here comes Hongshu off to the side, spotted out on a ward, so they know that they're there. They could just look for a quick dive and then look to go out of the dodge, but instead I think they're just happy with the crystalline growth.
Yeah, and that's one of the new things that came to the season in Split 1. Sorry, it came to League in Split 1, the Crystalline Growth. It effectively replaced that Demolish Rune where it builds up over time. You hit it, you get a nice chunk and some gold. But Drakthar onto that second Drake of the game. So getting that sort of Drake snowball rolling. It is a Chem Tech Drake here, and we'll find out which soul. It's an Infernal Soul as well, so... we always love a good Infernal Soul here, Pike. As we see this top side again, Pop9 just roams. He clears and he roams straight up, has that Oracle Lens, knows he's not on vision. Florin lets Kiaya come down, and the flash forward stun sets it up beautifully. Not really much Kiaya could do there.
Nah, very clinical gank. It was really nicely done. Pop9 read it basically to perfection. So good pickup is always helpful. Lane rotations are coming out. We got a Hollow Radiance already completed as well for Ares, so getting that extra magic resist, but also the wave clear is going to be so good. Able to hold on just a little bit longer. Tacky now dancing with fire, but you're actually a Rain Shepherd, so it's a little bit different, even though it's still fire named, but let's not worry about that. We're seeing items, like we said, across the board being picked up, and I'm looking at the Malignance now in Hongshu too. We're going to get that Tibbers just a little bit faster every single time. Black Cleaver as well for Florin. Definitely going to be very strong as the game goes on.
You know what else goes on? This is the song that never... I just wanted to put an earworm in people's heads because that is the song that never ends and it goes on and on, my friends. But this game, it's really uncharacteristically quiet, I have to say. And I feel like it's the tension... well, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say the tension is building. You know, they're looking at each other from across the hallway and they're like, I see you. And the other guy's like, yeah, but I see you first. And then who pulls the trigger? Who kicks off the fight? Because neither of these teams wants to be the one to lose the fight when it breaks out, because that could mean losing the game. And I mean, it's 15 minutes. Gamma only 500 gold up. And I mean, Drakthar proactive early, but he's struggling to kind of find any action towards this mid game.
Yeah, and this is what it is now. Both teams very much looking at this Rift Herald as it was a bit of a vision going over to the side of DCG, but Drakthar trying to make some moves, trying to be a bit more proactive here. This is what they're hoping to achieve, but let's see if they, just misses that shocking wave. But it's really like who gets the push, who gets the shove. Xayah will always have a bit more of the early shove until Yanara gets some items on the board. Even like a Hurricane hasn't been so sorely looked for on the Yanara. You're just looking to just absolutely hammer one person at a time, do as much damage as humanly possible. So Rift Herald, again, slow to be taken. 16 minutes in and still hasn't been picked up. Both sides just weighing up all the risks, the pros and cons. They've got their notepads out and they're just putting it all on the line. As Rift Herald is now getting started up.
Yeah, and GAM are here to contest. DCG will have to answer this fight.
Yeah, it is at 5k health. Let's see if they're going to move for it as double TP is coming up to the top side. Going in, but it is going to be secured by DCG. And now they're looking at the top. Kiaya is just gone as well. Hero's entrance is going to smash down. It hits no one, but it is DCG picking up a little bit more as they are trying to get that charge off. Rift Herald is in effect. Let's see if they can get the charge onto this mid tower. Might have been a little bit too aggressive in that one. So they are going to get the big charge. He is going to do a lot of damage. Let's see if they can commit for the full tower as Drakthar has to back out. They might be able to secure this one, Logan.
Yeah, really unusual situation there that broke out around that Rift Herald pit. I mean, Kiaya was just in the back line against so many members of Relove DCG, and unfortunately, it didn't seem like he actually achieved anything off the back of that one too. So we see this TP from Florin come in, and then Kiaya finds Hongsu, but is just shut down because Pop9 goes straight onto him. And then it's a 5v4. The hero's entrance, unfortunately, it does provide the shielding to GAM, but it doesn't do any knock up to DCG. So DCG, they get the fight, they get the Herald, and they get the tier 1 turret. They've got to be happy with that. And now they've evened up the kills. Yeah. They've got that gold lead. Item completions are here. Black Cleaver for Florin, the Trinity Force for Pop9, the Malignance for Hongsu as well, and that Hextech Optics with Fang. So these ADs, they're starting to do some damage.
That's absolutely it. And you can see as well, Artemis is looking to build. It looks like it could be a Hurricane, could be a Rapid Fire, but my heart tells me it should be a Hurricane. That this team of the Relove DCG, a lot of them want to sit on top of you. Not to mention Wukong, Lulu as well, but now they're looking for a fight. Florin in a bit of a tricky predicament, and it is Kiaya picking up the kill, but now they're sieging in the mid lane too, so it is DCG still taking a lot of this crystalline growth, and they might be giving their first dragon over too, because they just put too many eggs into this top side.
Yeah, I mean, Relove DCG, got to be happy with that. They only lose their top laner and they get the Drake, they get a turret, and now it looks like they're going to get Ares as well. That is a tanky boy, but Relove DCG, they've brought them.
Where's he going?
He's trying to get away from the rest of them, clear the wave.
Yeah, I guess, but all right, straight into the hands of an Annie is not usually where you want to go. Maybe it's just trying to delay the tower, like a second, but a tier 1 for a tier 2 at this point is not the end of the world. Like, GAM are pretty happy with this return fire. If they can take this mid tower here too, it's even better.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to do that as Relove DCG. They have run straight back out onto the Rift to defend their mid lane tier 1. So a great little sequence of events there. GAM actually coming out on top. They have cut Relove DCG's gold lead down to about 700-800 gold right now. And it's this game, it's so evenly matched still at this 20-minute mark here, Pike. A lot of gold over to Relove DCG, but Drakthar is helping keep GAM in this from that gold lead perspective. Ares just proving how tanky he is into the likes of Hongsu. But unfortunately, I think he's going to have to start building some, armor as well, because Pop9, the Fang, they're coming online. They've completed their second items here. They're going to start to hurt.
Yeah, it's so true as well. And I'm looking at this Yanara because this is the champion that will spike really, really hard as the game goes on. They've already got that second item, like you said. The belt is going to be able to do a little bit more. It's getting that proactivity on the ultimate, which is really what Artemis needs to be playing around. But Baron is open and has been started up here by Relove DCG. This is a 20-minute on-spawn Baron.
Yeah, they saw it happen earlier and they're like, we can do the same thing. But yeah, Artemis with that Fiend Hunter's belt is going to be able to do so much damage. The moment he pops that ultimate, the next 4 attacks do 100%
grand
crit.
entrance is a lot. The hero's entrance was good, but let's see if Drakthar wants to make a little bit more of a play as Pop Knight is getting taunted up and it's actually being picked up. It's a really nice lockdown here for GAM, but now they're looking to extend this fight a little bit longer, trying to get the needlework out. Fang is taking about half health, but look at Florin, who's up on this top side, shredding through the side of GAM, and they just have to walk away. They cancelled out the Baron though.
Really good of a replay there from Relove DCG to repel GAM. So they'd started up that Baron, and GAM responded to the Baron play, which is the right thing to do. You'd never want to give over a Baron for free, especially when all 5 members of your team are up and alive. GAM arrived, and Hongsu went for Drakthar, which we're going to see here, right? Hongsu, unseen, just gets the combo off on Drakthar, but he's really resilient actually. He only takes about 25% of his health, and that's a combo that normally kills someone. So then GAM are able to push in because Hongsu didn't kill anyone, but Artemis is just caught deep. Like Feng and Florin are able to collapse, take out the #1 damage dealer from GAM, and they're able to repel GAM from there because they know they don't have the damage to take out Florin on that Renekton frontlining for them. And Pike, we go back to live. They've started up the Baron again. GAM, they have to find a way in again. They're committing the TP.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. And Drakthar, the beautiful thing is they can jump over these walls and get onto the Baron nice and quick, but the fight's still going down. Fang, big engage from Pop Knight. Is it going to be enough as the Cyclone does its job? Let's see if Artemis can get the damage off as they do pick up the Wukong. He's no longer for this world. Pop Knight unable to hold the fight a little bit more. Kiaya is back in it. Drakthar gets the double kill. They're looking at Fang. They're jumping the wall. He has to use the wild growth. No way to get out. They hand the kill over to Artemis, and Fang is the last one standing. This could be a clean ace if they're not careful. Fang is doing a lot of damage though, and they are able to slow them down. Get one more stun. The clean ace is just too good, and it is GAM taking control of the game yet again with a 2.5k gold lead at 23 minutes, and their eyes are on the prize, and that is a Game 3 reverse sweep win.
Yeah, if they're able to close it out and win this one, it will absolutely be that reverse sweep. But for now, this is a good showing from GAM. They definitely played that one well. And frankly, I think it all went wrong when Florin went in on that Renekton, not because he went in, but because he got no value when he went in. GAM just parted like the Red Sea here. They look at them, they run away and punished him so hard when he tried to get back out that he just went down. And with no frontline, Relove DCG are forced on the retreat here. Ares frontlining so effectively, and then as you say, this ace, Ares left to be the one to take him out because Feng gets such an excellent rend onto 3 as well, leaving them so low there. But they have priority. They're going for this 3rd Drake for themselves. Hopefully they leave themselves on Soul Point. They've got the defenders in the brush there, and they will lock that one away, as well as getting that bot side tier 1 turret. So really nice sort of swing for GAM. 4,500 gold up, 2 minutes left on the Baron. They're gonna try and get as much value as they can here, Pike.
You absolutely need to. If they can walk away with a 3k gold Baron play, you're having a great time. So at the same time, it's a 5k gold lead now heading over for GAM. They turned this game on its head, and it was looking so good for Relove DCG at the start yet again. But GAM's just been playing a little bit cleaner. The Lee Sin on Drakthar is doing a good job. It's 4-0-3. It's making it work, and the gold lead is now spreading back over to GAM's side. So you are seeing a 1k gold lead for Artemis, who got 1 kill in that fight, but all those assists are really putting in the work.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just all the assists that you need, right? So with those assists, being involved in 8 out of the 9 kills, that's something like, I want to say like an 88.5% participation rate, which is massive. You need to be in it to win it, and kill participation is such a big part of that. Kiaya now free from that lane, is roaming, is unlocked and ready to dive backlines on this oppressive AP Gwen, but DCG, they're ready for it. They will answer these pushes. Drake, 3.5 minutes, Baron, 3.5 minutes. So it's going to be that contested objective that is such a classic decision maker, Pike, whether they go for the Soul or the Baron.
Yeah, that is the big question. I think at this point in the game, you want to go for that. You want to go for Soul. If you are GAM, you're looking at Soul here purely because they need to get that extra injection of damage, especially on this Yanara. A Yanara with an Infernal Soul on the back end of this game, it will be very hard to take down because they're just going to have so much mobility. The Milio is going to give them so much agency. I really worry for what we need to see. And we need to see Pop9 and Florin just get onto this backline as soon as possible.
Yeah, and we did see an inkling of that before, right? So Florin did try to go into the backline of GAM, was able to get an excellent cleave off and heal himself up, but the damage that GAM instantly put into Florin, he couldn't even survive the return trip. It was just a one-way, and that's not what you're used to seeing with a Renekton. So they need to find a little something else. I think Florin and Pop9, as you're saying, they both need to go in at the same time, and they both need to present themselves as the overwhelming threat and force GAM into that sort of split 50-50 decision. And if they don't unite and take one down, then the other will deal with them, if you know what I mean there. Fang, 0, 2, and 1, yet to find a kill. Oh, okay, all right, well, my apologies.
What do you mean?
We do see
what
Fang.
Do you mean?
Well, I mean that Fang's half an item down on Artemis and needs to get a kill. But to talk about the Pop9 Florin dynamic duo, if you don't kill one, well, if you don't summon both...
Draktar's caught out instantly. He was safe on vision, and they've just spent everything to shut him down. That was a 1.1k gold bounty given over to Pop9. That is actually huge.
So I just... Can we get a replay? Like, what was Draktar doing down there so deep on his own with no members of GAM around? Like, please don't tell me Split 1 Draktar is back, because he's been looking so good here in Split 2. That was just... I want to put it down to an uncanny mistake. I'll say that, because to be caught... But the timing also matters, right? There's nothing on the Rift to play for, so it's not the most impactful death we've seen.
No, like, I think, yeah, that's a big thing. Better to die now than to die when a dragon's about to spawn. But there's a dragon in 50 seconds. Draktar is back up now. You can see both teams are pinging this bot side. The Baron is not the call. It is looking for this dragon, because you cannot give Soul over to GAM because they will just start to walk over you. At the same time, you could look to take the Baron. Like, this is like a kind of a semi-decent trade, but it's really not. You have to contest this dragon or the game probably will just end.
Yeah, 100%. If they get that Infernal Soul, they get that increase in the damage and the AoE that it provides, it could well be over. Artemis is a full item, half an item up as the fight breaks out here, Pike, and nice and early too.
Yeah, you can see they are really wanting to get that first little pick up on the board. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds time. All ultimates are available. It's about who starts the fight off. Pop9 was looking, but did just get cancelled out, as it actually is GAM having to retreat off of this. They tried to get a little bit of that vision down, but it is just being cancelled out. Now they're looking. Taunt is good, but Florin is still quite healthy. Level 17 on the Renekton. Got to be super worried about how strong this Crocodile can be. The flash from Hongshu is good. Hero's entrance is now coming back down. It's going to hit just the clone, but now they look to re-engage on this fight, but it is Florin in the backline getting taken down quite low. Pop9 is just gone. He got blasted by Kiaya. What is going on? It's the triple kill. It could be a pentakill. It's the quadra. No, it got got stolen away, and they are TPing to end this game right here and right now, Logan. And it was a huge GAM ace. It was clean, it was perfect, and it was on the back of Kiaya being an absolute weapon on this on this Gwen, and they're walking down mid here, Logan. They said, we will take the reverse sweep any day of the week. Relove DCG just didn't have it in them, and a big turn of events for this final series of night one here at the LCP. Absolutely cinema.
Dear chatters, when the talent says 2-1, believe us when we say 2-1, because my guy, we called that 2-1 GAM over Relove DCG. Congratulations, cementing themselves toward the upper end of the LCP ladder here and now. And unfortunately, Relove DCG, they will go lower down in that ladder, cementing themselves down in that sort of second half, that bottom half. And here's that fantastic art again. That is so much talent. Look at the skill. Oh my gosh, can we spend more time on that sign? Look at the skill and expression that went into that fan art sign here, Pike. It was so good. But the just desserts, they go to GAM. GAM played so fantastically well. Kiaya on that Gwen, we called it at the start of the game as well. When she gets to that scaling, when she becomes a late game monster, who, I don't know, these celebrations are just unique.
Oh, the salute. I'm here for it. Honestly, that was funny. Okay, player of the match though, Logan, who are you giving it to? I think I'm going to give it to Drakthar.
I mean, Drakthar had a great game one. He had a moderate game two, and game three he started strong, fell off halfway, and then came back through the late game. I think Drakthar is a good candidate, but I really think Kiaya, for me, it's Kiaya. I really liked Kiaya's impact, especially in game three. Obviously, his Gnar wasn't overly good into that vein when Relove DCG's win, but he also had a good game one with that Yorick. I really like Kiaya here. What about you?
Yeah, you know what? I'll back that too. I think that last fight especially solidified that Kiaya, yes, had a bit of a rough time. It almost started with they had a rough first game. Second game, they started to really pick up tempo. Third game, they're like, I'm going to walk with this tempo and I'm strutting down the street looking good. Making my way downtown, walk. A bit of that going on because Kiaya did look very good on that Gwen.
That's the rest of it, right? But look at the damage Feng did. Feng was the #1 damage dealer on the Rift and still lost this game. And I think it really all came down to that absolute last team fight where Kiaya just ran it over. They get the Scuttle Crab. Hongsu flashes forward, but it's essentially a no value anti-flash ult. No one's health bar even moved. And then Florin goes in, he gets a great sort of sweep and then is forced out. And again, when you're Renekton, pops his Dominus, goes in and can't come back out because he dies so... Yeah, Kiaya! There it is! Yeah. I called it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. But we do take a look at those stats. Highest kill percentage was in his game one, but the damage percent in game three, Pike, different animal completely.
Yeah, and you know what? Big props, because it was a hard game one. That Vayne did a lot of work and was very impactful. But we can listen to these coach comms and you can maybe just suss out what these guys were trying to say. And he's like, come on, man. You're flashing level 2. What is this?
I mean, maybe it was a panic flash. Maybe it was a flash on D instead of a flash on F. We all know how controversial that could be as well. But I mean, they were still able to turn it around in their favor, right? Drakthar got really proactive because they knew Chassis didn't have his flash because he chased Artemis. So arguably it was a worth flash because then they got the first 2 kills of the game. And then it went quiet for 15 minutes and then it all just popped off and broke out. And this game actually was 30 minutes and I think about 28 seconds or so, which is faster than average here in the LCP. They saw those sort of game 1, game 2 from our first match and went, oh, we can beat that and set themselves that timer. Unfortunately, they didn't beat it, but they got really, really close. And Noel, he's definitely saying, go team. You know, what time is it? It's GAM time. And that invigorated them. It really lifted their spirits and that morale, you know?
Yes. Yes, Logan. That is 100% what I'm hearing from these coach comms. Confirmed. It is confirmation of what you've just said. I do agree.
Confirmed.
But no,
Yep.
confirmed. But no, these fights were definitely a little bit scrappy still. I think the big thing for GAM here is they need to start cleaning up this gameplay. We need to start looking at the teams that are sitting towards the top of the ladder and holding them to a higher standard. This is a top tier, tier 1 pro league, Logan. These teams will be going to MSI. These teams will be putting their names on the global stage. If they can't clean up the little things against teams that are at the bottom of the ladder, then we need to start questioning, are they worth sending to the MSI? And I know that's a big call, but we are the LCP. We are made for this. We need to start showing that we can do it, and this comes down to the regular split games.
Yeah, right now the regular split games, I think GAM needs to work on their consistency if they really want to be an MSI contender at the end of this split. They have, you know, enough in the tank to be able to take these games, but you can't really rely on them to do it every single time, if that makes sense, right? You don't get the sense that they could just easily 2-0 sweep a team, despite them now finding themselves at the top of the close to the top of the LCP ladder. Whereas you look at a team like Team Secret Wales, they are consistent, extremely consistent, frustratingly consistent, if you will, if you're their opponents, because you know how good they are and you know they will be that good when you play into them, and you need to make sure you bring your best or you just don't stand a chance. And the rest of our teams need to kind of aspire to that, get on that level, if you will.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think it comes down to just increasing those communications, picking champions, or at least planning the drafts as smart as humanly possible. Our coaching staffs always do a really good job. And you can see here, these were just some great fights coming out, and it just kept going in GAM's favor. We even got the return fire from Relove DCG. It just wasn't enough. And yeah, this was the big nail in the coffin, this fight right here. You could see the vision, you could see what they're trying to do. There was just no damage, and they weren't able to follow it up. And then Kiaya just said they are all so low, snippety snip, 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 and it was just the freest quadra kill I've ever seen as they walked down that lane. So we're gonna have to look at today's results, because it was a pretty solid day. And you know what? I called the scores from the start of the thing. MVK taking the 2-0 against GZ, GAM taking the reverse sweep against Relove DCG. So far, the scores haven't actually changed. They've just added a number to their major score. So it is 4-1 to Vikings, 1-4 to GZ, 4-1 to GAM, and then 1-4 to DCG.
1-4 Relove DCG is just such an unusual spot to see them in, Pike. Like, after their LCP Split 1 showing, I would not have expected them to be here. As we get the updated standings, you have a look. Relove DCG, they're in 6th place. Ground Zero, they're 7th. DFM down in 8th. But MVK and GAM solidify themselves in those top 3 spots, right? It's a VCS top 3 right now. That said, SHG and CFO, they still have to play this weekend.
Yeah, no, so true. And now we're starting to see more players getting those MVPs again. Chica, Eddie, Haki, Kiaya all tied for first. And honestly, Vikings looking really good. That is actually 2 members of the Vikings roster with two MVPs. So we'll have to see who's going to be picking up a little bit more tomorrow night. But these standings, they're looking good.
Yeah, and it's that consistency of the quality of these players that helps carry these teams to victory. But let's look ahead at tomorrow night's matches. We have SHG 3-1 versus Detonation Focus Me. So that's a little LJL matchup there, if you will, an LJL derby. We do love our derbies here. And then the second match of Sunday night will be CFO versus Team Secret Wales. Can CFO with Kino and Pout take it to the likes of D-Ray and Pun from Team Secret Wales? Well, you'll have to tune in tomorrow night to find that one out, Pike, because we're in for some fantastic matches, in my opinion.
Look, I've already got very strong opinions on those matches tomorrow night, and I think a lot of people who've been watching the regular spit, who are aware of these teams, might know the direction this is going to go. Will it be a quick night? We can't confirm. Will it be an action-packed, fun-filled night? Absolute bonanza guarantee? Yes. Yes, it will. So you're just going to have to tune in. It's going to be a hoot.
Absolutely. Make sure you're watching tomorrow night, Sunday night, for 2 more best of 3 matches here in the LCP. But that has been all from us here tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I've been Logan. That has been Pike. And we'll see you again here in the LCP because we're made for this.